Circus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniele. Circus by Alan Edward Nourse. Just suppose, said Morgan, that I did believe you, just for argument. He glanced up at the man across the restaurant table. Where would we go from here? The man shifted uneasily in his seat. He was silent, staring down at his plate. Not a strange-looking man, Morgan thought. Rather ordinary, in fact. A plain face, nose a little too long, fingers a little too dainty. A suit that doesn't quite seem to fit, but all in all, a perfectly ordinary-looking man. Maybe too ordinary, Morgan thought. Finally, the man looked up. His eyes were dark, with a haunted look in their depths that chilled Morgan a little. Where do we go? I don't know. I try to think it out, and I get nowhere. But you've got to believe me, Morgan. I'm lost, I mean it. If I can't get help, I don't know where it's going to end. I'll tell you where it's going to end, said Morgan. It's going to end in a hospital. A mental hospital. They'll lock you up and they'll lose the key somewhere. He poured himself another cup of coffee and sipped it, scalding hot. And that, he added, will be that. The place was dark and almost empty. Overhead, a rotary fan swished patiently. The man across from Morgan ran a hand through his dark hair. There must be some other way, he said. There has to be. All right, let's start from the beginning again, Morgan said. Maybe we can pin something down a little better. You say your name is Parks, right? The man nodded. Jefferson Haldeman Parks, if that helps any. Haldeman was my mother's maiden name. All right, and you got into town on Friday, right? Parks nodded. Fine. Now go through the whole story again. What happened first? The man thought for a minute. As I said, first there was a fall, about 20 feet. I didn't break any bones, but I was shaken up and limping. The fall was near the highway going to the George Washington Bridge. I got over to the highway and tried to flag down a ride. How did you feel? I mean, was there anything strange that you noticed? Strange? Park's eyes widened. I was speechless. At first, I hadn't noticed too much. I was concerned with the fall, and whether I was hurt or not. I didn't really think about much else until I hobbled up to the highway and saw those cars coming. Then I could hardly believe my eyes. I thought I was crazy. But a car stopped and asked me if I was going into the city, and I knew I wasn't crazy. Morgan's mouth took a grim line. You understood the language? Oh yes, I don't see how I could have, but I did. We talked all the way into New York. Nothing very important, but we understood each other. His speech had an odd sound, but... Morgan nodded. I know, I noticed. What did you do when you got to New York? Well, obviously, I needed money. I had gold coin. There had been no way of knowing if it would be useful, but I'd taken it on chance. I tried to use it at the newsstand first, and the man wouldn't touch it. Asked me if I thought I was in the U.S. Treasury or something. When he saw that I was serious, he sent me to a moneylender, a hock shop I think he called it. So I found a place. Let me see the coins. Parks dropped 2 small gold discs on the table. They were perfectly smooth and perfectly round, tapered by wear to to a thin, blunt edge. There was no design on them, and no printing. Morgan looked up at the man sharply. "What did you get for these?" Parks shrugged. "Too little, I suspect. $2 for the small one, $5 for the larger." "You should have gone to a bank." "I know that now. I didn't then. Naturally, I assumed that with everything else so similar, principles of business would also be similar." Morgan sighed and leaned back in his chair. "Well, then what?" Parks poured some more coffee. His face was very pale, Morgan thought, and his hands trembled as he raised the cup to his lips. Fright? Maybe. Hard to tell. The man put down the cup and rubbed his forehead with the back of his hand. "First, I went to the mayor's office," he said. "I kept trying to think what anyone at home would do in my place. That seemed a good bet. I asked a policeman where it was, and then I went there." "But you didn't get to see him." "No, I saw a secretary. She said the mayor's was in conference, and that I would have to have an appointment. She let me speak to another man, one of the mayor's assistants." "And you told him?" "No, I wanted to see the mayor himself. I thought that was the best thing to do. I waited for a couple of hours until another assistant came along and told me flatly that the mayors wouldn't see me unless I stated my business first." He drew in a deep breath. "So I stated it, and then I was gently but firmly ushered back into the street again." "They didn't believe you?" said Morgan. "Not for a minute. They laughed in my face." Morgan nodded. "I'm beginning to get the pattern. So, what did you do next?" "Next, I tried the police. I got the same treatment there, only they weren't so gentle. They wouldn't listen either. They muttered something about cranks and their crazy notions, and when they asked me where I lived, they thought I was, what did they call it, a wise guy. Told me to get out and not come back with any more wild stories." "I see," said Morgan. Jefferson Parks finished his last bite of pie and pushed the plate away. "By then I didn't know quite what to do. I'd been prepared for almost anything excepting this. It was frightening. I tried to rationalize it, and then I quit trying. It wasn't that I attracted attention, or anything like that, quite the contrary. Nobody even looked at me, unless I said something to them. I began to look for things that were different, things that I could show them, and say, 'See, this proves that I'm telling the truth. Look at it.'" He looked up helplessly. "And what did you find?" "Nothing. Oh, little things, insignificant little things. Your calendars, for instance. Naturally, I couldn't understand your frame of reference, and the coinage. Your stamp, your coins. We don't. And cigarettes. We don't have any such thing as tobacco." The man gave a short laugh. "And your house dogs. We have little animals that look more like rabbits than poodles. But there was nothing any more significant than that. Absolutely nothing." "Except yourself," Morgan said. "Ah, yes. I thought that over carefully. I looked for differences, obvious ones. I couldn't find any. You can see that just looking at me. So I searched for more subtle things. Skin texture, fingerprints, bone structure, body proportion. I still couldn't find anything. Then I went to a doctor." Morgan's eyebrows lifted. "Good," he said. Parks shrugged tiredly. "Not really. He examined me. He practically took me apart. I carefully refrained from saying anything about who I was or where I came from. Just said I wanted a complete physical examination and let him go to it. He was thorough, and when he finished, he patted me on the back and said, 'Parks, you've got nothing to worry about. You're as fine, strapping a specimen of a healthy human being as I've ever seen.' And that was that." Parks laughed bitterly. "I guess I was supposed to be happy with the verdict, and instead I was ready to knock him down. It was idiotic, it defied reason, it was infuriating." Morgan nodded, sourly. "Because you're not a human being," he said. "That's right, I'm not a human being at all." "How did it happen to pick this planet or this sun?" Morgan asked curiously. "There must have been a million others to choose from." Parks unbuttoned his collar and rubbed his double chin unhappily. "I didn't make the choice. Neither did anyone else. Travel by warp is a little different from the travel by the rocket fiction writers make so much of. With a rocket vehicle, you pick your destination, make your calculations, and off you go. The warp is blind flying, strictly blind. We send an unmanned scanner ahead. It probes around more or less hit or miss until it locates something, somewhere, that looks habitable. When it spots a likely looking place, we keep a tight beam on it and send it through a manned scout." He grinned sourly. "Like me. If it looks good to the scout, he signals back, and they leave the warp anchored for a sort of permanent gateway until we can get a transport beam built. But we can't control the directional and dimensional scope of the warp. There are an infinity of ways it can go, until we have a guide beam transmitting from the other side. Then we can just scan a segment of space with the warp, and the scanner picks up the beam." He shook his head wearily. "We're new at it, Morgan. We have only tried a few dozen runs. We're not too far ahead of you in technology. We've been using rocket vehicles just like yours for over a century. That's fine for a solar system, but it's not much good for the stars. When the warp principle was discovered, it looked like the answer. But something went wrong. The scanner picked up this planet, and I was coming through. And then something blew. Next thing I knew, I was falling. When I tried to make contact again, the scanner was gone." "And you found things here the same as back home?" said Morgan. "The same! Your planet and mine are practically twins. Similar cities, similar technology, everything. The people are the same, with precisely the same anatomy and physiology, the same sort of laws, the same institutions, even compatible languages. Can't you see the importance of it? This planet is on the other side of the universe from mine, with the first intelligent life we have yet encountered anywhere. But when I try to tell your people that I am a native of another star system, they won't believe me." "Why should they?" asked Morgan. "You looked like a human being. You talk like one. You eat like one. You act like one. What you're asking them to believe is utterly incredible." "But it's true." Morgan shrugged. "So it's true. I won't argue with you. But, as I asked before, even if I did believe you, what do you expect me to do about it? Why pick me, of all the people you've seen?" There was a desperate light in Park's eyes. "I was tired of being laughed at, tired of having people looking at me as though I'd lost my wits when I tried to tell them the truth. You were here, you were alone, so I started talking. And then I found out you wrote stories." He looked up eagerly. "I've got to get back, Morgan, somehow. My life is there, my family, and think what it would mean to both of our worlds. Contact with another intelligent race, combine our knowledge, our technologies, and we could explore the galaxy." He leaned forward, his thin face intense. "I need money, and I need help. I know some of the mathematics of the warp principle, know some of the design, some of the power and wiring principles. You have engineers here, technologists, physicists. They could fill in what I don't know and build a guide beam. But they won't do it if they don't believe me. Your government won't listen to me. They won't appropriate any money. Of course they won't. They've got a war or two in their hands. They have public welfare and atomic bombs and rockets to the moon to sink their money into." Morgan stared at the man. "But what can I do?" "You can write. That's what you can do. You can tell the world about me. You can tell exactly what has happened. I know how public interest can be aroused in my word. It must be the same in yours." Morgan didn't move. He just stared. "How many people have you talked to?" he asked. "A dozen, 100, maybe 1,000. "And how many believed you?" "None." "You mean nobody would believe you?" "Not one soul, until I talked to you." And then Morgan was laughing bitterly, tears rolling down his cheeks. "And I'm the one man who couldn't help you if my life depended on it." He gasped. "You believe me?" Morgan nodded sadly. "I believe you, yes. I think your warp brought you through to a parallel universe of your own planet, not to another star, but I think you're telling the truth." "Then you can help me." "I'm afraid not." "Why not?" "Because I'd be worse than no help at all." Jefferson Parks gripped the table, his knuckles white. "Why?" he cried hoarsely. "If you believe me, why can't you help me?" Morgan pointed to the magazine lying on the table. "I write, yes," he said sadly. "Ever read stories like this before?" Parks picked up the magazine, glanced at the bright cover. "I barely looked at it." "You should look more closely. I have a story in this issue. The readers thought it was very interesting." Morgan grinned. "Go ahead, look at it." The stranger from the stars leafed through the magazine, stopped at the page that carried Rogers Morgan's name. His eyes caught the first paragraph, and he turned white. He set the magazine down with a trembling hand. "I see," he said, and the life was gone out of his voice. He spread the pages viciously, read the lines again. The paragraph said, "Just suppose," said Martin, "that I did believe you, just for argument." He glanced up at the man across the table. "Where do we go from here?" End of Circus by Alan Edward Nourse. Recording by Daniele. October 2008.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
The Coffin Cure by Alan Edward Nourse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com. The Coffin Cure by Alan Edward Nourse. When the discovery was announced, it was Dr. Chauncey Patrick Coffin who announced it. He had, of course, arranged with uncanny skill to take most of the credit for himself. If it turned out to be greater than he had hoped, so much the better. His presentation was scheduled for the last night of the American College of Clinical Practitioners' annual meeting, and Coffin had fully intended it to be a bombshell. It was. Its explosion exceeded even Dr. Coffin's wilder expectations, which took quite a bit of doing. In the end, he had waded through more newspaper reporters than medical doctors as he left the hall that night. It was a heady evening for Chauncey Patrick Coffin, M.D. Certain others were not so delighted with Coffin's bombshell. "It's idiocy," young Dr. Philip Dawson wailed in the laboratory conference room the next morning. "Blind, screaming idiocy. You've gone out of your mind, that's all there is to it. Can't you see what you've done? Aside from selling your colleagues down the river, that is." He clenched the reprint of Coffin's address in his hand and brandished it like a broadsword. "Report on a vaccine for the treatment and cure of the common cold, by C.P. Coffin, et al. That's what it says, et al. My idea in the first place. Jack and I both pounding our heads on the wall for 8 solid months. And now you sneaking into publication a full year before we have any business publishing a word about it." "Really, Philip," Dr. Chauncey Coffin ran a pudgy hand through his snowy hair. "How ungrateful. I thought for sure you'd be delighted. An excellent presentation, I must say. Terse, succinct, unequivocal." He raised his hand. "But generously unequivocal, you understand. You should have heard the ovation. They nearly went wild. And the look on Underwood's face, worth waiting 20 years for." "And the reporters," snapped Philip. "Don't forget the reporters." He whirled on a small dark man sitting quietly in the corner. "How about that, Jake? Did you see the morning papers? This thief not only steals our work, he splashes it all over the countryside in red ink." Dr. Jacob Miles coughed apologetically. "What Philip is so stormed up about is the prematurity of it all," he said to Coffin. "After all, we've hardly had an acceptable period of clinical trial." "Nonsense," said Coffin, glaring at Philip. "Underwood and his men were ready to publish their discovery within another 6 weeks. Where would we be then? How much clinical testing do you want? Philip, you had the worst cold of your life when you took the vaccine. Have you had any since?" "No, of course not," said Philip peevishly. "Jacob, how about you? Any sniffles?" "Oh, no. No colds." "Well, what about those 600 students from the university? Did I misread the reports on them?" "No. 98% cured of active symptoms within 24 hours. Not a single recurrence. The results were just short of miraculous." Jake hesitated. "Of course. It's only been a month." "Month, year, century. Look at them. 600 of the world's most luxuriant colds, and now not even a sniffle." The chubby doctor sank down behind his desk, his ruddy face beaming. "Come now, gentlemen, be reasonable. Think positively. There's work to be done, a great deal of work. They'll be wanting me in Washington, I imagine. Press conference in 20 minutes. Drug houses to consult with. How dare we stand in the path of progress? We've won the greatest medical triumph of all times. The conquering of the common cold. We'll go down in history." And he was perfectly right on one point at least. They did go down in history. The public response to the vaccine was little less than monumental. Of all the ailments that have tormented mankind through history, none was ever more universal, more tenacious, more uniformly miserable than the common cold. It was a respecter of no barriers, boundaries, or classes. Ambassadors and chambermaids sniffled and sneezed in drippy-nosed unanimity. The powers in the Kremlin sniffed and blew and wept genuine tears on drafty days, while senatorial debates on earth-shaking issues paused reverently upon the unplugging of a nose, the clearing of a rhinoretic throat. Other illnesses brought disability, even death in their wake. The common cold merely brought torment to the millions as it implacably resisted the most superhuman of efforts to curb it. Until that chill, rainy November day when the tidings broke to the world in 4-inch banner headlines. Coffin nails lid on common cold. No more coffin, states co-finder of cure. Sniffles sniped, single shot to save sneezers. In medical circles, it was called the Coffin Multicentric Upper Respiratory Virus Inhibiting Vaccine, but the papers could never stand for such high-sounding names, and called it simply the Coffin Cure. Below the banner heads, world-renowned feature writers expounded in reverent terms the story of the Leviathan struggle of Dr. Chauncey Patrick Coffin, et al., in solving this riddle of the ages. How, after years of failure, they ultimately succeeded in culturing the causative agent of the common cold, identifying it not as a single virus or group of viruses, but as a multicentric virus complex invading the soft mucous linings of the nose, throat, and eyes, capable of altering its basic molecular structure at any time to resist efforts of the body from within, or the physician from without to attack and dispel it. How the hypothesis was set forth by Dr. Philip Dawson that the virus could be destroyed only by an antibody which could freeze the virus complex in one form long enough for normal body defenses to dispose of the offending invader. The exhausting search for such a crippling agent, and the final crowning success after injecting untold gallons of cold virus material into the hides of a group of cooperative and forbearing dogs, a species which never suffered from colds and hence endured the whole business with an air of affectionate boredom. And finally, the testing. First, Coffin himself, who was suffering a particularly horrendous case of the affliction he sought to cure. Then his assistants, Philip Dawson and Jacob Miles. Then a multitude of students from the university, carefully chosen for the severity of their symptoms, the longevity of their colds, their tendency to acquire them on little or no provocation, and their utter inability to get rid of them with any known medical program. They were a sorry spectacle, those students filing through the Coffin laboratory for 3 days in October, wheezing like steam shovels, snorting and sneezing and sniffling and blowing, coughing and squeaking, mute appeals glowing in their bloodshot eyes. The researchers dispensed the materials, a single shot in the right arm, a sensitivity control in the left. With growing delight they watched as the results came in. The sneezing stopped, the sniffling ceased. A great silence settled over the campus, in the classrooms, in the library, in classic halls. Dr. Coffin's voice returned, rather to the regret of his fellow workers, and he began bouncing about the laboratory like a small boy at a fair. Students by the dozen tromped in for checkups with noses dry and eyes bright. In a matter of days there was no doubt left that the goal had been reached. "But we have to be sure," Philip Dawson had cried cautiously. "This was only a pilot test. We need mass testing now on an entire community. We should go to the West Coast and run studies there. They have a different breed of cold out there, I hear. We'll have to see how long the immunity lasts. Make sure there are no unexpected side effects." And, muttering to himself, he fell to work with pad and pencil, calculating the program to be undertaken before publication. But there were rumors. Underwood at Stanford, they said, had already completed his test and was preparing a paper for publication in a matter of months. Surely with such dramatic results on the pilot test, something could be put into print. It would be tragic to lose the race for the sake of a little unnecessary caution. Peter Dawson was adamant, but he was a voice crying in the wilderness. Chauncey Patrick Coffin was boss. Within a week even Coffin was wondering if he had bitten off just a trifle too much. They had expected that demand for the vaccine would be great, but even the grisly memory of early days of the Salk vaccine had not prepared them for the mobs of sneezing, wheezing, red-eyed people, bombarding them for the first fruits. Clear-eyed young men from the government bureau pushed through crowds of local townspeople lining the streets outside the Coffin laboratory, standing in pouring rain to raise insistent placards. 17 pharmaceutical houses descended like vultures with production plans, cost estimates, colorful graphs demonstrating proposed yield and distribution programs. Coffin was flown to Washington, where conferences labored far into the night as demands pounded their doors like a tidal wave. One laboratory promised the vaccine in 10 days, another said a week. The first actually appeared in 3 weeks and 2 days, to be soaked up in the space of 3 hours by the thirsty sponge of cold-weary humanity. Express planes were dispatched to Europe, to Asia, to Africa, with the precious cargo. 1,000,000 needles pierced 1,000,000 hides, and with a huge convulsive sneeze mankind stepped forth into a new era. There were abstainers, of course. There always are. "It doesn't make any difference how much you talk," Eddie Dawson cried hoarsely, shaking her blonde curls. "I don't want any cold shots." "You're being totally unreasonable," Philip said, glowering at his wife in annoyance. She wasn't the sweet young thing he had married, not this evening. Her eyes were puffy, her nose red and dripping. "You've had this cold for 2 solid months now, and there just isn't any sense to it. It's making you miserable. You can't eat, you can't breathe, you can't sleep." "I don't want any cold shots," she repeated stubbornly. But why not? Just one little needle, you'd hardly feel it. But I don't like needles, she cried, bursting into tears. Why don't you leave me alone? Go take your nasty old needles and stick them into people who want them. Aw, Ellie. I don't care. I don't like needles, she wailed, burying her face in his shirt. He held her close, making comforting little noises. It was no use, he reflected sadly. Science just wasn't Ellie's long suit. She didn't know a cold vaccine from a case of smallpox, and no appeal to logic or common sense could surmount her irrational fear of hypodermics. All right, nobody's going to make you do anything you don't want to do, he said. And anyway, think of the poor tissue manufacturers, she sniffled, wiping her nose with a pink facial tissue. All their little children starving to death. Say, you have got a cold, said Philip, sniffing. You've got on enough perfume to fell an ox. He wiped away tears and grinned at her. Come on now, fix your face. Dinner at the Driftwood? I hear they have marvelous lamb chops. It was a mellow evening. The lamb chops were delectable. The tastiest lamb chops he had ever eaten, he thought, even being blessed with as good a cook as Ellie for a spouse. Ellie dripped and blew continuously, but refused to go home until they had taken in a movie and stopped by to dance a while. I hardly ever get to see you any more, she said. All because of that nasty medicine you're giving people. It was true, of course. The work at the lab was endless. They danced, but came home early nevertheless. Philip needed all the sleep he could get. He awoke once during the night to a parade of sneezes from his wife, and rolled over, frowning sleepily to himself. It was ignominious in a way, his own wife refusing the fruit of all those months of work. And cold or no cold, she surely was using a whale of a lot of perfume. He awoke suddenly, began to stretch, and sat bolt upright in bed, staring wildly about the room. Pale morning sunlight drifted in the window. Downstairs he heard Ellie stirring in the kitchen. For a moment he thought he was suffocating. He leaped out of bed, stared at the vanity table across the room. Somebody spilled the whole damn bottle. The heavy, sick, sweet miasma hung like a cloud around him, drenching the room. With every breath it grew thicker. He searched the tabletop frantically, but there were no empty bottles. His head began to spin from the sickening effluvium. He blinked in confusion, his hand trembling as he lit a cigarette. No need to panic, he thought. She probably knocked the bottle over when she was dressing. He took a deep puff and burst into a paroxysm of coughing as acrid fumes burned down his throat to his lungs. Ellie! He rushed into the hall, still coughing. The match smell had given way to the harsh, caustic stench of burning weeds. He stared at his cigarette in horror and threw it into the sink. The smell grew worse. He threw open the hall closet, expecting smoke to come billowing out. Ellie! Somebody's burning down the house! Whatever are you talking about? Ellie's voice came from the stairwell. It's just the toast I burned, silly. He rushed down the stairs two at a time, and nearly gagged as he reached the bottom. The smell of hot, rancid grease struck him like a solid wall. It was intermingled with an oily smell of boiled and parboiled coffee, overpowering in its intensity. By the time he reached the kitchen he was holding his nose, tears pouring from his eyes. Ellie, what are you doing in here? She stared at him. I'm baking breakfast. But don't you smell it? Smell what? Said Ellie. On the stove the automatic percolator was making small, promising noises. In the frying pan 4 sunny-side eggs were sizzling. Half a dozen strips of bacon drained on a paper towel on the sideboard. It couldn't have looked more innocent. Cautiously Philip released his nose, sniffed. The stench nearly choked him. Do you mean you don't smell anything strange? I didn't smell anything, period, said Ellie defensively. The coffee, the bacon. Come here a minute. She reeked of bacon, of coffee, of burnt toast, but mostly of perfume. Did you put on any fresh perfume this morning? Before breakfast? Don't be ridiculous. Not even a drop. Philip was turning very white. Not a drop. He shook his head. Now wait a minute. This must all be in my mind. I'm just imagining things, that's all. Working too hard. Hysterical reaction. In a minute it'll all go away. He poured a cup of coffee, added cream and sugar. But he couldn't get it close enough to taste it. It smelled as if it had been boiling 3 weeks in a rancid pot. It was a smell of coffee, all right, but a smell that was fiendishly distorted, overpoweringly, nauseatingly magnified. It pervaded the room and burned his throat and brought tears gushing to his eyes. Slowly, realization began to dawn. He spilled the coffee as he set the cup down. The perfume, the coffee, the cigarette. My hat, he choked. Get me my hat. I've got to get to the laboratory. It got worse all the way downtown. He fought down waves of nausea as the smell of damp, rotting earth rose from his front yard in a gray cloud. The neighbor's dog dashed out to greet him, exuding the great-grandfather of all doggy odors. As Philip waited for the bus, every passing car fouled the air with noxious fumes, gagging him, doubling him up with coughing as he dabbed his streaming eyes. Nobody else seemed to notice anything wrong at all. The bus ride was a nightmare. It was a damp, rainy day. The inside of the bus smelled like the men's locker room after a big game. A bleary-eyed man with a 3-day stubble on his chin flopped down on the seat next to him, and Philip reeled back with a jolt to the job he had held in his student days, cleaning vats in the brewery. "It's a great morning," Bleary Eyes breathed at him. "Huh, Doc?" Philip blanched. To top it, the man had had a breakfast of salami. In the seat ahead, a fat man held a dead cigar clamped in his mouth like a rank growth. Philip's stomach began rolling. He sank his face into his hand, trying unobtrusively to clamp his nostrils. With a groan of deliverance, he lurched off the bus at the laboratory gate. He met Jake Miles coming up the steps. Jake looked pale. Too pale. "Morning," Philip said weakly. "Nice day. Looks like the sun might come through." "Yeah," said Jake. "Nice day. You, feel all right this morning?" "Fine, fine." Philip tossed his head in the closet, opened the incubator on his culture tubes, trying to look busy. He slammed the door after one whiff and gripped the edge of the work table with whitened knuckles. "Why?" "Oh, nothing. Thought you looked a little peaked was all." They stared at each other in silence. Then, as though by signal, their eyes turned to the office at the end of the lab. "Coffin come in yet?" Jake nodded. "He's in there. He's got the door locked." "I think he's going to have to open it," said Philip. A gray-faced Dr. Coffin unlocked the door, backed quickly towards the wall. The room reeked of kitchen deodorant. "Stay right where you are," Coffin squeaked. "Don't come a step closer. I can't see you now. I'm busy. I've got work that has to be done." "You're telling me," growled Philip. He motioned Jake into the office and locked the door carefully. Then he turned to Coffin. "When did it start for you?" Coffin was trembling. "Right after supper last night. I thought I was going to suffocate. Got up and walked the streets all night. My God, what a stench!" "Jake?" Dr. Miles shook his head. "Sometime this morning. I don't know when. I woke up with it." "That's when it hit me," said Philip. "But I don't understand," Coffin howled. "Nobody else seems to notice anything." "Yet," said Philip. "We were the first 3 to take the Coffin Cure, remember? You, me, and Jake. 2 months ago." Coffin's forehead was beaded with sweat. He stared at the 2 men in growing horror. "But what about the others?" he whispered. "I think," said Philip, "that we'd better find something spectacular to do in a mighty big hurry. That's what I think." Jake Miles said, "The most important thing right now is security. We mustn't let a word get out, not until we're absolutely certain." "But what's happened?" Coffin cried. "Those foul smells everywhere. You, Philip, you had a cigarette this morning. I could smell it clear over here, and it's bringing tears to my eyes. And if I didn't know better, I'd swear neither of you had had a bath in a week. Every odor in town has suddenly turned foul." "Magnified, you mean," said Jake. "Perfume still smells sweet. There's just too much of it. The same with cinnamon. I tried it. Cried for half an hour. But it still smelled like cinnamon. No, I don't think the smells have changed any." "But what then?" "Our noses have changed, obviously." Jake paced the floor in excitement. "Look at our dogs. They've never had colds, and they practically live by their noses. Other animals, all dependent on their sense of smell for survival, and none of them ever have anything even vaguely reminiscent of a common cold. The multicentric virus hits primates only, and it reaches its fullest parasitic powers in man alone." Coffin shook his head miserably. "But why this awful stench all of a sudden? I haven't had a cold in weeks." "Of course not. That's just what I'm trying to say," Jake cried. "Look, why do we have any sense of smell at all? Because we have tiny olfactory nerve endings buried in the mucous membrane of our noses and throats. But we have always had the virus living there too, colds or no colds, throughout our entire lifetime. It's always been there, anchored in the same cells, parasitizing the same sensitive tissues that carry out olfactory nerve endings, numbing them and crippling them, making them practically useless as sensory organs. No wonder we never smelled anything before. Those poor little nerve endings never had a chance." "Until we came along in our shining armor and destroyed the virus," said Philip. "Oh, we didn't destroy it. We merely stripped it of every slippery protective mechanism against normal body defensive." Jake perched on the edge of the desk, his dark face intense. "These 2 months since we had our shots have witnessed a battle to the death between our bodies and the virus. With the help of the vaccine, our bodies have won, that's all. Stripped away the last vestiges of an invader that has been almost a part of our normal physiology since the beginning of time. And now, for the first time, those crippled little nerve endings are just beginning to function." "God help us," Coffin groaned. "You think it'll get worse?" And worse, and still worse, said Jake. I wonder, said Philip slowly, what the anthropologist will say. What do you mean? Maybe it was just a single mutation somewhere back there. Just a tiny change of cell structure and metabolism that left one line of primates vulnerable to an invader no other would harbor. Why else would man have begun to flower and blossom intellectually, grow to depend so much on his brain instead of his brawn that he could rise above all others? What better reason than because somewhere along the line in the world of fang and claw he suddenly lost his sense of smell? They stared at each other. Well, he's got it back again now, Coffin wailed, and he's not going to like it a bit. No, he surely isn't, Jake agreed. He's going to start looking very quickly for someone to blame, I think. They both looked at Coffin. Now don't be ridiculous, boys, said Coffin, turning white. We're all in this together. Philip, it was your idea in the first place. You said so yourself. You can't leave me now. The telephone jangled. They heard the frightened voice of the secretary clear across the room.
Dr. Coffin, there was a student on the line just a moment ago. He said he was coming up to see you. Now, he said, not later.
I'm busy, Coffin sputtered. I can't see anyone, and I can't take any calls.
But he's already on his way up, the girl burst out. He was saying something about tearing you apart with his bare hands.
Coffin slammed down the receiver. His face was the color of lead. They'll crucify me, he sobbed. Jake, Philip, you've got to help me. Philip sighed and unlocked the door. Send the girl down to the freezer and have her bring up all the live cold virus she can find. Get us some inoculated monkeys and a few dozen dogs. He turned to Coffin. And stop sniveling. You're the big publicity man around here. You're going to handle the screaming masses whether you like it or not. But what are you going to do? I haven't the faintest idea, said Philip. But whatever I do is going to cost you your shirt. We're going to find out how to catch cold again if we have to die. It was an admirable struggle, and a futile one. They sprayed their noses and throats with enough pure culture of virulent live virus to have condemned an ordinary man to a lifetime of sneezing, watery-eyed misery. They didn't develop a sniffle among them. They mixed 6 different strains of virus and gargled the extract, spraying themselves and every inoculated monkey they could get their hands on with the vile-smelling stuff. Not a sneeze. They injected it hypodermically, intradermally, subcutaneously, intramuscularly, and intravenously. They drank it. They bathed in the stuff. But they didn't catch cold. Maybe it's the wrong approach, Jake said one morning. Our body defenses are keyed up to the top performance right now. Maybe if we break them down, we can get somewhere. They plunged down that alley with grim abandon. They starved themselves. They forced themselves to stay awake for days on end, until exhaustion forced their eyes closed in spite of all they could do. They carefully devised vitamin-free, protein-free, mineral-free diets that tasted like library paste and smelled worse. They wore wet clothes and sopping shoes to work, turned off the heat, and threw windows open to the raw weather air. Then they resprayed themselves with the live cold virus and waited reverently for the sneezing to begin. It didn't. They stared at each other in gathering gloom. They had never felt better in their lives. Except for the smells, of course. They had hoped that they might presently get used to them. They didn't. Every day it grew a little worse. They began smelling smells they never dreamed existed. Noxious smells, cloying smells, smells that drove them gagging to the sinks. Their nose plugs were rapidly losing their effectiveness. Mealtimes were nightmarish ordeals. They lost weight with alarming speed. But they didn't catch cold. I think you should all be locked up, Ellie Dawson said severely as she dragged her husband, blue-faced and shivering, out of an icy shower one bitter morning. You've lost your wits. You need to be protected against yourselves, that's what you need. You don't understand, Philip moaned. We've got to catch cold. Why? Ellie snapped angrily. Suppose you don't. What's going to happen? We had 300 students march on the laboratory today, Philip said patiently. The smells were driving them crazy, they said. They couldn't even bear to be close to their best friends. They wanted something done about it, or else they wanted blood. Tomorrow we'll have them back and 300 more. And they were just the pilot study. What's going to happen when 15 million people find their noses going bad on them? He shuddered. Have you seen the papers? People are already going around sniffing like bloodhounds. And now we're finding out what a thorough job we did. We can't crack it, Ellie. We can't even get a toehold. Those antibodies are just doing too good a job. Well, maybe you can find some uncle bodies to take care of them, Ellie offered vaguely. Look, don't make bad jokes. I'm not making jokes. All I want is a husband back who doesn't complain about how everything smells and eats the dinners I cook, and doesn't stand around in cold showers at 6 in the morning. I know it's miserable, he said helplessly, but I don't know how to stop it. He found Jake and Coffin in tight-lipped conference when he reached the lab. I can't do it any more, Coffin was saying. I've begged them for time. I've threatened them. I promised them everything but my upper plate. I can't face them again. I just can't. We only have a few days left, Jake said grimly. If we don't come up with something, we're goners. Philip's jaw suddenly sagged as he stared at them. You know what I think? He said suddenly. I think we've been prize idiots. We've gotten so rattled we haven't used our heads. All the time it's been sitting there blinking at us. What are you talking about? Snapped Jake. Uncle bodies, said Philip. Oh, great God. No, I'm serious. Philip's eyes were very bright. How many of those students do you think you can corral to help us? Coffin gulped. 600. They're out there in the street right now howling for a lynching. All right, I want them in here. And I want some monkeys. Monkeys with colds. The worse colds, the better. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Asked Jake. None in the least, said Philip happily, except that it's never been done before. But maybe it's time we tried following our noses for a while. The tidal wave began to break 2 days later. Only a few people here, a dozen there, but enough to confirm the direst newspaper predictions. The boomerang was completing its circle. At the laboratory the doors were kept barred, the telephone disconnected. Within there was a bustle of feverish, if odorous, activity. For the 3 researchers, the olfactory acuity had reached agonizing proportions. Even the small gas mask Philip had devised could no longer shield them from the constant barrage of violent odors. But the work went on in spite of the smell. Truckloads of monkeys arrived at the lab, cold-ridden monkeys, sneezing, coughing, weeping, wheezing monkeys by the dozen. Culture trays bulged with tubes, overflowed the incubators and work tables. Each day 600 angry students paraded through the lab, arms exposed, mouths open, grumbling, but cooperating. At the end of the first week, half the monkeys were cured of their colds and were quite unable to catch them back. The other half had new colds and couldn't get rid of them. Philip observed this fact with a grim satisfaction, and went about the laboratory mumbling to himself. 2 days later he burst forth jubilantly, lugging a sad-looking puppy under his arm. It was like no other puppy in the world. This puppy was sneezing and sniffling with a perfect howler of a cold. The day came when they injected a tiny droplet of milky fluid beneath the skin of Philip's arm, and then got the virus spray and gave his nose and throat a liberal application. Then they sat back and waited. They were still waiting 3 days later. It was a great idea, Jake said gloomily, flipping a bulging notebook closed with finality. It just didn't work, was all. Philip nodded. Both men had grown thin with pouches under their eyes. Jake's right eye began to twitch uncontrollably whenever anybody came within 3 yards of him. We can't go on like this, you know. The people are going wild. Where's Coffin? He collapsed 3 days ago. Nervous prostration. He kept having dreams about hangings. Philip sighed. Well, I suppose we'd better just face it. Nice knowing you, Jake. Pity it had to be this way. It was a great try, old man. A great try. Ah, yes. Nothing like going down in a blaze of... Philip stopped dead, his eyes widening. His nose began to twitch. He took a gasp, a larger gasp, as a long-dead reflex came sleepily to life, shook its head, reared back. Philip sneezed. He sneezed for 10 minutes without a pause, until he lay on the floor blue-faced and gasping for air. He caught a hold of Jake, wringing his hand as tears gushed from his eyes. He gave his nose an enormous blow, and headed shakily for the telephone. It was a simple enough principle, he said later to Ellie as she spread mustard on his chest and poured more warm water into his foot bath. The cure itself depended upon it. The agitated antibody reaction. We had the antibody against the virus all right. What we had to find was some kind of antibody against the antibody. He sneezed violently, and poured in nose drops with a happy grin. Will they be able to make it fast enough? Just about fast enough for people to get good and eager to catch cold again, said Philip. There's only one little hitch. Ellie Dawson took the steaks from the grill and set them still sizzling on the dinner table. Hitch? Philip nodded as he chewed the steak with a pretense of enthusiasm. It tasted like slightly damp K-ration. The stuff we've made does a real good job. Just a little too good. He wiped his nose and reached for a fresh tissue. I may be wrong, but I think I've got this cold for keeps, he said sadly. Unless I can find an antibody against the antibody against the antibody. End of The Coffin Cure by Alan Edward Nourse. Recording by James Christopher. jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
Letter of the Law. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniele. Letter of the Law by Alan Edward Nourse. The place was dark and damp, and smelled like moldy leaves. Meyerhoff followed a huge bear-like Altarian guard down the slippery flagstones of the corridor, sniffing the dead, musty air with his taste. He drew his carefully tailored Terran-style jacket closer about his shoulders, shivering as his eyes avoided the black, yawning cell holes they were passing. His foot slipped on the slimy flags from time to time, and finally he paused to wipe the caked mud from his trouser leg. "How much farther is it?" he shouted angrily. The guard waved a heavy paw vaguely into the blackness ahead. Quite suddenly the corridor took a sharp bend, and the Altarian stopped, producing a huge keyring from some obscure fold of his hairy hide. "I still don't see any reason for all the fuss," he grumbled in a wounded tone. "We've treated him like a brother." One of the huge steel doors clicked open. Meyerhoff peered into the blackness, catching a vaguely human outline against the back wall. "Harry?" he called sharply. There was a startled gasp from within, and a skinny, gnarled little man suddenly appeared in the guard's light, like a grotesque, twisted ghost out of the blackness. Wide blue eyes regarded Meyerhoff from beneath uneven black eyebrows, and then the little man's face broke into a crafty grin. "Paul, so they sent you. I knew I could count on it." He executed a deep, awkward bow, motioning Meyerhoff into the dark cubicle. "Not much to offer you," he said slyly, "but it's the best I can do under the circumstances." Meyerhoff scowled and turned abruptly to the guard. "We'll have some privacy now, if you please. Interplanetary ruling. And leave us the light." The guard grumbled and started for the door. "It's about time you showed up," cried the little man in the cell. "Great day. Lucky they sent you, pal. Why, I've been in here for years." "Look, Zegler, the name is Meyerhoff. Am I not your pal?" Meyerhoff snapped. "And you've been here for 2 weeks, 3 days, and approximately 4 hours. You're getting as bad as your gentle cast when it comes to bending the truth around." He peered through the dim light at the gaunt face of the prisoner. Zegler's face was dark with a week's beard, and his bloodshot eyes belied the cocky grin on his lips. His clothes were smeared and sodden, streaked with great splotches of mud and moss. Meyerhoff's face softened a little. "So, Harry Zegler's in a jam again?" he said. "You look as if they treated you like a brother." The little man snorted. "These overgrown teddy bears don't know what brotherhood means, nor humanity either. Bread and water I've been getting, nothing more, and then only if they feel like bringing it down." He sank wearily down on the rock bench along the wall. "I thought you'd never get here. I sent an appeal to the Terran consulate the first day I was arrested. What happened? I mean, all they had to do was get a man over here, get the extradition papers signed, and provide transportation off the planet for me. Why so much time? I've been sitting here rotting." He broke off in mid-sentence and stared at Meyerhoff. "You brought the papers, didn't you? I mean, we can leave now." Meyerhoff stared at the little man with a mixture of pity and disgust. "You are a prize fool," he said finally. "Did you know that?" Zegler's eyes widened. "What do you mean, fool? So I spent a couple of weeks in this pneumonia trap. The deal was worth it. I've got 3 million credits sitting in Terran consulate on Altar the 5th, just waiting for me to walk in and pick them up. 3 million credits, do you hear? That's enough to set me up for life." Meyerhoff nodded grimly. "If you live long enough to walk in and pick them up, that is." "What do you mean, if?" Meyerhoff sank down beside the man. his voice a tense whisper in the musty cell.
I mean that right now you are practically dead. You may not know it, but you are. You walk into a newly opened planet with your smart little bag of tricks. Walk in here with a shaky passport and no permit, with no knowledge of the natives outside the 2 paragraphs of inaccuracies in the Explorer's Guide. And even then you're not content to come in and sell something legitimate? Something the natives might conceivably be able to use? No, nothing so simple for you. You have to put your usual high-pressure stuff. And this time, buddy, you're paying the piper.
You mean I'm not being extradited? Meyerhoff grinned unpleasantly.
I mean precisely that. You've committed a crime here, a major crime. The Altarans are so about it. And the Terran Consulate isn't willing to sell all the trading possibilities here down the river just to get you out of a mess. You're going to stand trial, and these natives are out to get you. Personally, I think they're going to get you.
Zekler stood up shakily. You can't believe anything the natives say, he said uneasily. They are pathological liars. Why? You should see what they are trying to sell me. You've never seen such a pack of liars as these critters. He glanced up at Meyerhoff. They'll probably drop a little fine on me and let me go.
A little fine of 1 Terran neck.
Meyerhoff grinned nastily.
You have committed the most heinous crime these creatures can imagine. And they're going to get you for it, if it's the last thing they do. I'm afraid, my friend, that your command days are over.
Zekler fished in the other man's pocket, extracted a cigarette, and lighted it with trembling fingers. It's bad, then? He said finally.
It's bad, all right.
Some shadow of the sly, elfin grin crept over the little conman's face. Well, at any rate, I'm glad they sent you over, he said weakly. Nothing like a good lawyer to handle a trial.
Lawyer? Not me. Oh no, sorry, but no thanks.
Meyerhoff chuckled.
I'm your advisor, old boy. Nothing else. I'm here to keep you from botching things up still worse for the trading commissions, that's all. I wouldn't get tangled up in a mess with those creatures for anything.
He shook his head.
You're your own lawyer, Mr. Suspense man. It's all your show. And you better get your head out of the sand, or you're going to lose a case like it's never been lost before.
Meyerhoff watched the man's pale face and shook his head. In a way, he thought, it was a pity to see such a change in a rosy-cheeked, dapper, cocksure little man who had talked his way glibly in and out of more gems than Meyerhoff could count. Trading brought scalpers. It was almost inevitable that where rich and unexploited trading ground was uncovered, it would first fall prey to the fast trading boys. They spread out from Terra with the first wave of exploration. The slick, fast-talking conmen who could work new territories unfettered by the legal restrictions that soon closed down the more established planets. The first men in were the richest out, and through some curious quirk of the terrestrial mind, they knew they could count on Terran protection, however crooked and underhand their methods. But occasionally a situation arose where the civilization and social practice of the alien victims made it unwise to tamper with them. Altair I had been recognized at once by the Trading Commission as a commercial prize of tremendous value, but early reports had warned of the danger of wildcat trading on the little musty jungle-like planet with its shaggy three-eyed inhabitants. Warned specifically against the confidence tactics so frequently used, but there was always somebody, Meyerhoff reflected sourly, who just didn't get a word. Zekler puffed nervously on his cigarette, his narrow face a study in troubled concentration. "But I didn't do anything," he exploded finally. "So I pulled an old con game. So what? Why should they get so excited? So I clipped a few thousand credits, pulled a little fast business." He shrugged eloquently, spreading his hands. "Everybody's doing it. They do it to each other without batting an eye. You should see these quitters operate on each other. Why, my little scheme was peanuts by comparison." Meyerhoff pulled a pipe from his pocket and began stuffing the bowl with infinite patience.
"And precisely what sort of con game was it?"
he asked quietly. Zechler shrugged again. "The simplest, tiredest, moldest old racket that ever made a quick nickel. Remember the old Terran gag about the broken bridge? The same thing. Only these quitters didn't want bridges. They wanted land, this gooey, slimy swamp they called farmland. So I gave them what they wanted. I just sold them some land." Meyerhoff nodded fiercely.
"You sure did. 100 square kilos at a swipe. Only you sold the same 100 square kilos to a dozen different natives."
Suddenly he threw back his hand and roared.
"Of all the things you shouldn't have done."
"But what's a chunk of land?" Meyerhoff shook his head hopelessly.
"If you hadn't been so greedy, you'd have found out what a chunk of land was to these natives before you started peddling it. You'd have found out other things about them too. You'd have learned that in spite of all the bumbling and fussing and squabbling they're not so dull. You'd have found out that they're marsupials, and that 2 out of 5 of them get thrown out of the mother's pouch before they're old enough to survive. You'd have realized that they have to start fighting for individual rights almost as soon as they're born. Anything goes as long as it benefits them as individuals."
Meyerhoff grinned at the little man's horrified face.
"Never heard of that, had you? And you never heard of other things too. You've probably never heard that there are just too many Altarians here for the food the planet can supply. And their diet is so finicky that they just can't live on anything that doesn't grow here. And consequently, land is the key factor in their economy, not money. Nothing but land. To get land, it's every man for himself, and the loser starves, and their entire legal and monetary system revolves on that principle. They've built up the most confusing and impossible system of barter and trade imaginable, aimed at individual survival, with land as the value behind the credit. That explains the lying. Of course they're liars. With an economy like that, they've completely missed the concept of truth." "Pathological? You bet they're pathological. Only a fool would tell the truth when his life depends on his being a better liar than the next guy. Lying is a time-honored tradition, with their entire legal system built around it."
Zechler snorted. "But how could they possibly have a legal system? I mean, if they don't recognize the truth when it slaps them in the face?" Meyerhoff shrugged.
"As we understand legal systems, I suppose they don't have one. They have only the haziest idea what truth represents, and they've shrugged off the idea as impossible and useless."
He chuckled maliciously.
"So, you went out and found a chunk of ground in the uplands and sold it to a dozen separate self-centered half-starved natives? Encroachment on a private property is legal grounds for murder on this planet, and 12 of them descended on the same chunk of land at the same time, all armed with title deeds.
My elf sighed.
You've got 12 mad Altarians in your hair. You've got a mad planet in your hair. And in the meantime, Terra's most valuable uranium source in 5 centuries is threatening to cut off supply unless they see your blood splattered liberally all the way from here to the equator.
Zekler was visibly shaken. Look, he said weakly. So I wasn't smart. What am I going to do? I mean, are you going to sit quietly by and let them butcher me? How could I defend myself in a legal step like this? My elf smiled coolly.
You're going to get your sly little cornman brain to working, I think,
he said softly.
By interplanetary rules, they have to give you a trial in terra and lega form. Judge, jury, court procedural, all the folderol. They think it's a big joke. After all, what could a judicial oath mean to them? But they agreed. Only thing is, they are going to hang you if they die trying. So, you better get those stunted little wits of yours clicking, and if you try to implicate me even a little bit, I'll be out of there so fast you won't know what happened.
With that, my elf walked to the door. He jerked it inward sharply and spilled 2 guards over on their faces.
Privacy,
he grunted and started back up the slippery corridor. It certainly looked like a courtroom at any rate. In the front of the long, damp stone room was a bench with a seat behind it and a small straight chair to the right. To the left was a stand with 12 chairs, larger chairs, with a railing running along the front. The rest of the room was filled almost to the door with seats facing the bench. Zekler followed the shaggy-haired guard into the room, nodding approvingly. Not such a bad arrangement, he said. They must have gotten the idea fast. My elf wiped perspiration from his forehead and shot the little conman a stony glance.
At least you've got a courtroom, a judge, and a jury for this mess. Beyond that,
he shrugged eloquently,
I can't make any promises.
In the back of the room a door burst open with a bang. Loud, harsh voices were heard as half a dozen of the huge Altarians attempted to push through the door at once. Zekler clamped on the headset to his translator unit and watched the hubbub in the anteroom with growing alarm. Finally the question of precedence seemed to be settled, and a group of the Altarians filed in order of stature, stalking across the room in flowing black robes, pug-nosed faces glowering with self-importance. They descended upon the jury box, grunting and scrapping with each other for the first row seats, and the judge took his place with obvious satisfaction behind the heavy wooden bench. Finally, the prosecuting attorney appeared, flanked by 2 clerks who took their places beside him. The prosecutor eyed Zekler with cold malevolence, then turned and delivered a sly wink at the judge. In a moment the room was a hubbub as it filled with the huge, bumbling, bear-like creatures, jostling each other and fighting for seats, growling and complaining. 2 small fights broke out in the rear, but were quickly subdued by the group of gendarmes guarding the entrance. Finally the judge glared down at Zekler with all 3 eyes, and pounded the bench top with a wooden mallet until the roar of activity subsided. The jurymen wriggled uncomfortably in their seats, exchanging winks, and finally turned their attention to the front of the court.
We are reading the case of the people of Alta the First,
the judge's voice roared out,
against one Harry Zekler.
He paused for a long, impressing moment.
Terran.
The courtroom immediately burst into an angry growl, until the judge pounded the bench 5 or 6 times more.
This creature is hereby accused of the following crimes,
the judge bellowed.
Conspiracy to overthrow the government of Alta the First, brutal murder of 17 law-abiding citizens of the village of Kazan at the 3rd hour before dawn in the 2nd period of his arrival, Desecration of the temple of our beloved goddess Zermatt, queen of the harvest. Conspiracy with the lesser gods to cause the unprecedented droughts in the Dharmati section of our fair globe. Obscene exposure of his pouch marks in a public square. 4 separate and distinct charge of jailbreak and bribery.
The judge pounded the bench for order.
Espionage with a cursed scum of Alta II in preparation for interplanetary invasion.
The little calm man's jaw sagged lower and lower, the color draining from his face. He turned wide-eyed to Meyerhoff, then back to the judge.
The chairman of the jury,
said the judge succinctly,
will read the verdict.
The little native in the front of the jury box popped up like a puppet on a string. Defendant found guilty on all counts, he said.
Defendant is guilty. The court will pronounce sentence.
Now wait a minute. Zeckler was on his feet, wild-eyed. What kind of railroad job? The judge blinked disappointedly at Paul Meyerhoff.
Not yet,
he asked unhappily.
No?
Meyerhoff's hands twitched nervously.
Not yet, Your Honor. Later, Your Honor. The trial comes first.
The judge looked as if his candy had been stolen.
But you said I should call for the verdict.
Later. You have to have the trial before you can have the verdict.
The Altarian shrugged indifferently.
Now, later,
he muttered.
Have the prosecutor call his first witness,
said Meyerhoff. Zeckler leaned over, his face ashen. These charges, he whispered. They're insane.
Of course they are,
Meyerhoff whispered back. But what am I going to do?
Sit tight. Let them set things up.
But those lies! They are liars, the whole pack of them! He broke off as the prosecutor roared a name. The shaggy brute who took the stand was wearing a bright purple hat which sat rakishly over one ear. He grinned, the Altarian equivalent of a hungry grin, at the prosecutor. Then he cleared his throat and started. "This Terran riffraff?"
The oath,
muttered the judge.
"We've got to have the oath."
The prosecutor nodded, and 4 natives moved forward, carrying huge inscribed marble slabs to the front of the court. One by one the chunks were reverently piled in a heap to the witness' feet. The witness placed a huge hairy paw on the cairn, and the prosecutor said, "Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?" He paused to squint at the paper in his hand, and finished on a puzzled note. "Goddess?" The witness removed the paw from the rock pile long enough to scratch his ear. Then he replaced it and replied, "Of course," in an injured tone. "Then tell this court what you have seen of the activities of this abominable wretch." The witness settled back into the chair, fixing one eye on Zeckler's face, another on the prosecutor, and closing the third as if in meditation. "I think it happened on the 4th night of the 7th crossing of Alta II, may the goddess cast a drought upon it. Or was it the 7th night of the 4th crossing?" He grinned apologetically at the judge. "When I was making my way back through town toward my blessed land plot, minding my own business, Your Honor, after weeks of bargaining for the crop I was harvesting. Suddenly, from the shadow of the building, this creature," he waved a pawn at Zeckler, "stopped me in my tracks with a vicious cry. He had a weapon I had never seen before, and before I could find my voice, he forced me back against the wall. I could see by the cruel glint in his eyes that there was no warmth, no sympathy in his heart, that I was—" "Objection!" Zeckler squealed plaintively, jumping to his feet. "This witness can't even remember what night he's talking about." The judge looked startled. Then he poured feverishly through his bundle of notes.
"Overruled,"
he said abruptly.
"Continue, please."
The witness glowered at Zeckler. "As I was saying before this loutish interruption," he muttered, "I could see that I was face to face with the most desperate of criminal types, even for Terrans. Note the shape of his head, the flabbiness of his ears. I was petrified with fear, and then, helpless as I was, this two-legged abomination began to shower me with threats of evil to my blessed home, dark threats of poisoning my land unless I would tell him where he could find the resting place of our blessed goddess. "I never saw him before in my life," Zekler moaned to Meyerhoff. "Listen to him. Why should I care whether a goddess?" Meyerhoff gave him a stony look.
"The goddess runs things around here. She makes it rain. If it doesn't rain, somebody's insulted her. It's very simple."
"But how can I fight a simony like that?"
"I doubt if you can fight it."
"But they can't prove a word of it."
He looked at the jury, who were listening enraptured to the second witness on the stand. This one was testifying regarding the butcherous slaughter of 18, or was it 23? Oh yes, 23 women and children in the suburban village of Kazan. The pogrom, it seemed, had been accomplished by an energy weapon which ate great gaping holes in the sides of buildings. A third witness took the stand, continuing the drone as the room grew hotter and muggier. Zekler grew paler and paler, his eyes turning glassy as the testimony piled up.
"But it's not true,"
he whispered to Meyerhoff.
"Of course it isn't. Can't you understand? These people have no regard for the truth. It's stupid to them, silly, a mark of low intelligence. The only thing in the world they have any respect for is a liar bigger and more skillful than they are."
Zekler jerked around abruptly as he heard his name bellowed out.
"Does the defendant have anything to say before the jury delivers the verdict?"
"Do I have?" Zekler was across the room in a flash, his pale cheeks suddenly taking on a feverish glow. He sat down gingerly on the witness chair, facing the judge, his eyes bright with fear and excitement.
Your Honor, I have a statement to make, which will have a most important bearing on this case. You must listen with the greatest care."
He glanced quickly at Meyerhoff and back to the judge.
"Your Honor,"
he said in a hushed voice,
"you are in the gravest of danger, all of you. Your lives, your very land is at stake."
The judge blinked and shuffled through his notes hurriedly as a murmur arose in the court.
"Our land?" "Your lives, your land, everything you hold dear,"
Zekler said quickly, licking his lips nervously.
"You must try to understand me."
He glanced apprehensively over his shoulder.
"Now, because I may not live long enough to repeat what I am going to tell you."
The murmur quieted down, all ears straining in their headset to hear his words.
"These charges,"
he continued,
"all of them, they're perfectly true. At least, they seem to be perfectly true. But in every instance, I was working with heart and soul, risking my life for the welfare of your beautiful planet."
There was a loud hiss from the back of the court. Zekler frowned and rubbed his hands together.
"It was my misfortune," he said, "to go to the wrong planet when I first came to Altair from my homeland on Terra. I landed on Altair II. A grave mistake, but as it turned out, a very fortunate error. Because, in attempting to arrange trading in that frightful place, I made certain contacts."
His voice trembled and sank lower.
"I learned the horrible thing which is about to happen to this planet at the hands of those barbarians. The conspiracy is theirs, not mine. They have bribed your goddess, flattered her and lied to her, coerced her all-powerful goodness to their own evil interests, preparing for the day when they could persuade her to cast your land into the fiery furnace of 10-year drought."
Somebody in the middle of the court burst out laughing. One by one the natives nudged one another, and booed and guffawed until the rising tide of the racket drowned out Zekler's word. "The defendant is obviously lying," roared the prosecutor over the pandemonium. Any fool knows that the goddess can't be bribed. How could she be a goddess if she could? Zecler grew paler. But perhaps they were very clever. And how could they flatter her when she knows beyond doubt that she is the most exquisitely radiant creature in the universe, and you dare to insult her, drag her name in the dirt? The hisses grew louder, more belligerent. Cries of "Butcher him!" and "Scold his bowels!" rose from the courtroom. The judge begged for silence, his eyes angry.
Unless the defendant wishes to take up more of our precious time with these ridiculous lies, the jury—
Wait, Your Honor! I request a short recess before I present my final plea.
Recess?
A few moments to collect my thoughts, to arrange my case. The judge settled back with a disgusted snarl.
Do I have to?
He asked Meyerhoff. Meyerhoff nodded. The judge shrugged, pointing over his shoulder to the anteroom.
You can go in there,
he said. Somehow, Zecler managed to stumble from the witness stand amid riotous boos and hisses and tottered into the anteroom. Zecler puffed hungrily on a cigarette and looked up at Meyerhoff with haunted eyes. It doesn't look so good, he muttered. Meyerhoff's eyes were worried too. For some reason he felt a surge of pity and admiration for the haggard conman.
It's worse than I'd anticipated,
he admitted glumly.
That was a good try, but you just don't know enough about them and their goddess.
He sat down wearily.
I don't see what you can do. They want your blood, and they're going to have it. They just won't believe you, no matter how big a lie you tell.
Zecler sat in silence for a moment. This lying business, he said finally. Exactly. How does it work?
The biggest, most convincing liar wins. It's as simple as that. It doesn't matter how outlandish a whooper you tell. Unless, of course, they've made up their minds that you just naturally aren't as big a liar as they are. And it looks like that's just what they've done. It wouldn't make any difference to them what you say, unless somehow you could make them believe it.
Zecler frowned. And how do they regard the biggest liar? I mean, how do they feel toward him? Meyerhoff shifted uneasily.
It's hard to say. It's been my experience that they respect him highly. Maybe even fear him a little. After all, the most convincing liar always wins in any transaction. So, he gets more land, more food, more power. Yes, I think the biggest liar could go where he pleased without any interference.
Zecler was on his feet, his eyes suddenly bright with excitement. Wait a minute, he said tensely. To tell them a lie that they'd have to believe, a lie they simply couldn't help but believe. He turned on Meyerhoff, his hands trembling. Do they think the way we do? I mean, with logic, cause and effect, examining evidence and drawing conclusions? Even certain evidence, would they have to draw the same conclusions that we have to draw? Meyerhoff blinked.
Well, yes. Oh yes, they're perfectly logical.
Zecler's eyes flashed and a huge grin broke out on his sallow face. His thin body fairly shook. He started hopping up and down on one foot, staring idiotically into space. If I could only think, he muttered. Somebody, somewhere, something I read.
Whatever are you talking about?
It was Greek, I think. Meyerhoff stared at him.
Oh, come now. Have you gone off your rocker completely? You have got a problem on your hands, man.
No, I've got a problem in the bag.
Zechler's cheeks flushed.
Let's go back in there. I think I've got an answer.
The courtroom quieted the moment they opened the door, and the judge banged the gavel for silence. As soon as Zechler had taken his seat on the witness stand, the judge turned to the head juryman.
Now then,
he said with happy finality,
the jury... Hold on, just 1 minute more.
The judge stared down at Zechler as if he were a bug on a rock.
Oh yes, you had something else to say. Well, go ahead and say it.
Zechler looked sharply around the hushed room.
You want to convict me?
He said softly.
In the worst sort of way, isn't that right?
Eyes swung toward him. The judge broke into a nervous grin.
That's right. But you can't really convict me until you've considered carefully any statement I make in my own defense. Isn't that right?
The judge looked uncomfortable.
If you got something to say, go ahead and say it. I've got just one statement to make, short and sweet. But you better listen to it and think out carefully before you decide that you really want to convict me.
He paused and glanced slyly at the judge.
You don't think much of those who tell the truth, it seems. Well, put this statement in your record then.
His voice was loud and clear in the still room.
All Earthmen are absolutely incapable of telling the truth.
Puzzled frowns appeared on the jury's face. 1 or 2 exchanged startled glances, and the room was still as death. The judge stared at him, and then at Meyerhoff, then back.
But you...
he stammered.
You're...
He stopped in mid-sentence, his jaw sagging. One of the jurymen let out a little squeak and fainted dead away. It took, all in all, about 10 seconds for the statement to soak in. And then pandemonium broke loose in the courtroom.
Really?
Said Harry Zechler loftily.
It was so obvious, I'm amazed that it didn't occur to me first thing.
He settled himself down comfortably in the control cabin of the interplanetary rocket and grinned at the outline of Altair IV looming larger in the viewscreen. Paul Meyerhoff stared stonily at the controls, his lips compressed angrily.
You might at least have told me what you were planning.
And take the chance of being overheard? Don't be silly. It had to come as a bombshell. I had to establish myself as a liar, the prize liar of them all. But I had to tell the sort of lie that they simply could not cope with, something that would throw them into such utter confusion that they wouldn't dare convict me.
He grinned impishly at Meyerhoff.
This paradox of Epimenides the Cretan, it really stopped them cold. They knew I was an Earthman, which meant that my statement that Earthmen were liars was a lie, which meant that maybe I wasn't a liar, in which case, oh, it was tailor-made.
It sure was.
Meyerhoff's voice was a snarl.
Well, it made me out a liar in a class they couldn't approach, didn't it?
Meyerhoff's face was purple with anger.
Oh, indeed it did. And it put all Earthmen in exactly the same class too.
So, what's honor among thieves? I got off, didn't I?
Meyerhoff turned on him fiercely.
Oh, you got off just fine. You scared the living daylights out of them. And in an eon of lying they've never have run up against a short circuit like that. You've also completely botched any hope of ever setting up a trade alliance with Altair I, and that includes uranium too. Smart people don't gamble with loaded dice. You scared them so badly they don't want anything to do with us?
Zechler's grin broadened, and he leaned back luxuriously. Ah, well, after all, the trading alliance was your outlook, wasn't it? What a pity. He clucked his tongue soundly. Me? I've got a fortune in credit sitting back at the consulate waiting for me. Enough to keep me on silk for quite a while. I might say, I think I'll just take a nice long vacation. Meyerhoff turned to him, and a twinkle of malignant glee appeared in his eyes.
Yes, I think you will. I'm quite sure of it, in fact. Won't cost you a cent either.
Eh? Meyerhoff grinned unpleasantly. He brushed an imaginary lint fleck from his lapel and looked up at Zechler slyly.
That, jury trial? The Altarians weren't any too happy to oblige. They wanted to execute you outright. Thought the trial was awfully silly, until they got their money back, of course. Not too much, just 3 million credits.
Zechler went white. But that money was in banking custody.
Is that right, my goodness? You don't suppose they could have lost those papers, do you?
Meyerhoff grinned at the little conman.
And, incidentally, you're under arrest, you know.
A choking sound came from Zechler's throat. Arrest?
Oh, yes. Didn't I tell you? Conspiring to undermine the authority of the Terran Trading Commission. Serious charge, you know. Yes, I think we'll take a nice long vacation together, straight back to Terra. And there, I think you'll face a jury trial.
Zechler spluttered. There's no evidence. You've got nothing on me. What kind of frame are you trying to pull?
A lovely frame. Airtight. A frame from the bottom up, and you're right square in the middle. And this time,
Meyerhoff tapped a cigarette on his thumb with happy finality.
This time I don't think you'll get off.
End of Letter of the Law by Alan Edward Nourse. Recording by Daniele. October 2008.
The link. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jerry Dixon. The link by Alan Edward Nourse. It was nearly sundown when Rovden eased the ship down into the last slow arc toward the Earth's surface. Stretching his arms and legs, he tried to relax and ease the tension in his tired muscles. Carefully, he tightened the seatbelt for landing. Below him, he could see the vast tangled expanse of jungle land spreading out to the horizon. Miles ahead was the bright circle of the landing field and the sparkling glow of the city beyond. Rovden peered to the north of the city, hoping to catch a glimpse of the concert before his ship was swallowed by the brilliant landing lights. A bell chimed softly in his ear. Rovden forced his attention back to the landing operation. He was still numb and shaken from the warp passage, his mind still muddled by the abrupt and incredible change. Moments before, the sky had been a vast starry blanket of black velvet. Then abruptly he had been hovering over the city, sliding down toward warm friendly lights and music. He checked the proper switches and felt the throbbing purr of the anti-grav motors as the ship slid in toward the landing slot. Tall spires of other ships rose to meet him, circle upon circle of silver needles pointing skyward. A little later they were blotted out as the ship was grappled into the berth from which it had risen days before. With a sigh, Rovden eased himself out of the seat, his heart pounding with excitement. Perhaps, he thought, he was too excited, too eager to be home, for his mind was still reeling from the fearful discovery of his journey. The station was completely empty as Rovden walked down the ramp to the shuttles. At the desk he checked in with the shiny punch card robot, and walked swiftly across the polished floor. The wall panels pulsed a somber blue-green, broken sharply by brilliant flashes and overtones of scarlet, reflecting with subtle accuracy the tumult in his own mind. Not a sound was in the air, not a whisper nor sign of human habitation. Vaguely, uneasiness grew in his mind as he entered the shuttle station. Suddenly, the music caught him, a long, low chord of indescribable beauty, rising and falling in the wind, a distant whisper of life. The concert, of course. Everyone would be at the concert tonight, and even from 2 miles away, the beauty of 400 perfectly harmonized voices was carried on the breeze. Robden's uneasiness disappeared. He was eager to discharge his horrible news, get it off his mind, and join the others in the great amphitheater set deep in the hillside outside the city. But he knew instinctively that Lord Neman, anticipating his return, would not be at the concert. Riding the shuttle over the edges of Jungle Land toward the shining bright beauty of the city, Robden settled back, trying to clear his mind of the shock and horror he had encountered on his journey. The curves and spires of glowing plastic passed him, lighted with a million hues. He realized that his whole life was entangled in the very beauty of this wonderful city. Everything he had ever hoped or dreamed lay sheltered here in the ever-changing rhythm of colors and shapes and sounds. And now he knew he would soon see his beloved city burning once again, turning to flames and ashes in a heartbreaking memorial to the age-old fear of his people. The little shuttle car settled down softly on the green terrace near the center of the city. The building was a masterpiece of smoothly curving walls and tasteful lines, opening a full side to the south to catch the soft sunlight and warm breezes. Robden strode across the deep carpeting of the terrace. There was other music here, different music, a wilder, more intimate fantasy of whirling sound. An oval door opened for him, and he stopped short, staggered for a moment by the overpowering beauty in the vaulted room. A girl with red hair the color of new flame was dancing with enthralling beauty and abandon, her body moving like ripples of wind to the music, which filled the room with its throbbing cry. Her beauty was exquisite, every motion, every flowing turn a symphony of flawless perfection, as she danced to the wild music. "Lord Neman!" The dancer threw her head back sharply, eyes wide, her body frozen in midair, and then abruptly she was gone, leaving only the barest flickering image of her fiery hair. The music slowed, singing softly, and Ravden could see the old man waiting in the room. Neman rose, his gaunt face and graying hair belying the youthful movement of his body. Smiling, he came forward, clapped Ravden on the shoulder, and took his hand warmly. "You're too late for the concert. It's a shame. Mishana is the master tonight, and the whole city is there." Robden's throat tightened as he tried to smile. "I had to let you know," he said. "They're coming, Neman. I saw them hours ago." The last overtones of the music broke abruptly, like a glass shattered on stone. The room was deathly still. Lord Neman searched the young man's face. Then he turned away, not quite concealing the sadness and pain in his eyes. "You're certain? You couldn't be mistaken?" "No chance. I found signs of their passing in a dozen places. Then I saw them, their whole fleet. There were hundreds. They're coming. I saw them." "Did they see you?" Neman's voice was sharp. No, the warp is a wonderful thing. With it I could come and go in the twinkling of an eye. But I could see them in the twinkling of an eye." "And it couldn't have been anyone else? Could anyone else build ships like the hunters?" Neman sighed wearily. "No one that we know." He glanced up at the young man. "Sit down, son, sit down. I'll just have to rearrange my thinking a little. Where were they? How far?" 7 light years, Robden said. "Can you imagine it? Just 7 and moving straight this way. They know where we are, and they are coming quickly." His eyes filled with fear. "They couldn't have found us so soon, unless they too have discovered the warp and how to use it to travel." The older man's breath cut off sharply, and there was real alarm in his eyes. "You're right," he said softly. 6 months ago it was 800 light years away, in an area completely remote from us. Now just 7. In 6 months they have come so close. The scout looked up at Neman in desperation. But what can we do? We have only weeks, maybe days before they're here. We have no time to plan, no time to prepare for them. What can we do? The room was silent. Finally, the aged leader stood up wearily, some fraction of his 600 years of life showing in his face for the first time in centuries. We can do once again what we always have done before when the hunters came, he said sadly. We can run away. The bright street below the oval window was empty and quiet. Not a breath of air stirred in the city. Ravden stared out in bitter silence. Yes, we can run away, just as we always have before. After we've worked so hard, accomplished so much here, we must burn the city and flee again. His voice trailed off to silence. He stared at Neman, seeking in the old man's face some answer, some reassurance. But he found no answer there, only sadness. Think of the concerts. It's taken so long, but at last we've come so close to the ultimate goal. He gestured toward the thought-sensitive sounding boards lining the walls, the panels which had made the dancer illusion possible. Think of the beauty and peace we've found here. I know, how well I know. Yet now the hunters come again, and again we must run away. Ravden stared at the old man, his eyes suddenly bright. Neman, when I saw those ships, I began thinking. I've spent many years thinking, my son. Not what I've been thinking. Ravden sat down, clasping his hands in excitement. The hunters come and we run away, Neman. Think about that for a moment. We run and we run and we run. From what? We run from the hunters. They're hunting us, these hunters. They've never quite found us because we've always already run. We're clever, we're fortunate, and we have a way of life that they do not. So whenever they have come close to finding us, we have run. Neman nodded slowly. For thousands of years. Ravden's eyes were bright. Yes, we flee, we cringe, we hide under stones, we break up our lives and uproot our families, running like frightened animals in the shadows of night and secrecy. He gulped a breath and his eyes sought Neman's angrily. Why do we run, my lord? Neman's eyes widened. Because we have no choice, he said. We must run or be killed. You know that. You've seen the records. You've been taught. Oh yes, I know what I've been taught. I've been taught that aeons ago our remote ancestors fought the hunters, and lost and fled and were pursued. But why do we keep running? Time after time we've been cornered, and we've turned and fled. Why? Even animals know that when they're cornered, they must turn and fight. We are not animals. Neman's voice cut the air like a whiplash. But we could fight. Animals fight. We do not. We fought once like animals, and now we must run from the hunters who continue to fight like animals. So be it. Let the hunters fight. Ravden shook his head. Do you mean that the hunters are not men like us? He said. That's what you're saying, that they are animals. All right. We kill animals for our food. Isn't that true? We kill the tiger beast in the jungle to protect ourselves. Why not kill the hunters to protect ourselves? Neman sighed and reached out a hand to the young man. I'm sorry, he said gently. It seems logical, but it's false logic. The hunters are men, just like you and me. Their lives are different, their culture is different, but they are men. And human life is sacred to us above all else. This is the fundamental basis of our very existence. Without it, we would be hunters too. If we fight, we are dead even if we live. That's why we must run away now and always, because we know that we must not kill men. On the street below, the night air was suddenly full of voices, chattering, intermingled with whispers of song and occasional brief harmonic flutterings. The footfalls were muted on the polished pavement as the people passed slowly, their voices carrying a hint of puzzled uneasiness. The concert's over! Ravden walked to the window, feeling a chill pass through him. So soon. I wonder why. Eagerly he searched the faces passing in the street for Dana's face, sensing the lurking discord in the quiet talk of the crowd. Suddenly the soundboards in the room tinkled a carillon of ruby tones in his ear, and she was in the room, rushing into his arms with a happy cry, pressing her soft cheek to his rough chin. You're back! Oh, I'm so glad, so very glad. She turned to the old man. Nemen, what has happened? The concert was ruined tonight. There was something in the air. Everybody felt it. For some reason the people seemed afraid. Ravden turned away from his bride. Tell her, he said to the old man. Dana looked at them, her grey eyes widening in horror. The hunters? They found us? Ravden nodded wordlessly. Her hands trembled as she sat down, and there were tears in her eyes. We came so close tonight, so very close. I felt the music before it was sung. Do you realize that? I felt the fear around me, even though no one said a word. It wasn't vague or fuzzy, it was clear. The transference was perfect. She turned to face the old man. It's taken so long to come this far, Nemen. So much work, so much training to reach a perfect communal concert. We've had only 200 years here, only 200. I was just a little girl when we came. I can't even remember before that. Before we came here, we were undisturbed for 1,000 years, and before that, 4,000. But 200, we can't leave now. Not when we've come so far. Ravden nodded. That's the trouble. They come closer every time. This time they will catch us, or the next time, or the next, and that will be the end of everything for us, unless we fight them. He paused, watching the last groups dispersing on the street below. If we only knew for certain what we were running from. There was a startled silence. The girl's breath came in a gasp, and her eyes widened as his words sank home. Ravden, she said softly, have you ever seen a hunter? Ravden stared at her and felt a chill of excitement. Music burst from the sounding board, odd, wild music, suddenly hopeful. No, he said. No, of course not. You know that. The girl rose from her seat. Nor have I. Never. Not once. She turned to Lord Nemen. Have you? Never. The old man's voice was harsh. Has anyone ever seen a hunter? Ravden's hands trembled. I don't know. None of us living now know. It's been too long since they last actually found us. I've read, I can't remember. I think my grandfather saw them, or my great-grandfather, somewhere back there. It's been thousands of years. Yet we've been tearing ourselves up by the roots, fleeing from planet to planet, running and dying and still running. But suppose we don't need to run anymore. He stared at her. They keep coming. They keep searching for us. What more proof do you need? Dana's face glowed with excitement, alive with new vitality, new hope. Ravden, can't you see? They might have changed. They might not be the same. Things can happen. Look at us, how we've grown since the wars with the hunters. Think how our philosophy and culture have matured. Oh, Ravden, you are to be a master at a concert next month. Think how the concerts have changed. Even my grandmother can remember when the concerts were just a few performers playing and everyone else just sitting and listening. Can you imagine anything more silly? They hadn't even thought of transference then. They never dreamed what a real concert could be. Why, those people had never begun to understand music until they themselves became a part of it. Even we can see these changes. Why couldn't the hunters have grown and changed just as we have? Nemen's voice broke in, almost harshly, as he faced the excited pair. The hunters don't have concerts, he said grimly. You're deluding yourself, Dana. They laugh at our music. They scoff at our arts and twist them into obscene mockeries. They have no concept of beauty in their language. The hunters are incapable of change. And can you be certain of that when nobody has seen them for thousands of years? Nemen met her steady eyes, read the strength and determination there. He knew despairingly what she was thinking, that he was old, that he couldn't understand, that his mind was channeled now beyond the approach of wisdom. You mustn't think what you're thinking, he said weakly. You'd be blind. You wouldn't know. You couldn't have any idea what you would find. If you tried to contact them, you could be lost completely, tortured, killed. If they haven't changed, you wouldn't stand a chance. You'd never come back, Dana. But she's still right all the same, Ravden said softly. You're wrong, my lord. We can't continue this way if we're to survive. Sometime our people must contact them, find the link that was once between us, and force it strong again. We could do it, Dana and I. I could forbid you to go. Dana looked at her husband, and her eyes were proud. "You could forbid us," she said, facing the old man, "but you could never stop us." At the edge of the jungle land, a great beast stood with green gleaming eyes, licking his fanged jaws as he watched the glowing city, sensing somehow that the mystifying circle of light and motion was soon to become his jungle land again. In the city, the turmoil bubbled over as wave after wave of the people made the short safari across the intervening jungle to the circles of their ships. Husbands, wives, fathers, mothers, all carried their small, frail remembrances out to the ships. There was music among them still, but it was a different sort of music now, an eerie, hopeless music that drifted out of the city in the wind. It caused all but the bravest of the beasts, their hair prickling on their backs, to run in panic through the jungle darkness. It was a melancholy music, carried from thought to thought, from voice to voice, as the people of the city wearily prepared themselves once again for the long journey. To run away, in the darkness of secrecy, to be gone, without a trace, without symbol or vestige of their presence, leaving only the scorched circle of land for the jungle to reclaim, so that no eyes, not even the sharpest, would ever know how long they had stayed, nor where they might have gone. In the rounded room of his house, Lord Neman dispatched the last of his belongings, a few remembrances, nothing more, because the space on the ships must take people, not remembrances, and he knew that the remembrances would bring only pain. All day Neman had supervised the loading, the intricate preparation, following plans laid down millennia before. He saw the libraries and records transported, mile upon endless mile of microfilm, carted to the ships prepared to carry them, stored until a new resting place was found. The history of a people was recorded on that film, a people once proud and strong, now equally proud, but dwindling in numbers as toll for the constant roving. A proud people, yet a people who would turn and run without thought, in a panic of age-old fear. They had to run, Neman knew, if they were to survive. And with a blaze of anger in his heart, he almost hated the two young people waiting here with him for the last ship to be filled, for these two would not go. It had been a long and painful night. He had pleaded and begged, tried to persuade them that there was no hope, that the very idea of remaining behind or trying to contact the hunters was insane. Yet he knew they were sane, perhaps unwise, naive, but their decision had been reached, and they would not be shaken. The day was almost gone as the last ships began to fill. Neman turned to Ravdan and Dana, his face lined and tired. "You'll have to go soon," he said. "The city will be burned, of course, as always. You'll be left with food and with weapons against the jungle. The hunters will know that we've been here, but they'll know when nor where we have gone." He paused. "It will be up to you to see that they don't learn." Dana shook her head. "We'll tell them nothing unless it's safe for them to know." "They'll question you, even torture you." She smiled calmly. "Perhaps they won't, but as a last resort, we can blank out." Neman's face went white. "You know there is no coming back once you do that. You would never regain your memory. You must save it for a last resort." Down below on the street, the last groups of people were passing. The last sweet, eerie tones of the concert were rising in the gathering twilight. Soon the last families would have taken their refuge in the ships, waiting for Neman to trigger the fire bombs to ignite the beautiful city after the ships started on their voyage. The concerts were over. There would be long years of aimless wandering before another home could be found, another planet safe from the hunters and their ships. Even then it would be more years before the concerts could again rise from their hearts and throats and minds, generations before they could begin work again toward the climactic expression of their heritage. Ravdan felt the desolation in the people's minds, saw the utter hopelessness in the old man's face, and suddenly felt the pressure of despair. It was such a slender hope, so frail and so dangerous. He knew of the terrible fight, the war of his people against the hunters, so many thousand years before. They had risen together, a common people, their home a single planet, and then the gradual splitting of the nations, his own people living in peace, seeking the growth and beauty of the arts, despising the bitterness and barrenness of hatred and killing, and the hunters, under an iron hill of militarism, of government for the perpetuation of government, split farther and farther from them. It was an ever-widening split as the hunters sneered and ridiculed, and then grew to hate Rabden's people for all the things the hunters were losing: peace, love, happiness. Rabden knew of his people's slowly dawning awareness of the sanctity of life, shattered abruptly by the horrible wars, and then the centuries of fear and flight, hiding from the wrath of the hunter's vengeance. His people had learned much in those long years. They had conquered disease. They had grown in strength as they dwindled in numbers. But now the end could be seen, crystal clear. The end of his people in a ghastly grave. Nemon's voice broke the silence. "If you must stay behind, then go now. The city will burn an hour after the countdown." "We will be safe outside the city." Dana gripped her husband's hand, trying to transmit to him some part of her strength and confidence. "Wish us the best, Nemon. If a link can be forged, we will forge it." "I wish you the best in everything." There were tears in the old man's eyes as he turned and left the room. They stood in the jungle land, listening to the scurry of frightened animals, and shivering in the cool night air as the bright sparks of the ship's exhaust faded into the black, starry sky. A man and a woman alone, speechless, watching, staring with awful longing into the skies as the bright rocket jets dwindled to specks and flickered out. The city burned. Purple spumes of flame shot high into the air, throwing a ghastly light on the frightened jungle land. Spires of flame seemed to be seeking the stars with their fingers as the plastic walls and streets of the city hissed and shriveled, blackening, bubbling into a vanishing memory before their eyes. The flames shot high, carrying with them the last remnants of the city which had stood proud and tall an hour before. Then a silence fell, deathly, like the lifeless silence of a grave. Out of the silence, little whispering sounds of the jungle land crept to their ears, first frightened, then curious, then bolder and bolder as the wisp of grass and little animals ventured out and out toward the clearing where the city had stood. Bit by bit, the jungle land gathered courage, and the clearing slowly, silently, began to disappear. Days later, new sparks of light appeared in the black sky. They grew to larger specks, then to flares, and finally settled to the earth as powerful flaming jets. They were squat, misshapen vessels, circling down like vultures, hissing, screeching, landing with a grinding crash in the tall thicket near the place where the city had stood. Ravden's signal had guided them in, and hunters had seen them, standing on a hilltop above the demolished amphitheater. Men had come out of the ships, large men with cold faces and dull eyes, weapons strapped to their trim uniforms. The hunters had blinked at them, unbelieving, with their weapons held at ready. Ravden and Dana were seized and led to the flagship. As they approached it, their hearts sank, and they clasped hands to bolster their failing hope. The leader of the hunters looked up from his desk as they were thrust into his cabin. Frankel's face was a graven mask as he searched their faces dispassionately. The captives were pale and seemed to cringe from the pale interrogation light. "Chickens," the hunter snorted. "We have been hunting down chickens." His eyes turned to one of the guards. "They have been searched?" "Of course, master." "And questioned?" The guard frowned. "Yes, sir, but their language is almost unintelligible." "You've studied the basic tongues, haven't you?" Frankel's voice was as cold as his eyes. "Of course, sir, but this is so different." Frankel stared in contempt at the fair-skinned captives, fixing his eyes on them for a long moment. Finally he said, "Well?" Ravden glanced briefly at Dana's white face. His voice seemed weak and high-pitched in comparison to the hunter's baritone. "You are the leader of the hunters?" Frankel regarded him sourly, without replying. His thin face was swarthy, his short-cut gray hair matching the cold gray of his eyes. It was an odd face, completely blank of any thought or emotion, yet capable of shifting to a strange biting slyness in the briefest instant. It was a rich face, a face of inscrutable depth. He pushed his chair back, his eyes watchful. "We know your people were here," he said suddenly. "Now they've gone, and yet you remain behind. There must be a reason for such rashness. Are you sick? Crippled?" Ravden shook his head. "We are not sick. Then criminals, perhaps, being punished for rebellious plots? We are not criminals. The hunter's fist crashed on the desk. Then why are you here? Why? Are you going to tell me now, or do you propose to waste a few hours of my time first? There is no mystery, Robin said softly. We stayed behind to plead for peace. For peace? Frankel stared in disbelief. Then he shrugged, his face tired. I might have known. Peace. Where have your people gone? Rabden met him eye for eye. I can't say. The hunter laughed. Let's be precise. You don't choose to say just now. But perhaps very soon you will wish with all your heart to tell me. Dana's voice was sharp. We're telling you the truth. We want peace, nothing more. This constant hunting and running is senseless, exhausting to both of us. We want to make peace with you, to bring our people together again. Frankel snorted. You came to us in war once long ago. Now you want peace. What would you do, clasp us to your bosom, smother us in your idiotic music? Or have you gone on to greater things? Rabden's face flushed hotly. Much greater things, he snapped. Frankel sat down slowly. No doubt, he said. Now understand me clearly. Very soon you will be killed. How quickly or slowly you die will depend largely upon the civility of your tongues. A civil tongue answers questions with the right answers. That is my definition of a civil tongue. He sat back coldly. Now, shall we commence asking questions? Dana stepped forward suddenly, her cheeks flushed. We don't have the words to express ourselves, she said softly. We can't tell you in words what we have to say, but music is a language even you can understand. We can tell you what we want in music. Frankel scowled. He knew about the magic of this music. He had heard of the witchcraft these weak chicken people could weave, of their strange magic power to steal strong men's minds from them and make them like children before wolves. But he had never heard this music with his own ears. He looked at them, his eyes strangely bright. You know I cannot listen to your music. It is forbidden. Even you should know that. How dare you propose? But this is different music. Dana's eyes widened, and she threw an excited glance at her husband. Our music is beautiful, wonderful to hear. If you could only hear it. Never, the man hesitated. Your music is forbidden, poisonous. Her smile was like a sweet wine, a smile that worked into the hunter's mind like a gentle, lazy drug. But who is to permit or forbid? After all, you are the leader here, and forbidden pleasures are all the sweeter. Frankel's eyes were on hers, fascinated. Slowly, with a graceful movement, she drew the gleaming, thought-sensitive stone from her clothing. It glowed in the room with a pearly luminescence, and she saw the man's eyes turning to it, drawn as if by magic. Then he looked away, and a cruel smile curled his lips. He motioned toward the stone. All right, he said mockingly. Do your worst. Show me your precious music. Like a tinkle of glass breaking in a well, the stone flashed its fiery light in the room. Little swirls of music seemed to swell from it, blossoming in the silence. Frankel tensed, a chill running up his spine, his eyes drawn back to the gleaming jewel. Suddenly, the music filled the room, rising sweetly like an overpowering wave, filling his mind with strange and wonderful images. The stone shimmered and changed, taking the form of dancing clouds of light, swirling with the music as it rose. Frankel felt his mind groping toward the music, trying desperately to reach into the heart of it, to become part of it. Ravden and Dana stood there, trance-like, staring transfixed at the gleaming center of light, forcing their joined minds to create the crashing, majestic chords, as the song lifted from the depths of oblivion to the heights of glory in the old, old song of their people. A song of majesty, and strength, and dignity, a song of love, of aspiration, a song of achievement, a song of peoples driven by ancient fears across the eons of space, seeking only peace, even peace with those who drove them. Frankel heard the music, and could not comprehend, for his mind could not grasp the meaning, the true overtones of those glorious chords, but he felt the strangeness in the pangs of fear which groped through his mind, cringing from the wonderful strains, dazzled by the dancing light. He stared wide-eyed and trembling at the couple across the room. and for an instant it seemed that he was stripped naked. For a fleeting moment, the authority was gone from his face. Gone too was the cruelty, the avarice, the sardonic mockery. For the briefest moment, his cold gray eyes grew incredibly tender with a sudden ancient, long-forgotten longing, crying at last to be heard. And then, with a scream of rage, he was stumbling into the midst of the light, lashing out wildly at the heart of its shimmering brilliance. His huge hand caught the hypnotic stone and swept it into crashing, ear-splitting cacophony against the cold steel bulkhead. He stood rigid, his whole body shaking, eyes blazing with fear and anger and hatred as he turned on Ravden and Dana. His voice was a raging storm of bitterness, drowning out the dying strains of the music. "Spies! You thought you could steal my mind away, make me forget my duty, and listen to your rotten, poisonous noise. Well, you failed. Do you hear? I didn't hear it. I didn't listen. I didn't. I'll hunt you down as my fathers hunted you down. I'll bring my people their vengeance and glory, and your foul music will be dead." He turned to the guards wildly, his hands still trembling. "Take them out. Whip them. Burn them. Do anything. But find out where their people have gone. Find out. Music. We'll take the music out of them once and for all." The Inquisition had been horrible. Their minds had no concept of such horror, such relentless racking pain. The blazing lights, the questions screaming in their ears, Frankel's vicious eyes burning in frustration, and their own screams, rising with each question they would not answer until their throats were scorched and they could no longer scream. Finally they reached the limit they could endure, and muttered together the hoarse words that could deliver them. Not words that Frankel could hear, but words to bring deliverance, to blank out their minds like a wet sponge over slate. The hypnotic key clicked into the lock of their minds. Their screams died in their brains. Frankel stared at them and knew instantly what they had done, a technique of memory obliteration known and dreaded for so many thousands of years that history could not remember. As his captives stood mindless before him, he let out one hoarse, agonized scream of frustration and defeat. But strangely enough, he did not kill them. He left them on a cold stone ledge, blinking dumbly at each other as the ships of his fleet rose one by one and vanished like fireflies in the dark night sky. Naked, they sat alone on the planet of Jungle Land. They knew no words, no music, nothing, and they did not even know that in the departing ships a seed had been planted, for Frankel had heard the music. He had grasped the beauty of his enemies for that brief instant, and in that instant they had become less his enemies. A tiny seed of doubt had been planted. The seed would grow. The two sat dumbly, shivering. Far in the distance a beast roared against the heavy night, and a light rain began to fall. They sat naked, the rain soaking their skin and hair. Then one of them grunted, and moved into the dry darkness of the cave. Deep within him some instinct spoke, warning him to fear the roar of the animal. Blinking dully, the woman crept into the cave after him. 3 thoughts alone filled their empty minds. Not thoughts of Nemen and his people. To them, Nemen had never existed, forgotten as completely as if he had never been. No thoughts of the hunters either, nor of their unheard-of mercy in leaving them their lives, lives of memoryless oblivion, like animals in this green jungle land, but lives nonetheless. Only 3 thoughts filled their minds. It was raining. They were hungry. The saber-tooth was prowling tonight. They never knew that the link had been forged. End of The Link by Alan Edward Nourse. Recording by Jerry Dixon, Zephyr Hills, Florida.
Meeting of the Board. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Snow. Meeting of the Board by Alan E. Nourse. It was going to be a bad day. As he pushed his way nervously through the crowds toward the exit strip, Walter Town turned the dismal prospect over and over in his mind. The potential gloominess of this particular day had descended upon him the instant the morning buzzer had gone off, making it even more tempting than usual just to roll over and forget about it all. 20 minutes later, the water douse came to drag him, drenched and gurgling, back to the cruel, cold world. He had wolfed down his morning coffee cup with one eye on the clock and one eye on his growing sense of impending crisis. And now, to make things just a trifle worse, he was going to be late again. He struggled doggedly across the rumbling exit strip toward the plant entrance. After all, he told himself, why should he be so upset? He was vice president in charge of production of the Roebling Titanium Corporation. What could they do to him, really? He had rehearsed his part many times, squaring his thin shoulders, looking the union boss straight in the eye and saying, "Now see here, Torkelson." But he knew, when the showdown came, that he wouldn't say any such thing. And this was the morning that the showdown would come. Oh, not because of the lateness. Of course Bailey, the shop steward, would take his usual delight in bringing that up. But this seemed hardly worthy of concern this morning. The reports waiting on his desk were what worried him. The sales reports, the promotion draw reports, the royalty reports, the anticipated dividend reports. Walter shook his head wearily. The shop steward was a goad, annoying, perhaps even infuriating, but tolerable. Torkelson was a different matter. He pulled his worn overcoat down over frayed shirt sleeves, and tried vainly to straighten the celluloid collar that kept scooting his tie up under his ear. Once off the moving strip, he started up the Roebling corridor toward the plant gate. Perhaps he would be fortunate. Maybe the reports would be late. Maybe his secretary's 2 neurons would fail to synapse this morning, and she'd lose them altogether. And as long as he was dreaming, maybe Bailey would break his neck on the way to work. He walked quickly past the workers' lounge, glancing in at the groups of men, arguing politics, and checking the stock market reports before they changed from their neat gray business suits to their welding dungarees. Running up the stairs to the administrative wing, he paused outside the door to punch the time clock. 8:04. Damn! If only Bailey could be sick. Bailey was not sick. The administrative offices were humming with frantic activity as Walter glanced down the rows of cubbyholes. In the middle of it all sat Bailey, in his black and yellow checkered tattersall, smoking a large cigar. His feet were planted on his desktop, but he hadn't started on his morning western yet. He was busy glaring, first at the clock, then at Walter. "Late again, I see," the shop steward growled. Walter gulped. "Yes, sir. Just 4 minutes this time, sir. You know those crowded strips." "So it's just 4 minutes now, eh?" Bailey's feet came down with a crash. "After last month's fine production record, you think 4 minutes doesn't matter, eh? Think just because you're a vice president, it's all right to mosey in here whenever you feel like it?" He glowered. "Well, this is 3 times this month you've been late, Town. That's a demerit for each time, and you know what that means." "You wouldn't count 4 minutes as a whole demerit." Bailey grinned. "Wouldn't I now? You just add up your pay envelope on Friday. 10 cents an hour off for each demerit." Walter sighed and shuffled back to his desk. Oh well. It could have been worse. They might have fired him like poor Cartwright last month. He'd just have to listen to that morning buzzer. The reports were on his desk. He picked them up warily. Maybe they wouldn't be so bad. He'd had more freedom this last month than before. Maybe there'd been a policy change. Maybe Torkelson was gaining confidence in him. Maybe... The reports were worse than he had ever dreamed. "Town!" Walter jumped a foot. Bailey was putting down the visiphone receiver. His grin spread unpleasantly from ear to ear. "What have you been doing lately? Sabotaging the production line?" "What's the trouble now?" Bailey jerked a thumb significantly at the ceiling. "The boss wants to see you, and you better have the right answers, too. The boss seems to have a lot of questions." Walter rose slowly from his seat. This was it, then. Torkelson had already seen the reports. He started for the door, his knees shaking. It hadn't always been like this, he reflected miserably. Time was when things had been very different. It had meant something to be vice president of a huge industrial firm like Roebling Titanium. A man could have had a fine house of his own, and a copter car, and belong to the country club. Maybe even have a cottage on a lake somewhere. Walter could almost remember those days with Roebling, before the switchover, before that black day when the exchange of 10 little shares of stock had thrown the Roebling Titanium Corporation into the hands of strange and unnatural owners. The door was of heavy, stained oak, with bold letters edged in gold. Titanium Workers of America, Amalgamated Locals, Daniel P. Torkelson, Secretary. The secretary flipped down the desk switch and eyed Walter with pity. "Mr. Torkelson will see you." Walter pushed through the door into the long, handsome office. For an instant he felt a pang of nostalgia. The floor-to-ceiling windows looking out across the long buildings of the Roebling plant, the pine paneling, the broad expansive desk. "Well, don't just stand there. Shut the door and come over here." The man behind the desk hoisted his 300 well-dressed pounds and glared at Walter from under flagrant eyebrows. Torkelson's whole body quivered as he slammed a sheaf of papers down on the desk. "Just what do you think you're doing with this company, Town?" Walter swallowed. "I'm production manager of the corporation." "And just what does the production manager do all day?" Walter reddened. "He organizes the work of the plant, establishes production lines, works with promotion and sales, integrates research and development, operates the planning machines." "And you think you do a pretty good job of it, eh? Even asked for a raise last year." Torkelson's voice was dangerous. Walter spread his hands. "I do my best. I've been doing it for 30 years. I should know what I'm doing." "Then how do you explain these reports?" Torkelson threw the heap of papers into Walter's arms and paced up and down behind the desk. "Look at them! Sales at rock bottom. Receipts impossible. Big orders cancelled. The worst reports in 7 years, and you say you know your job." "I've been doing everything I could," Walter snapped. "Of course the reports are bad. They couldn't help but be. We haven't met a production schedule in over 2 years. No plant can keep up production the way the men are working." Torkelson's face darkened. He leaned forward slowly. "So it's the men now, is it? Go ahead. Tell me what's wrong with the men." "Nothing's wrong with the men. If they'd only work. But they come in when they please, and leave when they please, and spend half their time changing, and the other half on coffee cup. No company could survive this. But that's only half of it." Walter searched through the reports frantically. "This international jet transport account. They dropped us because we haven't had a new engine in 6 years. Why? Because research and development hasn't had any money for 6 years. What can 2 starved engineers and a second-rate chemist drag out of an attic laboratory for competition in the titanium market?" Walter took a deep breath. "I've warned you time and again. Roebling had built up accounts over the years, with fine products and new models. But since the switchover 7 years ago, you and your board have forced me to play the cheap products for the quick profit, in order to give your men their dividends. Now the bottom's dropped out. We couldn't turn a profit on the big important accounts, so we had to cancel them. If you had let me manage the company the way it should have been run—" Torkelson had been slowly turning purple. Now he slammed his fist down on the desk. "We should just turn the company back to management again, eh? Just let you have a free hand to rob us blind again. Well, it won't work, Town. Not while I'm secretary of this union. We fought long and hard for control of this corporation, just the way all the other unions did. I know. I was through it all." He sat back smugly, his cheeks quivering with emotion. "You might say that I was a national leader in the movement, but I did it only for the men. The men want their dividends. They own the stock. Stock is supposed to pay dividends." "But they're cutting their own throats," Walter wailed. "You can't build a company and make it grow the way I've been forced to run it." "Details," Torkelson snorted. I don't care how the dividends come in. That's your job. My job is to report a dividend every 6 months to the men who own the stock, the men working on the production lines. Walter nodded bitterly. And every year the dividend has to be higher than the last, or you and your fat friends are likely to be thrown out of your jobs, right? No more steaks every night. No more private gold-plated Buicks for you boys. No more 20-room mansions in Westchester. No more big game hunting in the Rockies. No, you don't have to know anything but how to whip a board meeting into a frenzy so they'll vote you into office again each year. Torkelson's eyes glittered. His voice was very soft. I've always liked you, Walter, so I'm going to pretend I didn't hear you. He paused, then continued. But here on my desk is a small bit of white paper. Unless you have my signature on that paper on the 1st of next month, you are out of a job on grounds of incompetence, and I will personally see that you go on every white list in the country. Walter felt the fight go out of him like a dying wind. He knew what the white list meant. No job anywhere, ever, in management. No chance, ever, to join a union. No more house, no more weekly pay envelope. He spread his hands weakly. What do you want? He asked. I want a production plan on my desk within 24 hours. A plan that will guarantee me a 5% increase in dividends in the next 6 months. And you better move fast, because I'm not fooling. Back in his cubbyhole downstairs, Walter stared hopelessly at the reports. He had known it would come to this sooner or later. They all knew it. Hendricks of promotion, Pendleton of sales, the whole managerial staff. It was wrong, all the way down the line. Walter had fought it tooth and nail since the day Torkelson had installed the moose heads in Walter's old office and moved him down to the cubbyhole under Bailey's watchful eye. He had argued and battled and pleaded and lost. He had watched the company deteriorate day by day. Now they blamed him and threatened his job, and he was helpless to do anything about it. He stared at the machines clicking busily against the wall. An idea began to form in his head. Helpless. Not quite. Not if the others could see it, go along with it. It was a repugnant idea. But there was one thing they could do that even Torkelson and his fat-jowled crew would understand. They could go on strike. It's ridiculous, the lawyer spluttered, staring at the circle of men in the room. How can I give you an opinion on the legality of the thing? There isn't any legal precedent that I know of. He mopped his bald head with a large white handkerchief. There just hasn't been a case of a company's management striking against its own labor. It isn't done. Oh, there have been lockouts, but this isn't the same thing at all. Walter nodded. Well, we couldn't very well lock the men out. They own the plant. We were thinking more of a lock-in sort of thing. He turned to Paul Hendricks and the others. We know how the machines operate. They don't. We also know that the data we keep in the machines is essential to running the business. The machines figure production quotas, organize blueprints, prepare distribution lists, test promotion schemes. It would take an office full of managerial experts to handle even a single phase of the work without the machines. The man at the window hissed, and Pendleton quickly snapped out the lights. They sat in darkness, hardly daring to breathe. Then, okay, just the man next door coming home. Pendleton sighed. You're sure you didn't let them suspect anything, Walter? They wouldn't be watching the house? I don't think so. And you all came alone at different times. He nodded to the window guard and turned back to the lawyer. So we can't be sure of the legal end. You'd have to be on your toes. I still don't see how we could work it, Hendricks objected. His heavy face was wrinkled with worry. Torkelson is no fool, and he has a lot of power in the National Association of Union Stockholders. All he'd need to do is ask for managers, and a dozen companies would throw them to him on loan. They'd be able to figure out the machine system and take over without losing a day. Not quite. Walter was grinning. That's why I spoke of a lock-in. Before we leave, we throw the machines into feedback, every one of them. Lock them into reverberating circuits with a code sequence key. Then all they'll do is buzz and sputter until the feedback is broken with the key. And the key is our secret. It'll tie the Roebling office into granny knots, and Scabs won't be able to get any more data out of the machines than Torkelson could. With a lawyer to handle injunctions, we've got them strapped. For what? Asked the lawyer. Walter turned on him sharply. For new contracts. Contracts to let us manage the company the way it should be managed. If they won't do it, we won't get another titanium product off their production lines for the rest of the year, and their dividends will really take a nosedive. That means you'll have to beat Torkelson, said Bates. He'll never go along. Then he'll be left behind. Hendricks stood up, brushing off his dungarees. I'm with you, Walter. I've taken all of Torkelson that I want to, and I'm sick of the junk we've been trying to sell people. The others nodded. Walter rubbed his hands together. All right. Tomorrow we work as usual, until the noon whistle. When we go off for lunch, we throw the machines into lockstep. Then we just don't come back. But the big thing is to keep it quiet until the noon whistle. He turned to the lawyer. Are you with us, Jeff? Jeff Bates shook his head sadly. I'm with you. I don't know why. You haven't got a leg to stand on. But if you want to commit suicide, it's all right with me. He picked up his briefcase and started for the door. I'll have your contract demands by tomorrow, he grinned. See you at the lynching. They got down to the details of planning. The news hit the afternoon telecasts the following day. Headlines screamed, Management sabotages Roebling machines. Office strikers threaten labor economy. Roebling lock-in creates pandemonium. There was a long, indignant statement from Daniel P. Torkelson condemning Town and his followers for, quote, flagrant violation of management contracts and illegal fouling of managerial processes, end quote. Ben Starkey, president of the Board of American Steel, expressed, quote, shock and regret, end quote. The amalgamated buttonhole makers held a mass meeting in protest, demanding that, quote, the instigators of this unprecedented crime be permanently barred from positions in American industry, end quote. In Washington, the nation's economists were more cautious in their views. Yes, it was an unprecedented action. Yes, there would undoubtedly be repercussions. Many industries were having managerial troubles, but as for long-term effects, it was difficult to say just at present. On the Roebling production lines, the workmen blinked at each other and at their machines, and wondered vaguely what it was all about. Yet in all the upheaval, there was very little expression of surprise. Step by step, through the years, economists had been watching with wary eyes the growing movement toward union control of industry. Even as far back as the 40s and 50s unions, finding themselves oppressed with the administration of growing sums of money, pension funds, welfare funds, medical insurance funds, accruing union dues, had begun investing in corporate stock. It was no news to them that money could make money, and what stock more logical to buy than stock in their own companies? At first it had been a quiet movement. One by one the smaller firms had tottered, bled drier and drier by increasing production costs, increasing labor demands, and an ever-dwindling margin of profit. One by one they had seen their stocks tottering as they faced bankruptcy, only to be gobbled up by the one ready buyer with plenty of funds to buy with. At first changes had been small and insignificant. Boards of directors shifted. The men were paid higher wages and worked shorter hours. There were tighter management policies, and a little less money was spent on extras like research and development. At first, until that fateful night when Daniel P. Torkelson of TWA and Jake Squill of Amalgamated Buttonhole Makers spent a long evening with beer and cigars in a hotel room, and floated the loan that threw steel to the unions. Oil had followed with hardly a fight, and as the unions began to feel their oats, the changes grew more radical. Walter Town remembered those stormy days well. The gradual undercutting of the managerial salaries, the tightening up of inter-union collusion to establish the infamous white list of recalcitrant managers, the shift from hourly wage to annual salary for the factory workers, and the change to the other pole for the managerial staff. And then, with creeping malignancy, the hungry howling of the union bosses for more and higher dividends year after year, moving steadily toward the inevitable crisis. Until shop steward Bailey suddenly found himself in charge of a dozen sputtering machines and an empty office. Torkelson was waiting to see the shop steward when he came in the next morning. The union boss's office was crowded with TV cameras, newsmen, and puzzled workmen. The floor was littered with piles of ominous-looking paper. Torkelson was shouting into a telephone, and 3 lawyers were shouting into Torkelson's ear. He spotted Bailey and waved him through the crowd into an inner office room. "Well, did they get them fixed?" Bailey spread his hands nervously. "The electronics boys have been at it since yesterday afternoon. Practically had the machines apart on the floor." "I know that's stupid," Torkelson roared. "I ordered them there. Did they get the machines fixed?" Well, no, as a matter of fact." "Well, what's holding them up?" Bailey's face was a study in misery. "The machines just go in circles. The circuits are locked. They just reverberate." "Then call American Electronics. Have them send down an expert crew." Bailey shook his head. "They won't come." "They what?" "They said thanks, but no thanks. They don't want their fingers in this pie at all." "Wait till I get Ogilvy on the phone." "It won't do any good, sir. They've got their own management troubles. They're scared silly of a sympathy strike." The door burst open, and a lawyer stuck his head in. "What about those injunctions, Dan?" "Get them moving," Torkelson howled. "They'll start those machines again, or I'll have them in jail so fast." He turned back to Bailey. "What about the production lines?" The shop steward's face lighted. "Well, they slipped up there. There was one program that hadn't been coded into the machines yet. Just a minor item, but it's a starter. We found it in Town's desk. Blueprints all ready. Promotion all planned." Good, Torkelson breathed. "I have a directors meeting right now. Have to get the workers quieted down a bit. You put the program through and give those electronics men 3 more hours to unsnarl this knot, or we throw them out of the union." He started for the door. "What were the blueprints for?" "Trash cans," said Bailey. "Pure titanium steel trash cans." It took Roebling Titanium approximately 2 days to convert its entire production line to titanium steel trash cans. With the total resources of the giant plant behind the effort, production was phenomenal. In 2 more days, the available markets were glutted. Within 2 weeks, at a conservative estimate, there would be a titanium steel trash can for every man, woman, child, and hound dog on the North American continent. The jet engines, structural steels, tubing, and other pre-strike products piled up in the freight yards, their routing slips and order requisitions tied up in the reverberating machines. But the machines continued to buzz and sputter. The workers grew restive. From the first day, Town and Hendricks and all the others had been picketing the plant until angry crowds of workers had driven them off with shotguns. Then they came back in an old weather-beaten copter which hovered over the plant entrance carrying a banner with a plaintive message, "Roebling Titanium unfair to management." Tomatoes were hurled, fists were shaken, but the copter remained. The third day, Jeff Bates was served with an injunction ordering Town to return to work. It was duly appealed, legal machinery began tying itself in knots, and the strikers still struck. By the 5th day there was a more serious note. "You're going to have to appear, Walter. We can't dodge this one." "When?" "Tomorrow morning, and before a labor-rigged judge, too." The little lawyer paced his office nervously. "I don't like it. Torkelson's getting desperate. The workers are putting pressure on him." Walter grinned. "Then Pendleton is doing a good job of selling." "But you haven't got time," the lawyer wailed. "They'll have you in jail if you don't start the machines again. They may have you in jail if you do start them, too, but that's another bridge. Right now, they want those machines going again." "We'll see," said Walter. "What time tomorrow?" 10 o'clock. Bates looked up. "And don't try to skip. You be there, because I don't know what to tell them." Walter was there a half-hour early. Torkelson's legal staff glowered from across the room. The judge glowered from the bench. Walter closed his eyes with a little smile as the charges were read. "Breach of contract, malicious mischief, sabotage of the company's machines, conspiring to destroy the livelihood of 10,000 workers. Your Honor, we are preparing briefs to prove further that these men have formed a conspiracy to undermine the economy of the entire nation. We appeal to the spirit of orderly justice." Walter yawned as the words went on. "Of course, if the defendant will waive his appeals against the previous injunctions and will release the machines that were sabotaged, we will be happy to formally withdraw these charges." There was a rustle of sound through the courtroom. His Honor turned to Jeff Bates. "Are you the counsel for the defendant?" "Yes, sir." Bates mopped his bald scalp. "The defendant? pleads guilty to all counts. The union lawyer dropped his glasses on the table with a crash. The judge stared. Mr. Bates, if you plead guilty, you leave me no alternative but to send me to jail, said Walter Town. Go ahead. Send me to jail. In fact, I insist upon going to jail. The union lawyer's jaw sagged. There was a hurried conference. A recess was pleaded. Telephones buzzed. Then, Your Honor, the plaintiff desires to withdraw all charges at this time. Objection, Bates exclaimed. We've already pleaded. We feel sure that a settlement can be effected out of court. The case was thrown out on its ear. And still the machine sputtered. Back at the plant, rumor had it that the machines were permanently gutted, and that the plant could never go back into production. Conflicting scuttlebutt suggested that persons high in uniondom had perpetrated the crisis deliberately, bullying management into the strike for the sole purpose of cutting current dividends and selling stock to themselves cheaply. The rumors grew easier and easier to believe. The workers came to the plants in business suits, it was true, and lounged in the finest of lounges, and read the Wall Street Journal, and felt like stockholders. But to face facts, their salaries were not the highest. Deduct union dues, pension fees, medical insurance fees, and sundry other little items which had formerly been paid by well-to-do managements, and very little was left but the semi-annual dividend checks. And now the dividends were tottering. Production lines slowed. There were daily brawls on the plant floor, in the lounge and locker rooms. Workers began joking about the trash cans. Then the humor grew more and more remote. Finally, late in the afternoon of the 8th day, Bailey was once again in Torkelson's office.
Well, speak up. What's the beef this time?
Sir, the men, there's been some nasty talk. They're tired of making trash cans. No challenge in it. Anyway, the stockroom is full, and the freight yard is full, and the last run of orders we sent out came back because nobody wants any more trash cans. Bailey shook his head. The men won't swallow it anymore. There's been talk about having a board meeting. Torkelson's ruddy cheeks paled.
Board meeting, huh?
He licked his heavy lips.
Now look, Bailey, we've always worked well together. I consider you a good friend of mine. You've got to get things under control. Tell the men we're making progress. Tell them management is beginning to weaken from its original stand. Tell them we expect to have the strike broken in another few hours. Tell them anything.
He waited until Bailey was gone. Then with a trembling hand he lifted the visiphone receiver.
Get me Walter Town, he said.
I'm not an unreasonable man, Torkelson was saying miserably, waving his fat paws in the air as he paced back and forth in front of the spokesman for the striking managers.
Perhaps we were a little demanding. I concede it. Over-enthusiastic with our ownership and all that. But I'm sure we can come to some agreement. A hike in wage scale is certainly within reason. Perhaps we can even arrange for better company houses.
Walter Town stifled a yawn. Perhaps you didn't understand us. The men are agitating for a meeting of the board of directors. We want to be at that meeting. That's the only thing we're interested in right now.
But there wasn't anything about a board meeting in the contract your lawyer presented.
I know, but you rejected that contract, so we tore it up. Anyway, we've changed our minds. Torkelson sat down, his heavy cheeks quivering.
Gentlemen, be reasonable. I can guarantee you your jobs, even give you a free hand with the management. So the dividends won't be so large. The men will have to get used to that. That is, we'll put it through at the next executive conference, give you—
The board meeting, Walter said gently. That'll be enough for us. The union boss swore and slammed his fist on the desk.
Walk out in front of those men after what you've done. You're fools! Well, I've given you your chance. You'll get your board meeting, but you'd better come armed, because I know how to handle this kind of board meeting, and if I have anything to say about it, this one will end with a massacre.
The meeting was held in a huge auditorium in the Roebling Administration Building. Since every member of the union owned stock in the company, every member had the right to vote for members of the board of directors. But in the early days of the switchover, the idea of a board of directors smacked too strongly of the old system of corporate organization to suit the men. The solution had been simple, if a trifle ungainly. Everyone who owned stock in Roebling Titanium was automatically a member of the board of directors, with Torkelson as chairman of the board. The stockholders numbered over 10,000. They were all present. They were packed in from the wall to the stage and hanging from the rafters. They overflowed into the corridors. They jammed the lobby. 10,000 men rose with a howl of anger when Walter Town walked out on the stage. But they quieted down again as Dan Torkelson started to speak. It was a masterful display of rabble-rousing. Torkelson paced the stage, his fat body shaking with agitation, pointing a chubby finger again and again at Walter Town. He pranced and he ranted. He paused at just the right times for thunderous peals of applause. "This morning in my office we offered to compromise with these jackals," he cried, "and they rejected compromise, even at the cost of lowering dividends, of taking food from the mouths of your wives and children. We made our generous offers. They were rejected with scorn. These thieves have one desire in mind, my friends, to starve you all and to destroy your company and your jobs. To every appeal they heartlessly refused to divulge the key to the lock-in. And now this man, the ringleader who keeps the keyword buried in secrecy, has the temerity to ask an audience with you. You're angry men. You want to know the man to blame for our hardship." He pointed to Town with a flourish. "I give you your man. Do what you want with him." The hall exploded in angry thunder. The first wave of men rushed onto the stage as Walter stood up. A tomato whizzed past his ear and splattered against the wall. More men clambered up on the stage, shouting and shaking their fists. Then somebody appeared with a rope. Walter gave a sharp nod to the side of the stage. Abruptly the roar of the men was drowned in another sound, a soul-rending, teeth-grating, bone-rattling screech. The men froze, jaws sagging, eyes wide, hardly believing their ears. In the instant of silence as the factory whistle died away, Walter grabbed the microphone. "You want the code word to start the machines again? I'll give it to you before I sit down." The men stared at him, shuffling, a murmur rising. Torkelson burst to his feet. "It's a trick!" he howled. "Wait till you hear their price." "We have no price and no demands," said Walter Town. "We will give you the code word, and we ask nothing in return but that you listen for 60 seconds. He glanced back at Torkelson, and then out to the crowd. "You men here are an electing body, right? You own this great plant and company, top to bottom, right? You should all be rich, because robbing could make you rich. But not one of you out there is rich. Only the fat ones on this stage are. But I'll tell you how you can be rich." They listened. Not a peep came from the huge hall. Suddenly, Walter Town was talking their language. "You think that since you own the company, times have changed. Well, have they? Are you any better off than you were? Of course not, because you haven't learned yet that oppression by either side leads to misery for both. You haven't learned moderation, and you never will, until you throw out the ones who have fought moderation right down to the last ditch. You know whom I mean. You know who's grown richer and richer since the switchover. Throw him out, and you too can be rich." He paused for a deep breath. "You want the code word to unlock the machines? All right, I'll give it to you." He swung around to point a long finger at the fat man sitting there. "The code word is Torkelson." Much later, Walter Town and Jeff Bates pried the trophies off the wall of the big office. The lawyer shook his head sadly. "Pity about Dan Torkelson. Gruesome affair." Walter nodded as he struggled down with a moose head. "Yes, a pity, but you know the boys when they get upset." "I suppose so." The lawyer stopped to rest, panting. "Anyway, with the newly elected board of directors, things will be different for everybody. You took a long gamble." "Not so long. Not when you knew what they wanted to hear. It just took a little timing." "Still didn't think they'd elect you Secretary of the Union. It just doesn't figure." Walter Town chuckled. "Doesn't it? I don't know. Everything's been a little screwy since the switchover. And in a screwy world like this—" He shrugged and tossed down the moose head. "Anything figures." End of Meeting of the Board by Alan E. Nourse. Recording by Corey Snow. Olympia, Washington. http://www.cyclameth.com.
My Friend Bobby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mooseboy Alfonso. My Friend Bobby by Alan Edward Nourse. My name is Jimmy, and I am 5 years old, and my friend Bobby is 5 years old too, but he says he thinks he's really more than 5 years old because he's already grown up and I'm just a little boy. We live out in the country because that's where Mommy and Daddy live, and every morning Daddy takes the car out of the barn and rides into the city to work, and every night he comes back to eat supper and to see Mommy and Bobby and me. One time I asked Daddy why we don't live in the city like some people do, and he laughed and said, "You wouldn't really want to live in the city, would you?" After all, he said, you couldn't have Bobby in the city, so I guess it's better to live in the country after all. Anyway, Daddy says that the city is no place to raise kids these days. I asked Bobby if I am a kid, and he said he guessed so, but I don't think he really knows because Bobby isn't very smart. But Bobby is my friend, even if he doesn't know much, and I like him more than anybody else. Mommy doesn't like Bobby very much, and when I am bad, she makes Bobby go outdoors, even when it's cold outside. Mommy says I shouldn't play with Bobby so much because, after all, Bobby is only a dog, but I like Bobby. Everyone else is so big, and when Mommy and Daddy are home, all I can see is their legs unless I look way up high, and when I do something bad, I'm scared because they're so big and strong. Bobby is strong too, but he isn't any bigger than I am, and he is always nice to me. He has a long, shaggy brown coat and a long, pointed nose and a nice collar of white fur, and people sometimes say to Daddy, "What a nice collie that is," and Daddy says, "Yes, isn't he?" and he takes to the boy so. I don't know what a collie is, but I have fun with Bobby all the time. Sometimes he lets me ride on his back, and we talk to each other and have secrets, even though I don't think he is very smart. I don't know why Mommy and Daddy don't understand me when I talk to them the way I talk to Bobby, but maybe they just pretend they can't hear me talk that way. I am always sorry when Daddy goes to work in the morning. Daddy is nice to me most times and takes me and Bobby for walks. But Mommy never takes me for walks, and when we are alone she is busy and she isn't nice to me. Sometimes she says I am a bad boy and makes me stay in my room even when I haven't done anything bad, and sometimes she thinks things in her head that she doesn't say to me. I don't know why Mommy doesn't like me, and Bobby doesn't know either, but we like it best when Mommy lets us go outdoors to play in the barn or down by the creek. If I get my feet wet, Mommy says I am very bad, so I stay on the bank and let Bobby go in. But one day, when Bobby went into the water just before we went home for supper, Mommy scolded me and told me I was bad for letting Bobby go into the water, and when I told her she hadn't told me not to let Bobby go in the water, she was angry, and I could tell that she didn't like me at all that day. Almost every day I do something that Mommy says is bad, even when I try specially to be good. Sometimes right after Daddy goes away in the morning, I know that Mommy is angry and is going to spank me sooner or later that day because she is already thinking how she will spank me, but she never says so out loud. Sometimes she pretends that she's not angry and takes me up on her lap and says I'm her nice little boy, but all the time I can hear her thinking that she doesn't really like me even when she tries, and she doesn't even want to touch me if she can help it. I can hear her wondering why my hair doesn't grow nice like the Bennett twins that live up the road. I don't see how Mommy can be saying one thing out loud and something else inside her head at the same time, but when I look at her, she puts me down and says she's busy and will I get out from underfoot, and then pretty soon I do something that makes her angry and she makes me go to my room or she spanks me. Bobby doesn't like this. Once, when she spanked me, he growled at Mommy, and Mommy chased him outdoors with a broom before she sent me to bed. I cried all day that day because it was cold outdoors and I wanted to have Bobby with me. I wonder why Mommy doesn't like me. One day I was a bad boy and let Bobby come into the house before Mommy told me I could. Bobby hadn't done anything bad, but Mommy hit him on the back with a broom and hurt him and chased him back outdoors, and then she told me I was a very bad boy. I could tell that she was going to spank me, and I knew she would hurt me because she was so big, and I ran upstairs and hid in my room. Then Mommy stamped her foot hard and said, "Jimmy, you come down here this minute." I didn't answer, and then she said, "If I have to come upstairs and get you, I'll whip you until you can't sit down." And I still didn't answer because Mommy hurts me when she gets angry like that. Then I heard her coming up the stairs and into my room, and she opened the closet door and found me. I said, "Please don't hurt me, Mommy," but she reached down and caught my ear and dragged me out of the closet. I was so scared I bit her hand, and she screamed and let go, and I ran and locked myself in the bathroom because I knew she would hurt me bad if I didn't. I stayed there all day long, and I could hear Mommy running the sweeper downstairs, and I couldn't see why she wanted to hurt me so much just because I let Bobby come in before she told me I could. But somehow it seemed that Mommy was afraid of me, even though she was so big and strong. I don't see why anybody as big as Mommy should be afraid of me, but she was. When Daddy came home that night, I heard him talking to Mommy, and then he came up to the bathroom and said, "Open the door, Jimmy, I want to talk to you." I said, "I want Bobby first," so he went down and called Bobby, and then I opened the door and came out of the bathroom. Daddy reached down and lifted me high up on his shoulder and took me into my bedroom and just sat there for a long time patting Bobby's head, and I couldn't hear what he was thinking very well. Finally, he said out loud, "Jimmy, you've got to be good for your Mommy and do what she says and not lock yourself up in rooms anymore." I said, "But Mommy was going to hurt me," and Daddy said, "When you're a bad boy, your Mommy has to punish you so you'll remember to be good. But she doesn't like to spank you. She only does it because she loves you." I knew that wasn't true because Mommy likes to punish me, but I didn't dare say that to Daddy. Daddy isn't afraid of me the way Mommy is, and he is nice to me most times. So I said, "All right, if you say so." Daddy said, "Fine. Will you promise to be nice to Mommy from now on?" I said, "Yes, if Mommy won't hit Bobby anymore with the broom." And Daddy said, "Well, after all, Bobby can be a bad dog just the way you can be a bad boy, can't he?" I knew Bobby was never a bad dog on purpose, but I said, "Yes, I guess so." Then I wanted to ask Daddy why Mommy was afraid of me, but I didn't dare because I knew Daddy liked Mommy more than anybody, and maybe he would be angry at me for saying things like that about her. That night I heard Mommy and Daddy talking down in the living room, and I sat on the top step so I could hear them. Bobby sat there too, but I knew he didn't know what they were saying because Bobby isn't very smart and can't understand word talk like I can. He can only understand think talk, and he doesn't understand that very well. But now even I couldn't understand what Mommy was saying. She was crying and saying, "Ben, I tell you there's something wrong with the child. He knows what I'm thinking. I can tell it by the way he looks at me." And Daddy said, "Darling, that's ridiculous. How could he possibly know what you're thinking?" Mommy said, "I don't know, but he does. Ever since he was a little boy, he's known. Oh, Ben, it's horrible. I can't do anything with him because he knows what I'm going to do before I do it." Then Daddy said, "Carol, you're just upset about today and you're making things up. The child is just a little smarter than most kids. There's nothing wrong with that." And Mommy said, "No, there's more to it than that, and I can't stand it any longer. We've got to take him to a doctor. I don't even like to look at him." Daddy said, "You're tired. You're just letting things get on your nerves. So maybe the boy does look a little strange. You know the doctor said it was just that the fontanelles hadn't closed as soon as they should have, and lots of children don't have a good growth of hair before they're 6 or 7. After all, he said he isn't a bad-looking boy." Then Mommy said, "That isn't true. He's horrible. I can't bear it, Ben. Please do something." And Daddy said, "What can I do?" I talked to the boy, and he was sorry and promised he'd behave himself. And Mommy said, "Then there's that dog. It follows him around wherever he goes, and it's simply wicked if the dog isn't around." And Daddy said, "Isn't it perfectly normal for a boy to love his dog?" Mommy said, "No, not like this. Talking to him all the time and the dog acting exactly as if he understands. There's something wrong with the child. Something horribly wrong." Then Daddy was quiet for a while, and then he said, "All right, if it will make you feel any better, we can have Dr. Grant take another look at him. Maybe he can convince you that there's nothing wrong with the boy." And Mommy said, "Please, Ben, anything. I can't stand much more of this." When I went back to bed, Bobby curled up on the floor. I asked him what were fontanelles, and Bobby just yawned and said he didn't know, but he thought I was nice, and he would always take care of me, so I didn't worry anymore, and I went to sleep. I have a panda out in the barn, and the panda's name is Bobby, too. And at first, Bobby the dog was jealous of Bobby the panda, until I told him that the panda was only a make-believe Bobby, and he was a real Bobby. Then Bobby liked the panda, and the 3 of us played out in the barn all day. We decided not to tell Mommy and Daddy about the panda and kept it for our own secret. was a big panda, as big as Mommy and Daddy, and sometimes I thought maybe I would make the panda hurt Mommy, but then I knew Daddy would be sorry, so I didn't. Bobby and I were playing with Bobby the panda the day the doctor came, and Mommy called me in and made Bobby stay outside. I didn't like the doctor because he smelled like a dirty old cigar, and he had a big red nose with 3 black hairs coming out of it, and he wheezed when he bent down to look at me. Daddy and Mommy sat on the couch, and the doctor said, "Let me have a look at you, young fellow." And I said, "But I'm not sick." And the doctor said, "Ha, of course you aren't. You're a fine-looking boy. Just let me listen to your chest for a minute." So he put a cold thing on my chest and stuck some tubes in his ears and listened. And then he looked in my eyes with a bright light and looked into my ears, and then he felt my head all over. He had big hairy hands, and I didn't like him touching me, but I knew Mommy would be angry if I didn't hold still, so I let him finish. Then he told Daddy some big words that I couldn't understand, but in think talk he was saying that my head still hadn't closed up right, and I didn't have as much hair as you'd expect, but otherwise I seemed to be all right. He said I was a good, stout-looking boy, but if they wanted a specialist in to look at me, he would arrange it. Daddy asked if that would cost very much, and the doctor said yes, it probably would. And he didn't see any real need for it because my bones were just a little slow in developing. And Mommy said, "Have you seen other children like that?" The doctor said no, but if the boy seems to be normal and intelligent, why should she be worrying so? Then Mommy told me to go upstairs, and I went, but I stopped on the top stair and listened. When I was gone, the doctor said, "Now, Carol, what is it that's really bothering you?" Then Mommy told him what she had told Daddy, how she thought I knew what she was thinking. And the doctor said to Daddy, "Ben, have you ever felt any such thing about the boy?" Daddy said, "Of course not. Sometimes he gives you the feeling that he's smarter than you think he is, but all parents have that feeling about their children sometimes." And then Mother broke down and her voice got loud and she said, "He's a monster. I know it. There's something wrong and he's different from us. Him and that horrible dog." The doctor said, "But it's a beautiful collie." And Mommy said, "But he talks to it and it understands him." And the doctor said, "Now, Carol, let's be reasonable." Mommy said, "I've been reasonable too long. You men just can't see it at all. Don't you think I'd know a normal child if I saw one?" And then she cried and cried, and finally she said, "All right, I know I'm making a fool of myself. Maybe I'm just overtired." And the doctor said, "I'm sure that's the trouble. Try to get some rest and sleep longer at night." And Mommy said, "I can't sleep at night. I just lie there and think." The doctor said, "Well, we'll fix that. Enough of this nonsense now. You need your sleep, and if you're not sleeping well, it's you that should be seeing the doctor." He gave her some pills from his bag, and then he went away, and pretty soon Daddy let Bobby in, and Bobby came upstairs and jumped up and licked my face as if he'd been away for 100 million years. Later, Mommy called me down for supper, and she wasn't crying anymore, and she and Daddy didn't say anything about what they had said to the doctor. Mommy made me a special surprise for dessert, some ice cream with chocolate syrup on top, and after supper we all went for a walk, even though it was cold outside and snowing again. And then Daddy said, "Well, I think things will be all right." And Mommy said, "I hope so." But I could tell that she didn't really think so, and she was more afraid of me than ever. For a while I thought Mommy was really going to be nice to me and Bobby then. She was especially nice when Daddy was home, but when Daddy was away at work sometimes, Mommy jumped when she saw me looking at her, and then she sent me outdoors to play and told me not to come in until lunch. I liked that because I knew if I weren't near Mommy, everything would be all right. When I was with Mommy, I tried hard not to look at her, and I tried not to hear what she was thinking, but lots of times I would see her looking first at me and then at Bobby, and those times I couldn't help hearing what she was thinking because it seemed so loud inside my head that it made my eyes hurt. But I knew Mommy would be angry, so I pretended I couldn't hear what she was thinking at all. One day when we were out in the barn playing with Bobby the panda, we saw Mommy coming down through the snow from the kitchen, and Bobby said, "Look out, Jimmy, Mommy is coming." And I quickly told Bobby the panda to go hide under the hay so Mommy couldn't see him. But the panda was so big, his whole top and his little pink nose stuck out of the hay. Mommy came in and looked around the barn and said, "You've been out here a long time. What have you been doing?" I said nothing, and Bobby said nothing too, only in think talk. And Mommy said, "You are too. You've been doing something naughty." And I said, "No, Mommy, we haven't done anything." And then the panda sneezed, and I looked at him, and he looked so funny with his nose sticking out of the hay that I laughed out loud. Mommy looked angry and said, "Well, what's so funny? What are you laughing at?" I said nothing because I knew Mommy couldn't see the panda, but I couldn't stop laughing because he looked so funny sticking out of the hay. Then Mommy got mad and grabbed my ear and shook me until it hurt and said, "You naughty boy, don't you lie to me. What have you been doing out here?" She hurt me so much that I started to cry, and then Bobby snarled at Mommy loud and low and curled his lips back over his teeth and snarled some more. And Mommy got real white in the face and let go of me, and she said, "Get out of here, you nasty dog." And Bobby snarled louder and then snapped at her. She screamed and she said, "Jimmy, you come in the house this minute and leave that nasty dog outdoors." And I said, "I won't come. I hate you." Then Mommy said, "Jimmy, you wicked, ugly little monster." And I said, "I don't care. When I get big, I'm going to hurt you and throw you in the woodshed and lock you in until you die and make you eat coconut pudding, and Bobby hates you too." And Mommy looked terrible, and I could feel how much she was afraid of me. And I said, "You just wait. I'll hurt you bad when I get big." And then she turned and ran back to the house. And Bobby wagged his tail and said, "Don't worry. I won't let her hurt you any more." And I said, "Bobby, you shouldn't have snapped at her because Daddy won't like me when he comes home." But Bobby said, "I like you, and I won't let anything ever hurt you. I'll always take care of you no matter what." And I said, "Promise? No matter what?" And Bobby said, "I promise." And then we told Bobby the panda to come out, but it wasn't much fun playing anymore. After a little while, Mommy called me and said lunch was ready. She was still white, and I said, "Can Bobby come too?" And she said, "Of course Bobby can come. Bobby's a nice dog." So we went in to eat lunch. Mommy was talking real fast about what fun it was to play in the barn, and was I sure I wasn't too cold because it was below zero outside and the radio said a snowstorm was coming. But she didn't say anything about Bobby and me being out in the barn. She was talking so fast I couldn't hear what she was thinking except for little bits when she set my lunch on the table, and then she set a bowl of food on the floor for Bobby, even though it wasn't Bobby's time to eat, and said, "Nice, Bobby, here's your dinner." Bobby came over and sniffed the bowl, and then he looked up at me and said, "It smells funny." And Mommy said, "Nice, Bobby. It's good hamburger, just the way you like it." And then for just a second I saw what she was thinking, and it was terrible because she was thinking that Bobby would soon be dead. And I remember Daddy saying a long time ago that somebody fed bad things to the Bennett's dog, and then the dog died. And I said, "Don't eat it, Bobby." And Bobby snarled at the dish. And then Mommy said, "You tell the dog to eat it." And I said, "No, you're bad and you want to hurt Bobby." And then I picked up the dish and threw it at Mommy. It missed and smashed on the wall, and she screamed and turned and ran out into the other room. She was screaming for Daddy and saying, "I can't stand it. He's a monster, a murderous little monster, and we've got to get out of here before he kills us all. He knows what we're thinking. He's horrible." And then she was on the telephone, and she couldn't make the words come out right when she tried to talk. I was scared, and I said, "Come on, Bobby, let's lock ourselves up in my room," and we ran upstairs and locked the door. Mommy was banging things and laughing and crying downstairs and screaming, "We've got to get out. He'll kill us if we don't." And a while later I heard the car coming up the road fast and saw Daddy run into the house just as it started to snow. Then Mommy was screaming, "Please, Ben, we've got to get out of here. He tried to kill me, and the dog is vicious. He bit me when I tried to make him stop." The next minute, Daddy was running up the stairs, 2 at a time, and I could feel him inside my head for the first time, and I knew he was angry. He had never been this angry before, and he rattled the knob and said, "Open this door, Jimmy," in a loud voice. I said, "No, I won't," and he said, "Open the door or I'll break your neck when I get in there." And then he kicked the door and kicked it again. The third time the lock broke and the door flew open, and Daddy stood there panting. His eyes looked terrible, and he had a leather belt doubled up in his hand, and he said, "Now come out here." And his voice was so loud it hurt my ears. Down below, Mommy was crying, "Please, Ben, take me away. He'll kill us both. He's a monster." I said, "Don't hurt me, Daddy. It was Mommy. She was bad to me." And he said, "I said come out here," even louder. I was scared, and then I said, "Please, Daddy, I'll be good, I promise." Then he started for me with the belt, and I screamed out, "Bobby, don't let him hurt me, Bobby." And Bobby snarled like a wild animal and jumped at Daddy and bit his wrist so bad the blood spurted out. Daddy shouted and dropped the belt and kicked at Bobby, but Bobby was too quick. He jumped for Daddy again, and I saw his white teeth flash and heard him snap close to Daddy's throat. And then Bobby was snarling and snapping, and I was excited, and I shouted, "Hurt him, Bobby. He's been bad to me, too, and he wants to hurt me, and you've got to stop him." Then I saw Daddy's eyes open wide, and I felt something jump in his mind. something that I'd never felt there before, and I knew he was understanding my think talk. I said, I want Bobby to hurt you and Mommy because you're not nice to me. Only Bobby and my panda are nice to me. Go ahead, Bobby, hurt him, bite him again, and make him bleed. And then Daddy caught Bobby by the neck and threw him across the room and slammed the door shut and dragged something heavy up to block it. In a minute, he was running downstairs shouting, Carol, I heard it. You were right all along. I felt him. I felt what he was thinking. And Mommy cried, Please, Ben, take me away. Let's leave them and never come back. Never. And Daddy said, It's horrible. He told that dog to kill me, and it went right for my throat. The boy is evil and monstrous. Even from downstairs, I could feel Daddy's fear pounding into my head. And then I heard the door banging and looked out the door and saw Daddy carrying suitcases out through the snow to the car. And then Mommy came out running, and the car started down the hill, and they were gone. Everything downstairs was very quiet. I looked out the window, and I couldn't see anything but the big falling snowflakes and the sun going down over the hill. Now Bobby and I and the panda are all together, and I'm glad Mommy and Daddy are gone. I went to sleep for a little while because my head hurt so, but now I'm awake, and Bobby is lying across the room licking his feet, and I hope Mommy and Daddy never come back because Bobby will take care of me. Bobby is my friend, and he said he'd always take care of me no matter what, and he understands my think talk even if he isn't very smart. It's beginning to get cold in the house now because nobody has gone down to fix the fire, but I don't care about that. Pretty soon I will tell Bobby to push open the door and go down and fix the fire, and then I will tell him to get supper for me. And then I will stay up all night because Mommy and Daddy aren't here to make me go to bed. There's just me and Bobby and the panda, and Bobby promised he'd take care of me because he's my friend. It's getting very cold now, and I'm getting hungry. End of My Friend Bobby by Alan Edward Nourse.
The Native Soil by Alan E. Nourse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Native Soil by Alan E. Nourse. Before the first ship from Earth made a landing on Venus, there was much speculation about what might be found beneath the cloud layers obscuring that planet's surface from the eyes of all observers. One school of thought maintained that the surface of Venus was a jungle, rank with hothouse moisture, crawling with writhing fauna and man-eating flowers. Another group contended hotly that Venus was an arid desert of wind-carved sandstone, dry and cruel, whipping dust into clouds that sunlight could never penetrate. Others prognosticated an ocean planet with little or no solid ground at all, populated by enormous serpents waiting to greet the first earthlings with jaws agape. But nobody knew, of course. Venus was the planet of mystery. When the first Earth ship finally landed there, all they found was a great quantity of mud. There was enough mud on Venus to go all the way around, twice, with some left over. It was warm, wet, soggy mud, clinging and tenacious. In some places it was gray. In other places it was black. Elsewhere it was found to be varying shades of brown, yellow, green, blue, and purple. But just the same, it was still mud. The sparse Venusian vegetation grew up out of it. The small Venusian natives lived down in it. The steam rose from it, and the rain fell on it, and that, it seemed, was that. The planet of mystery was no longer mysterious. It was just messy. People didn't talk about it anymore. But the technologists of Piper Pharmaceuticals Incorporated R&D squad found a certain charm in the Venusian mud. They began sending cautious and very secret reports back to the Home Office when they discovered just what exactly was growing in that Venusian mud besides Venusian natives. The Home Office promptly bought up full exploratory and mining rights to the planet for a price that was a brazen steal, and then, in high excitement, began pouring millions of dollars into ships and machines bound for the muddy planet. The board of directors met hoots of derision with secret smiles as they rubbed their hands together softly. Special crews of psychologists were dispatched to Venus to contact the natives. They returned exuberant with test results that proved the natives were friendly, intelligent, cooperative, and resourceful, and the board of directors rubbed their hands more eagerly together and poured more money into the Piper Venusian installation. It took money to make money, they thought. Let the fools laugh. They wouldn't be laughing long. After all, Piper Pharmaceuticals Incorporated could recognize a gold mine when they saw one, they thought. Robert Kyland, special investigator and troubleshooter for Piper Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, made an abrupt and intimate acquaintance with the fabulous Venusian mud when the landing craft brought him down on that soggy planet. He had transferred from the great bubble-shaped orbital transport ship to the sleek landing craft an hour before, bored and impatient with the whole proposition. He had no desire whatever to go to Venus. He didn't like mud, and he didn't like frontier projects. There had been nothing in his contact with Piper demanding that he travel to other planets in pursuit of his duties, and he had balked at the assignment. He had even balked at the staggering bonus check they offered him to help him get used to the idea. It was not until they had convinced him that only his own superior judgment, his razor-sharp mind, and his extraordinarily shrewd powers of observation and insight could possibly pull Pharmaceuticals Incorporated out of the mudhole they'd gotten themselves into, that he had reluctantly agreed to go. He wouldn't like a moment of it, but he'd go. Things weren't right on Venus, it seemed. The trouble was that millions were going in, and nothing was coming out. The early promise of high production figures had faltered, sagged, dwindled, and vanished. Venus was getting to be an expensive project to have round, and nobody seemed to know just why. Now the pilot dipped the landing craft in and out of the cloud blanket, breaking the ship, falling closer and closer to the surface as Kyland watched gloomily from the afterport. The lurching billows of clouds made him queasy. He opened his Piper sample case and popped a pill in his mouth. Then he gave his nose a squirt or two with his Piper Rhinovac nebulizer, just for good measure. Finally, far below him, the featureless gray surface skimmed by. A sparse, scraggly forest of twisted gray foliage sprang up at them. The pilot sighted the landing platform, checked with the control tower, and eased up for the final descent. He was a skillful pilot, with many landings on Venus to his credit. He brought the ship up on its tail, and sat it down on the landing platform for a perfect three-pointer as the jets rumbled to silence. Then abruptly, they sank. Landing craft, platform, and all. The pilot buzzed control tower frantically as Kylan fought down panic. "Sorry," said the control tower. "Something must have gone wrong. They'd have them out in a jiffy." "Good Lord, no, don't blast out again. There were 1,000 natives in the vicinity. Just be patient, everything would be all right." They waited. Presently, there were thumps and bangs as grapplers clanged onto the surface of the craft. Mud gurgled around them as they were hauled up and out with the sound of a giant sipping soup. A mud-encrusted hatchway flew open, and Kylan stepped down on a flimsy-looking platform below. 4 small rodent-like creatures were attached to it by ropes. They heaved with a will and began paddling through the soupy mud, dragging the platform and Kylan toward a row of low buildings near some stunted trees. As the creatures paused to puff and pant, the back half of the platform kept sinking into the mud. When they finally reached comparatively solid ground, Kylan was mud up to the hips and mad enough to blast off without benefit of landing craft. He surveyed the Piper Venusian installation, hardly believing what he saw. He had heard glowing descriptions of the board of directors. He had seen the architect's projections of fine modern buildings resting on waterproof buoys, neat boating channels to the mine sites, fine orange-painted dredge equipment, including the new Piper Axis traction dredges that had been developed especially for the operation. It had sounded, in short, just the way a Piper installation ought to sound. But there was nothing here that resembled that. Kylan could see a group of little wooden shacks that looked as though they were ready at a moment's notice to sink with a gurgle into the mud. Off to the right, across a mud flat, one of the dredges apparently had done just that. A swarm of men and natives were hard at work dragging it up again. Control tower was to the left, balanced precariously at a slight tilt in a sea of mud. The Piper Venusian installation didn't look too much like a going concern. It looked far more like a ghost town in the latter stages of decay. Inside the administration shack, Kylan found a weary-looking man behind a desk, scribbling furiously at a pile of reports. Everything in the shack was splattered with mud. The crude desk and furniture was smeared, the papers had black speckles all over them, even the man's face was splattered, his clothes encrusted with gobs of still damp mud. In a corner, a young man was industriously scrubbing down the wall with a large brush. The man wiped mud off Kylan and jumped up with a gleam of hope in his tired eyes. "Ah, wonderful," he cried. "Great to see you, old man. You'll find all the papers and reports in order here, everything ready for you." He brushed the papers away from him with a gesture of finality. "Louis, get the landing craft pilot and don't let him out of your sight. Tell him I'll be ready in 20 minutes. Hold it," said Kylan. "Aren't you Simpson?" The man wiped mud off of his cheek and spat. He was tall and graying. "That's right. Where do you think you're going?" "Aren't you relieving me?" "I am not." "Oh my." The man crumbled behind the desk as though his legs had just given away. "I don't understand it. They told me I don't care what they told you," said Kylan shortly. "I'm the troubleshooter, not an administrator. When the production figures begin to drop, I find out why. The production figures from this place have never gotten high enough to drop." "This is supposed to be news to me," said Simpson. "So you've got troubles." "Friend, you're right about that." "Well, we'll straighten them out," Kylan said smoothly. "But first I want to see the foreman who put that wretched landing platform together." Simpson's eyes became wary. You don't really want to see him?" "Yes, I think I do. When there's just such obvious incompetence, the time to correct it is now." Well, maybe we can go outside and see him." "We'll see him right here." Kylan sank down on a bench near the wall. A tiny headache was developing. He found a capsule in his sample case and popped it into his mouth. Simpson looked sad and nodded to the orderly who had stopped scrubbing the wall. "Louis, you heard the man." "But boss." Simpson scowled. Louis went to the door and whistled. Presently there was a splashing sound, and a short, gray creature padded in. His hind feet were four-toed webbed paddles. His legs were long and powerful like a kangaroo's. He was covered in thick gray fur, which dripped with thick black mud. He squeaked at Simpson, wiggling his nose. Simpson squeaked back sharply. Suddenly, the creature began shaking his head in a slow rhythmic undulation. With a cry, Simpson dropped behind the desk. The orderly fell flat on the floor, covering his face with his arms. Kylan's eyes widened. Then he was sitting in a deluge of mud as the little Venusian shook himself until his fur stood straight out in all directions. Simpson stood up with a roar. "I've told them 1,000 times if I've told them once." He shook his head helplessly as Kylan wiped mud out of his eyes. "This is the one you wanted to see." Kylan spluttered. "Can it talk to you?" "It doesn't talk, it squeaks." "Then ask it to explain why the platform it built didn't hold the landing craft." Simpson began whistling and squeaking at length to the little creature. Its shaggy tail crept between its legs, and it hung its head like a scolded puppy. "He says he didn't know a landing craft was supposed to land on the platform," Simpson reported finally. "He's sorry, he says. But he hasn't seen a landing craft before?" Squeak, squeak. "Oh, yes." "Wasn't he told what the platform was being made for?" Squeak, squeak. "Of course." "Then why didn't the platform stand up?" Simpson sighed. "Maybe he forgot what it was supposed to be used for in the course of building it. Maybe he never really did understand in the first place. I can't get questions like that across from him with this whistling. I doubt you'll ever find out which it was." "Then fire him," said Kyland. "We'll find some other—" "Oh, no. I mean, let's not be hasty," said Simpson. I'd hate to have to fire this one, for a while yet, at any rate." "Why?" "Because we've finally gotten across to him. At least, I think we have. Just how to take down a dredge tube." Simpson's voice was almost tearful. "It's taken us months to teach him. If we fire him, we'll just have to start all over again with another one." Kylan stared at the Venusian, and then at Simpson. "So," he said finally, "I see." "No, you don't," said Simpson with conviction. "You don't even begin to see yet. You have to fight it for a few months before you really see." He waved the Venusian out the door and turned to Kyland with the burden of 10 months' frustration in his voice. "They're stupid," he said slowly. "They are so incredibly stupid. I could go screaming into this swamp every time I see one of them coming. Their stupidity is positively abysmal." Then why use them?" Kylan spluttered. "Because if we ever hope to mine anything in this miserable mud hole, we've got to use them for it. There just isn't any other way." With Simpson leading, they donned waist-high waders with wide, flat silicone-coated pans strapped to their feet and started out to inspect the installation. A crowd of a dozen or more Venusian natives swarmed happily around them like a pack of hounds. They were in and out of the steaming mud, circling and splashing, squeaking and shaking. They seemed to be having a real field day. "Of course," Simpson was saying, "since number 4 dredge sank last week, there isn't a whale of a lot of installation left for you to inspect. But you can see what there is, if you want." "You mean number 4 dredge is the only one you've got to use?" Kyland asked peevishly. "According to my records, you have 5 axis traction dredges, plus a dozen or more of the old kind." "Ah," said Simpson. "Well, number 1 had its vacuum chamber corroded out a week after we started using dredging. Ran into a vein of stuff with 15% acid content, and it got chewed up something fierce. Number 2 sank without a trace, over there in the swamp someplace." He pointed across the black mud flats to a patch of sickly vegetation. "The mud pups know where it is, they think, and I suppose they could go drag it up for us if we dared to take the time, but it would lose us a month, and you know the production schedule we've been trying to meet." "So what about numbers 3 and 5? "Oh, we still have them. They won't work without a major overhaul, though." "Overhaul? They're brand new!" "They were. The mud pups didn't understand how to sluice them down properly after operations. When this gunk gets out into the air, it hardens like cement. You ever see a cement mixer that hasn't been cleaned out after use after a few dozen times? That's numbers 3 and 5. "What about the old-style models?" "Half of them are out on commission, and the other half are holding the islands still." "Islands?" "Those chunks of semi-solid ground we have administration built on. The chunk that keeps control tower in one place." "Well, what were they going to do? Walk away?" "That's just about right. The first week we were in operation, we kept wondering why we had to travel farther every day to get the dredges. Then we realized solid ground on Venus isn't solid ground at all. It's just big chunks of denser stuff that floats on top of the mud like dumplings in a stew. But that was nothing compared to these other things." They had reached the vicinity of the salvage operation on number 5 dredge. To Kyland it looked like a huge cylinder-type vacuum cleaner with a number of flexible hoses sprouting from the top. The whole machine was 3/4 submerged in clinging mud. Off to the right, a derrick floated hip-deep in slime. Grapplers from it were clinging to the dredge, and the derrick was heaving and splashing like a trapped hippopotamus. All about the submerged machine were mud pups, working like strange little beavers, as the man supervising the operation wiped mud from his face and carried on a running line of shouts, curses, whistles, and squeaks. Suddenly, one of the mud pups saw the newcomers. He let out a squeal, dropped his line in the mud, and bounced up to the surface, dancing like a dervish on his broad-webbed feet as he stared in unabashed curiosity. A dozen or more followed his lead, squirming up and staring, shaking gobs of mud from their fur. "No, no," the man supervising the operation screamed. "Pull! You idiots! Come back here! Watch out!" The derrick wobbled and let out a whine as steel cable sizzled out. Confused, the mud pups tore themselves away from the newcomers and turned back to their lines, but it was too late. Number 5 dredge trembled with a wet sucking sound and settled back into the mud. Blub, blub, blub. The supervisor crawled down from his platform and sloshed across to where Simpson and Kyland were standing. He looked like a man who had suffered the torment of the damned for 20 minutes too long. "No more," he screamed in Simpson's face. "That's all. I'm through. I'll pick up my pay any time you get it ready, and I'll finish off my contract at home, but I'm through here. 1 solid week I work to teach these idiots what I want them to do, and you have to come along at the one moment all week when I really need their concentration." He glared, his face purple. "Concentration! I should hope for so much. You've got to have a brain to have concentration." "Barton, this is Kyland. He's here from home office to solve all our problems." "You mean he bought us an evacuation ship?" "No, he's going to tell us how to make this installation pay. Right, Kyland?" Simpson's grin was something to see. Kyland scowled. "What are you going to do with the dredge? Just leave it there?" he asked angrily. "No, I'm going to dig it out, again," said Barton, "after we take another week off to drum into those quarter-brained mud hens just what we want them to do. Again, and then persuade them to do it. Again, and then hope against hope that nothing happens along to distract them. Again. Any suggestions?" Simpson shook his head. "Take a rest, Barton. Things will look brighter in the morning." "Nothing ever looks brighter in the morning," said Barton as he sloshed angrily off toward the administration island. "You see?" said Simpson. "Or do you want to look around some more?" Back in the administration shack, Kyland sprayed his throat with Piper fortified biostatic and took 2 tetracycline capsules from his sample case as he stared gloomily down at the little blob of blue-gray mud on the desk before him. The Venusian Bonanza, the sole object of the multi-million-dollar Piper Venusian installation, didn't look like much. It ran in veins deep beneath the surface. The R&D men struck it quite by accident in the first place, sampled it along with a dozen other kinds of Venusian mud, and found they had their hands on the richest mycin-bearing bacterial growth since the days of New Jersey mudflats. The value of this stuff was incalculable. 21st century Earth had not realized the degree to which it depended on its effective antibiotic products for maintenance of its health until the mutating immune bacterial strains began to outpace the development of new antibacterials. Early penicillin killed 96% of all organisms in its spectrum, at first. But time and natural selection undid its work in 3 generations. Even the broad-spectrum drugs were losing their effectiveness to a dangerous degree within decades of their introduction. And the new drugs, grown from earth-born bacteria or synthesized in the laboratories, were too few and too weak to meet the burgeoning demands of humanity. Until Venus. The bacteria indigenous to that planet were alien to Earth. Every attempt to transplant them had failed. But they grew with abandon in the warm mud currents of Venus. Not all the mud was of value. Only the singular blue-gray stuff that lay before Kyland on the desk could produce the mycin-like tetrasilene derivative that was more powerful than the best of earth-grown wide-spectrum antibiotics, with few, if any, of the unfortunate side effects of the earth products. The problem seemed simple. Find the mud in sufficient quantities for mining, dredge it up, and transport it back to Earth to extract the drug. It was the first two steps of the operation that depended so heavily on the mud-acclimated natives of Venus for success. They were as much at home in the mud as they were in the dank, humid air above. They could distinguish one type of mud from another deep beneath the surface, and could carry a dredge tube down to a load of the blue-gray muck with unfailing accuracy of a homing pigeon. If only they could be made to understand just what they were expected to do. And that was where production ground down to a slow walk. The next few days were a nightmare of frustration for Kyland as he observed with mounting horror the standard operating procedure of the installation. Men and mud pups went to work once again to drag number 5 dredge out of the mud. It took 5 days of explaining, repeating, coaxing, and threatening to do it. But finally up it came, with mud caked and hardened in its insides until it could never be used again. So they ferried number 6 down, piecemeal, from the special orbital transport ship that had brought it. Only 3 landing crafts sank during the process, and within 2 weeks Simpson and Barton set bravely off with their dull-witted cohorts to tackle the swamp with a spanking new piece of equipment. At last the delays were over. Of course, it took another week to get the actual dredging started. The mud pups, who had been taught the excavation procedure previously, had either disappeared into the swamp or forgotten everything they'd ever been taught. Simpson had expected it, but it was enough to keep Killard sleepless for 3 nights and drive his blood pressure to suicidal levels. At length, the blue-gray mud began billowing out of the dredge onto platforms built to receive it, and the transport ship was notified to stand by for loading. But by the time the ferry had landed, the platform with the load had somehow drifted free of the island and required a week-long expedition into the hinterland to track it down. On the trip back, they met a rainstorm that dissolved the blue-gray stuff into soup, which ran out between the slats of the platform and back into the mud again. They did get the platform back, at any rate. Meanwhile, the dredge began sucking up green stuff that smelled of sewage instead of the blue-gray clay they sought, so the natives dove mudward to explore the direction of the vein. One of them got caught in a suction tube, causing a 3-day delay while engineers dismantled the dredge to get him out. In reassembling, 2 of the dredge tubes got interlocked somehow, and the dredge burned out 3 generators trying to suck itself through, so to speak. That took another week to fix. Kyland buried himself in the administration shack, digging through records when the rain of confusion outside became too much to bear. He sent for Tarnier, the installation physician, biologist, and erstwhile Venusian psychologist. Dr. Tarnier looked like the breathing soul of failure. Kyland had to steel himself to the wave of pity that swept through him at the sight of the man. "You're the one who tested these imbeciles originally?" he demanded. Dr. Tarnier nodded. His face was seamed, his eyes lustrous. "I tested 'em. God help me, I tested 'em." "How?" "Standard procedures. Reaction time, mazes, conditioning, language, abstraction, numbers, association, the works." "Standard for Earthmen, I presume you mean." "So what else? Piper didn't want to know if they were Einsteins or not. All they wanted was a passable level of intelligence. Give them natives with brains and they might have to pay them something. They thought they were getting a bargain." "Some bargain." "Yeah. Only your tests say they're intelligent. As intelligent, say, as a low, normal human being without the benefit of any schooling or education, right?" "That's right," said the doctor wearily, as though he had been through this mill again and again. "Schooling and education don't enter it at all, of course. All we measured was potential, but the results said they had it. Then how do you explain the mess we've got out there? The tests were wrong, or else they weren't applicable even on a basic level, or something I don't know. I don't even care much anymore. Well, I care. Plenty. Do you realize how much those creatures are costing us? If we ever do get this finished product on the market, it'll cost too much for anyone to buy. Dr. Tarnier spread his hands. Don't blame me, blame them. And then this so-called biological survey of yours, Kylan continued, warming to his subject. From a scientific man, it's a prize. Anatomical description. Limited because of absence of autopsy specimens. Apparently have endoskeleton, but organization of the internal organs remain obscure. Thought to be mammalianoid. There's a fence-sitter for you, but you can't be certain of this, because no young have been observed, nor any females in gestation. Extremely gregarious, curious, playful, irresponsible, etc., etc., etc. Habitat under natural conditions, uncertain. Diet, uncertain. Social organization, uncertain. Kylan threw down the paper with a snort. In short, the only thing we're certain of is that they're there. Very helpful, especially when every dime we have in this project depends on our teaching them how to count to 3 without help. Dr. Tarnier spread his hands again. Mr. Kylan, I am a mere mortal. In order to measure something, it has to stay the same long enough to get measured. In order to describe something, it has to hold still long enough to be observed. In order to form a logical opinion of the creature's mental capability, it has to demonstrate some perceptible mental capacity to start with. You can't get very far studying a creature's habitat and social structure when most of its habitating goes on under 20 feet of mud. How about the language? We get by with squeaks, whistles, and sign language, a sort of pidgin Venusian. They use a very complex system among themselves. The doctor paused uncertainly. Anyways, it's hard to get too tough with the pups, he burst out finally. They really seem to try hard when they can manage to keep their minds to it. Just stupid, carefree, happy-go-lucky kids, eh? Dr. Tarnier shrugged. Go away, said Kylan in disgust, and turned back to the reports with a sour taste in his mouth. Later he called the installation comptroller. What do you pay the mud pups for their work? He wanted to know. Nothing, said the comptroller. Nothing? We have nothing they can use. What would you give them? United Nation coins? They'd just try and eat it. How about something they can eat, then? Everything we feed them, they throw right back up, planetary incompatible. But there must be something you can use for wages, Kylan protested. Something they want, something they'll work hard for. Well, they like tobacco and pipes all right, but it interfered with their oxygen storage, so they couldn't dive. That ruled out tobacco and pipes. They liked Turkish towels, too, but they spent all their time parading up and down in them and slaying the ladies, and wouldn't work at all. That ruled out Turkish towels. They don't seem to care too much whether they're paid or not, though, as long as we're decent to them. They seem to like us, in a stupid sort of way. Just loving, affectionate, happy-go-lucky kids, I know. Go away, Kylan growled and turned back to the reports. Except that there weren't any more reports, that he hadn't read a dozen times, or more. Nothing that made sense, and nothing that offered a lead. Millions of Piper dollars sunk into this project, and every one of them sitting there blinking at him expectantly. For the first time, he wondered if there really was any solution to the problem. Stumbling blocks had been met and removed before. That was Kylan's job, and he knew how to do it. But stupidity could be a stumbling block that was all but insurmountable. Yet he couldn't throw off the nagging conviction that something more subtle than stupidity was involved. Then Simpson came in, cursing and sputtering and bellowing for Louis. Louis came, and Simpson started dictating a message for relay to the transport ship. Special order. Rush. Repeat, rush, Simon grated. For immediate delivery Piper Venusian installation. 1 Piper Axis traction dredge. Previous specifications applicable. Kylan stared at him. Again? Simpson gritted his teeth. Again. Sunk? Blub, said Simpson. Blub, blub, blub. Slowly, Kylan stood up, glaring, first at Simpson, then at the little muddy creatures that were attempting to hide behind his waders, looking so forlorn and chastised and woebegone. All right, Kylan said, after a pregnant pause. That's all. You won't be needing to relay that order to this ship. Forget about number 7 dredge. Just get your files in order and get a landing craft down here for me. The sooner, the better. Simpson's face lit up in pathetic eagerness. You mean we're going to leave? That is what I mean. The company's not going to like it. The company ought to welcome us back with open arms, Kylan snarled. They should shower us with kisses. They should do somersaults for joy that I'm not going to let them sink another 500 million into the mud out here. They took a gamble and got cleaned, that's all. They'd be as stupid as your pals here if they kept coming back for more. He pulled on his waders, brushing penitent mud pups aside as he started for the door. Send the natives back to their burrows or whatever they live in and get ready to close down. I've got to figure some way to make a report to the board that won't get us all fired. He slammed the door and started to cross to his quarters, waders going splat, splat in the mud. 6 mud pups were following him. They seemed extraordinarily exuberant as they went diving and splashing in the mud. Kylan turned and roared at them, shaking his fist. They stopped short, and then slunk off with their tails between their legs. But even at that, their squeaking sounded strangely like laughter to Kylan. In his quarters, the light was so dim that he almost had his waders off before he saw the upheaval. The little room was splattered from top to bottom with mud. His bunk was coated with slime. The walls dripped blue-gray goo. Across the room, his wardrobe doors hung open as 3 muddy creatures rooted industriously in the leather case on the floor. Kylan let out a howl and threw himself across the room. His samples case! The mud pups scattered, squealing. Their hands were filled with capsules. Their muzzles were dripping with the white powder. 2 went between Kylan's legs and through the door. The 3rd dove for the window, with Kylan after him. The company man's hand closed on a slippery tail, and he fell headlong across the muddy bed as the culprit literally slipped through his fingers. He sat up, wiping mud from his hair and surveying the damage. Bottles and boxes of medicaments were scattered all over the floor of the wardrobe, covered with mud but unopened. Only 1 large box had been torn apart, its contents ravaged. Kylan stared at it as things began clicking into place in his mind. He walked to the door, stared out across the steamy, glooming mud flats toward the lighted windows of the administration shack. Sometimes, he mused, a man can get so close to something that he can't see the obvious. He stared at his samples case again. Sometimes stupidity works both ways, and sometimes what looks like stupidity can really be something far more deadly. He licked his lips and flipped the telephone talker switch. After a misconnection or 2, he got Control Tower. Control Tower said yes. They had a small exploratory scooter on hand. Yes, it could be controlled on a beam and fitted with cameras. But of course it was special equipment, emergency use only. He cut them off, and buzzed Simpson excitedly. Cancel all I said. About leaving, I mean. Change of plans. Something's come up. No, don't order anything, but get one of those natives that can understand your whistling and give him the word. Simpson bellowed over the wire. What word? What do you think you're doing? I may just be saving our skins. We won't know for a while. But however you manage it, tell them we're definitely not leaving Venus. Tell them they're all fired. We don't want them around anymore. The installation is off limits from here on in. And tell them We've devised a way to mine the load without them. Got that? Tell them the equipment will be arriving as soon as we can bring it down from the transport. Oh, now look! You want me to repeat that? Simpson sighed. All right, fine. I'll tell them. And then what? Then, just don't bother me for a while. I'm going to be busy. Watching TV. An hour later, Kylan was in control tower, watching the pale screen as the little remote control explorer circled around installation. 3 TV cameras were in operation as he settled down behind the screen. He told Sparks what he wanted to do, and the ship whizzed off in the direction the Mud Pups raiders had taken. At first, there was nothing but dreary mud flats sliding past the camera's watchful eyes. Then he picked up a flicker of movement, and the ship circled in lower for a better view. It was a group of natives, a large group. There must have been 50 of them working busily in the mud, 5 miles away from the Piper installation. They didn't look so carefree and happy-go-lucky now. They looked very much like desperately busy mud pups with a job on their hands, and they were so absorbed that they didn't even see the small craft circling above them. They worked in teams. Some were diving with small containers. Some were handling mines attached to the containers. Still others were carrying and dumping. They came up full, went down empty, came up full. The produce was heaped in a growing pile on a small semi-solid island with a few scraggly trees on it. As they worked, the pile grew and grew. It only took a moment for Kylan to tell what they were doing. The color of the stuff was unmistakable. They were mining piles of blue-gray mud just as fast as they could mine it. With a gleam of satisfaction in his eye, Kylan snapped off the screen and nodded at Sparks to bring the cameras back. Then Q rang Simpson again. "Did you tell them?" Simpson's voice was uneasy. Yeah, I told them. They left in quite a hurry." "Yes, I imagine they did. Where are your men now?" "Out working on number 6, trying to get it up." "Better get them together and pack them over to control tower, fast," said Kylan. "I mean everybody, every man in the installation. We may have this thing just about tied up if we can get out here soon enough." Kylan's chair gave a sudden lurch and sailed across the room, smashing into the wall. With a yelp, he struggled up the sloping floor. It reared and heaved over the other way, throwing Kylan and Sparks to the other wall, amid a heap of instruments. Through the window they could see the gray mud flats careening wildly below them. It only took an instant to realize what was happening. Kylan shouted, "Let's get out of here!" and headed down the stairs, clinging to the railing for dear life. Control Tower was sinking in the mud. They had moved faster than he had anticipated, Kylan thought, and snarled at himself all the way down to the landing platform below. He had hoped at least to have time to parley, to stop and discuss the whys and wherefores of the situation with the natives. Now it was abundantly clear that any whys and wherefores that were likely to be discussed would be discussed later, and very possibly under 20 feet of mud. A stream of men were floundering out of administration shack, plowing through the mud with waders only half strapped on, as the line of low buildings began shaking and sinking into the morass. From the direction of number 6 dredge, another crew was heading for the tower, but the tower was rapidly growing shorter as the buoys that sustained it broke loose with ear-shattering crashes. Kylan caught Sparks by the shoulder, shouting to be heard above the racket. "The transport! Did you get it?" I think so. They're sending us a ferry? It should be on its way." Simon sloshed up, his face heavy with dismay. "The dredges. They've cut loose the dredges. Bother the dredges. Get your men collected and into the shelters. We'll have a ship here any minute. But what's happening? We are leaving, if we can make it before these carefree, happy-go-lucky kids here sink us in the mud. Dredges, control tower, and all." Out of the gloom above, there was a roar and a streak of murky yellow as the landing craft eased down through the haze. Only the top of the control tower was out of the mud now. The administration shack gave a lurch, sagging, as a dozen indistinct gray forms pulled and tugged at the supporting structure beneath it. Already a circle of natives was converging on the Earthmen as they gathered near the landing platform shelters. "They're cutting loose the landing platform!" somebody wailed. One of the lines broke loose with a resounding snap, and the platform lurched. Then a dozen men dived through the mud to pull away the slippery, writhing natives as they worked to cut through the remaining guys. Moments later, the landing craft was directly overhead, and men and natives alike scattered as she sank down. The platform splintered and jolted under her weight, began skidding, then held firm to the 2 guy ropes remaining. A horde of gray creatures hurled themselves on those lines as a hatchway opened above and a ladder dropped down. The men scurried up the ropes just as the plastic dome of the control tower sank with a gurgle. Kyland and Simpson paused at the bottom of the ladder, blinking at the scene of devastation around them. "Stupid, you say," said Kyland heavily. "Better get up there, or we'll go where the control tower went." "But everything gone." "Wrong again. Everything saved." Kyland urged the administrator up the ladder and sighed with relief as the hatch clanged shut. The jets bloomed and sprayed boiling mud far and wide as the landing craft lifted soggily out of the mire and roared for the clouds above. Kyland wiped sweat from his forehead and sank back on his cot with a shudder. "We should be so stupid," he said. "I must admit," he said later to a weary and mystified Simpson, "that I didn't expect them to move so fast. But when you've decided in your mind that somebody's really pretty stupid, it's hard to adjust that idea that maybe he isn't all of a sudden. We should have been much more suspicious of Dr. Tarnier's test. It's true they weren't designed for Venusians, but they were designed to assess intelligence, and intelligence isn't a quality that's influenced by environment or species. It's either there or it isn't, and the good doctor told us unequivocally that it was there. But their behavior... Even that should have tipped us off. There is a very fine line dividing incredible stupidity and incredible stubbornness. It's often a tough differential to make. I didn't spot it until I found them wolfing down the tetracycline capsules in my samples case. Then I began to see the implications. Those mud pups were stubbornly and tenaciously determined to drive the Peter Vesuvian installation off Venus permanently, by fair means or foul. They didn't care how. They just wanted it off. But why? We weren't hurting them. There's plenty of mud on Venus. Ah, but not so much of the blue-gray stuff we're after, perhaps. Suppose a spaceship settled down in a wheat field in Kansas, along about harvesting time, and started loading wheat into the hold. I suppose the farmer wouldn't mind too much. After all, there's plenty of vegetation on Earth. They're growing the stuff? For all they're worth, said Kyland. Lord knows what sort of metabolism uses tetracycline for food, but they are growing mud that yields an incredibly rich concentration of antibiotic, their native food. They grow it, harvest it, live on it. Even the way they shake whenever they come out of the mud is a giveaway. What better way to seed their crop far and wide? We were mining away the staff of life, my friend. You can't really blame them for objecting. Well, if they think they can drive us off that way, they're going to have to get that brilliant intelligence of theirs into action, Simpson said ominously. We'll bring enough equipment down there to mine them out of house and home. Why? Said Kyland. After all, they're mining it themselves a lot more efficiently than we ever could do it. And with Piper warehouses back on Earth full of old useless antibiotics they can't sell for peanuts? No, I don't think we'll mine anything when a simple trade arrangement will do just as well. He sank back in his cot, staring dreamily through the port as the huge orbital transport loomed large ahead of them. He found his throat spray and dosed himself liberally in preparation for his return to civilization. Of course, the natives are going to be wondering what kind of idiots they're dealing with, to sell them pure refined extract of Vesuvian beefsteak in return for raw chunks of unrefined native soil. But I think we can afford to just let them wonder for a while. End of The Native Soil by Alan Edward Nourse.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit liverbox.org. An Ounce of Cure by Alan E. Nourse. The doctor's office was shiny and modern. Behind the desk, the doctor smiled down at James Wheatley through thick glasses. Now then, what seems to be the trouble? Wheatley had been palpitating for 5 days straight at the prospect of coming here. I know it's silly, he said, but I've been having pain in my toe. Indeed, said the doctor. Well now, how long have you had this pain, my man? About 6 months now, I'd say. Just now and then, you know. It's never really been bad. Until last week. You see... I see, said the doctor. Getting worse all the time, you say? Wheatley wiggled the painful toe reflectively. Well, you might say that. You see, when I first... How old did you say you were, Mr. Wheatley? 55. 55? The doctor leafed through the medical record on his desk. But this is incredible. You haven't had a checkup in almost 10 years. I guess I haven't, said Wheatley, apologetically. I'd been feeling pretty well until... Feeling well? The doctor stared in horror. But my dear fellow, no checkup since January 1963. We aren't in the Middle Ages, you know. This is 1972. Well, of course. Of course you may be feeling well enough, but that doesn't mean everything is just the way it should be. And now, you see, you're having pains in your toes. One toe, said Wheatley. The little one, on the right. It seemed to me, one toe today, perhaps, said the doctor heavily. But tomorrow... He heaved a sigh. How about your breathing lately? Been growing short of breath when you hurry upstairs? Well, I have been bothered a little. I thought so. Heart pound when you run for the subway? Feel tired all day? Pains in your coughs when you walk fast? Yes, occasionally. Wheatley looked worried and rubbed his toe on the chair leg. You know that 55 is a dangerous age, said the doctor gravely. Do you have a cough? Heartburn after dinner? Prop up on pillows at night? Just as I thought. And no checkup in 10 years. He sighed again. I suppose I should have seen to it, Wheatley admitted. But you see, it's just in my toe. My dear fellow, your toe is a part of you. It doesn't just exist down there all by itself. If your toe hurts, there must be a reason. Wheatley looked more worried than ever. There must? I thought perhaps you could just give me a little something. To stop the pain? The doctor looked shocked. Well, of course I could do that, but that's not getting at the root of the trouble, is it? That's just treating symptoms. Medieval quackery. Medicine has advanced a long way since your last checkup, my friend. And even treatment has its dangers. Did you know that more people died last year of aspirin poisoning than of cyanide poisoning? Wheatley wiped his forehead. Dear me, I never realized. We have to think about these things, said the doctor. No, the problem here is to find out why you have a pain in your toe. It could be inflammatory, maybe a tumor. Perhaps it could be functional or maybe vascular. Perhaps you could take my blood pressure or something, Wheatley offered. Well, of course I could, but that isn't really my field, you know. It wouldn't really mean anything if I did it. But there's nothing to worry about. We have a fine hypertensive man at the diagnostic clinic. The doctor checked the appointment book on his desk. Now, if we could see you there next Monday morning at 9. Very interesting x-rays, said the young doctor with the red hair. Very interesting. See the shadow in the duodenal cap? See the prolonged emptying time? And I've never seen such beautiful pylospasm. This is my toe? Asked Wheatley, edging toward the doctors. It seemed he had been waiting for a very long time. Toe? Oh, no, said the red-haired doctor. No, that's the orthopedic radiologist's job. I'm a gastrointestinal man myself. Upper. Dr. Schultz here is lower. The red-haired doctor turned back to his consultation with Dr. Schultz. Mr. Wheatley rubbed his toe and waited. Presently, another doctor came by. He looked very grave, and he sat down beside Wheatley. Tell me, Mr. Wheatley, have you had an orthodiagram lately? No. An EKG? No. Fluoroartogram? I don't think so. The doctor looked even graver and walked away, muttering to himself. In a few moments he came back with 2 more doctors. No question in my mind that it's cardiomegaly, he was saying. But Haddonfield should know. He's the best left ventricle man in the city. Excellent paper in the AMA journal last July. The inadequacies of modern orthodiagrammic techniques in demonstrating minimal left ventricular hypertrophy. A brilliant study, simply brilliant. Now this patient... He glanced toward Wheatley, and his voice dropped to a mumble. Presently, 2 of the men nodded, and one walked over to Wheatley, cautiously, as though afraid he might suddenly vanish. Now there's nothing to be worried about, Mr. Wheatley, he said. We're going to have you fixed up in just no time at all. Just a few more studies. Now if you could see me in Valve Clinic tomorrow afternoon at 3. Wheatley nodded. Nothing serious, I hope. Serious? Oh, no. Dear me, you mustn't worry. Everything is going to be all right, the doctor said. Well, that is, my toe is still bothering me some. It's not nearly as bad, but I wondered if maybe you... Dawn broke in the doctor's face. Give you something for it? Well, now, we aren't therapeutic men, you understand. Always best to let the expert handle the problem in his own field. He paused, stroking his chin for a moment. Tell you what we'll do. Dr. Epstein is one of the finest therapeutic men in the city. He could take care of you in a jiffy. We'll see if we can't arrange an appointment with him after you see me tomorrow. Mr. Wheatley was late to the mitral valve clinic the next day because he had gone to the aortic valve clinic by mistake. But finally he found the right waiting room. A few hours later he was being thumped, photographed, and listened to. Substances were popped into his right arm and withdrawn from his left arm as he marveled at the brilliance of modern medical techniques. Before they were finished, he had been seen by both the mitral men and the aortic men, as well as the great arteries men and the peripheral capillary bed men. Therapeutic men happened to be in Atlantic City at a convention, and the rheumatologist was on vacation, so Wheatley was sent to the functional clinic instead. Always have to rule out these things, the doctors agreed. Wouldn't do much good to give you medicine if your trouble isn't organic, now would it? The psychoneuroticist studied his sex life, while the psychosociologist examined his social milieu. Then they conferred for a long time. 3 days later he was waiting in the hallway downstairs again. Heads met in a huddle. Words and phrases slipped out from time to time as the discussion grew heated. No doubt in my mind that it's But we can't ignore the endocrine implications, doctor. You're perfectly right there, of course. Bitt and Bender at the university might be able to answer the question. No better pituitary osmoreceptorologist in the city. A tubular function man should look at these kidneys first. He's 55, you know. Has anyone studied his filtration fraction? Might be a peripheral vascular spasticity factor. After a while, James Wheatley rose from the bench and slipped out the door, limping slightly as he went. The room was small and dusky, with heavy Turkish drapes obscuring the dark hallway beyond. A suggestion of incense hung in the air. In due course, a gaunt, swarthy man in mustache and turban appeared through the curtains and bowed solemnly. "You come with that problem?" he asked, in a slight accent. "As a matter of fact, yes," James Wheatley said hesitantly. "You see, I've been having a pain in my right little toe." End of An Ounce of Cure.
P.R. Oblum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Kellogg. P.R. Oblum by Alan Edward Nourse. The letter came down the slot too early that morning to be the regular mail run. Pete Greenwood eyed the new Philly photo cancel with a dreadful premonition. The letter said, "Peter, can you come east chop urgent? Gurdzenth problem getting to be a PR oblum. Need expert icebox salesman to get gators out of hair fast. Yes? Math boy's hot on this. Citizens not so hot. Please come. Tommy." Pete tossed the letter down the gulper with a sigh. He had lost a bet to himself, because it had come 3 days later than he expected, but it had come all the same, just as it always did when Tommy Hines got himself into a hole. Not that he didn't like Tommy. Tommy was a good PR man, as PR men go. He just didn't know his own depth. PR Oblum and a beady Gurdzenth eye. What Tommy needed right now was a bazooka battalion, not a PR man. Pete settled back in the eastbound rocket jet with a sigh of resignation. He was just dozing off when the fat lady up the aisle let out a scream. A huge reptilian head had materialized out of nowhere and was hanging in air, peering about uncertainly. A scaly green body followed, 4 feet away, complete with long razor talons, heavy hind legs, and a whiplash tail with a needle at the end. For a moment the creature floated upside down, legs thrashing. Then the head and body joined, executed a horizontal pirouette, and settled gently to the floor like an 8-foot circus balloon. 2 rows down, a small boy let out a muffled howl and tried to bury himself in his mother's coat collar. An indignant wail arose from the fat lady. Someone behind Pete groaned aloud and quickly retired behind a newspaper. The creature coughed apologetically. "Terribly sorry," he said, in a coarse rumble. "So difficult to control, you know. Terribly sorry." His voice trailed off as he lumbered down the aisle towards the empty seat next to Pete. The fat lady gasped, and an angry murmur ran up and down the cabin. "Sit down," Pete said to the creature. "Relax. Cheerful reception these days, eh?" "You don't mind?" said the creature. "Not at all." Pete tossed his briefcase on the floor. At a distance, the huge beast had looked like a nightmare combination of large alligator and small tyrannosaurus. Now, at close range, Pete could see that the scales were actually tiny wrinkles of satiny green fur. He knew, of course, that the Gurdzenth were mammals. Docile, peace-loving mammals, Tommy's PR blast had declared emphatically. But with one of them sitting about a foot away, Pete had to fight down a wave of horror and revulsion. The creature was most incredibly ugly. Great yellow pouches hung down below flat reptilian eyes, and a double row of long curved teeth glittered sharply. In spite of himself, Pete gripped the seat as the Gurdzenth breathed at him wetly through damp nostrils. "Misgauged?" said Pete. The Gurdzenth nodded sadly. "It's horrible of me, but I just can't help it. I always misgauge. Last time it was the chancel of St. John's Cathedral. I was nearly stampeded in morning prayer." He paused to catch a breath. "What an effort, the energy barrier, you know. Frightfully hard to make the jump." He broke off sharply, staring at the window. "Dear me, are we going east?" "I'm afraid so, friend." "Oh dear, I wanted Florida." "Well, you seem to have drifted through into the wrong airplane," said Pete. "Why Florida?" The Gurdzenth looked at him reproachfully. "The wives, of course. The climate is so much better, and they mustn't be disturbed, you know." "Of course," said Pete. "In their condition. I'd forgotten." "And I'm told that things have been somewhat unpleasant in the east just now," said the Gurdzenth. Pete thought of Tommy, red-faced and frantic, beating off hordes of indignant citizens. "So I hear," he said. "How many more of you are coming through?" "Oh, not many at all. Only the wives, 500,000 or so, and their spouses, of course." The creature clicked his talons nervously. "We haven't much more time, you know. Only a few more weeks, a few months at the most. If we couldn't have stopped over here, I just don't know what we'd have done." "Think nothing of it," said Pete indulgently. "It's been great having you." The passengers within earshot stiffened, glaring at Pete. The fat lady was whispering indignantly to her seat companion. Junior had half emerged from his mother's collar. He was busy sticking his tongue out at the Gurdzanth. The creature shifted uneasily. "Really? I think perhaps Florida would be better." "Going to try it again now? Don't rush off," said Pete. "Oh, I don't mean to rush. It's been lovely, but—" Already the Gurdzanth was beginning to fade out. "Try 4 miles down and 1,000 miles southeast," said Pete. The creature gave him a toothy smile, nodded once, and grew more indistinct. In another 5 seconds, the seat was quite empty. Pete leaned back, grinning to himself as the angry rumble rose around him like a wave. He was a public relations man to the core, but right now he was off duty. He chuckled to himself, and the passengers avoided him like the plague all the way to New Philly. But as he walked down the gangway to hail a cab, he wasn't smiling so much. He was wondering just how high Tommy was hanging him this time. The lobby of the Public Relations Bureau was swarming like an upturned anthill when Pete disembarked from the taxi. He could almost smell the desperate tension of the place. He fought his way past scurrying clerks and preoccupied poll-takers toward the executive elevators in the rear. On the newly finished 17th floor, he found Tommy Hines pacing the corridor like an expectant young father. Tommy had lost weight since Pete had last seen him. His ruddy face was paler, his hair thin and ragged as though chunks had been torn out from time to time. He saw Pete step off the elevator and ran forward with open arms. "I thought you'd never get here," he groaned. "When you didn't call, I was afraid you'd let me down." "Me?" said Pete. "I'd never let down a pal." The sarcasm didn't dent Tommy. He led Pete through the anteroom into the plush director's office, bouncing about excitedly, his words tumbling out like a waterfall. He looked as though one gentle shove might send him yodeling down Market Street in his underdrawers. "Hold it," said Pete. "Relax, I'm not going to leave for a while. Your girl screamed something about a senator as we came in. Did you hear her?" Tommy gave a violent start. "Senator? Oh, dear." He flipped a desk switch. "What senator is that?" "Senator Stokes," the girl said wearily. "He had an appointment. He's ready to have you fired." "All I need now is a senator," Tommy said. "What does he want?" "Guess," said the girl. "Oh, that's what I was afraid of. Can you keep him there?" "Don't worry about that," said the girl. "He's growing roots. They swept around him last night and dusted him off this morning. His appointment was for yesterday, remember?" "Remember? Of course I remember. Senator Stokes. Something about a riot in Boston." He started to flip the switch, then added, "See if you can get Charlie down here with his giz." He turned back to Pete with a frantic light in his eye. "Good old Pete. Just in time. Just. 11th hour reprieve. Have a drink. Have a cigar. Do you want my job? It's yours. Just speak up." "I fail to see," said Pete, "why you just had to drag me all the way from L.A. to have a cigar. I've got work to do." "Selling movies, right?" said Tommy. "Check. To people who don't want to buy them, right?" "In a manner of speaking," said Pete testily. "Exactly," said Tommy. "Considering some of the movies you've been selling, you should be able to sell anything to anybody, anytime, at any price. Please, movies are getting better by the day." "Yes, I know, and the Gurdzanth are getting worse by the hour. They're coming through in battalions, 1,000 a day. The more Gurdzanth come through, the more they act as though they own the place. Not nasty or anything. It's that infernal politeness that people hate most, I think. Can't get them mad, can't get them into a fight, but they do anything they please and go anywhere they please. And if the people don't like it, the Gurdzanth just go right ahead anyway." Pete pulled at his lip. "Any violence?" Tommy gave him a long look. "So far we've kept it out of the papers, but there have been some incidents. Didn't hurt the Gurdzanth a bit. They have personal protective force fields around them, a little point they didn't bother to tell us about. Anybody who tries anything fancy gets thrown like a bolt of lightning hit 'em." Rumors are getting wild. People saying they can't get killed, and they're just moving in to stay. Pete nodded slowly. Are they? I wish I knew. I mean, for sure. The psych docs say no. The Gerdsonth agreed to leave at a specified time, and something in their cultural background makes them stick strictly to their arguments. But that's just what the psych docs think, and they've been known to be wrong. And the appointed time? Tommy spread his hands helplessly. If we knew, you'd still be in L.A. Roughly 6 months and 4 days, plus or minus a month for the time differential. That's strictly tentative, according to the math boys. It's a parallel universe, one of several thousand already explored, according to the Gerdsonth scientists working with Charlie Carnes. Most of the parallels are analogous, and we happen to be analogous to the Gerdsonth, a point we've omitted from our PR blasts. They have an 8-planet system around a hot sun, and it's going to get lots hotter any day now. Pete's eyes widened. Nova? Apparently. Nobody knows how they predicted it, but they did. Spotted it coming several years ago, so they've been romping through parallel after parallel trying to find one they can migrate to. They found one, sort of a desperation choice. It's cold and arid and full of impassable mountain chains. With an uphill fight, they can make it support a fraction of their population. Tommy shook his head helplessly. They picked a very sensible system for getting a good strong Gerdsonth population on the new parallel as fast as possible. The males were picked for brains, education, ability, and adaptability. The females were chosen largely according to how pregnant they were. Pete grinned. Gerdsonth in utero. There's something poetic about it. Just one hitch, said Tommy. The girls can't gestate in that climate, at least not until they've been there long enough to get their glands adjusted. Seems we have just the right climate here for gestating Gerdsonth, even better than at home. So they came begging for permission to stop here on the way through to rest and peturiate. So Earth becomes a glorified incubator. Pete got to his feet thoughtfully. This is all very touching, he said, but it just doesn't wash. If the Gerdsonth are so unpopular with the masses, why did we let them here in the first place? He looked narrowly at Tommy. To be very blunt, what's the parking fee? Plenty, said Tommy heavily. That's the trouble, you see. The fee is so high Earth just can't afford to lose it. Charlie Carnes will tell you why. Charlie Carnes from Math Section was an intense skeleton of a man with a long jaw and long white coat drooping over his shoulders like a shroud. In his arms he clutched a small black box. It's the parallel universe business, of course, he said to Pete, with Tommy beaming over his shoulder. The Gerdsonth can cross through. They've been able to do it for a long time. According to our figuring, this must involve complete control of mass, space, and dimension, all three. And time comes into one of the three. We aren't sure which. The mathematician set the black box on the desktop and released the lid. Like a jack-in-the-box, 2 small white plastic spheres popped out and began chasing each other about in the air 6 inches above the box. Presently, a third sphere rose up from the box and joined the fun. Pete watched it with his jaw sagging until his head began to spin. No wires? Strictly no wires, said Charlie glumly. No nothing. He closed the box with a click. This is one of their children's toys, and theoretically it can't work. Among other things, it takes null gravity to operate. Pete sat down, rubbing his chin. Yes, he said, I'm beginning to see. They're teaching you this? Tommy said, they're trying to. He's been working for weeks with their top mathematicians, him and a dozen others. How many computers have you burned out, Charlie? 4. There's a differential factor, and we can't spot it. They have the equations all right. It's a matter of translating them into constants that make sense. But we haven't cracked the differential. And if you do, then what? Charlie took a deep breath. We'll have interdimensional control, a practical, utilizable transmatter. We'll have null gravity, which means the greatest advance in power utilization since fire was discovered. It might give us an opening to a concept of time travel that makes some kind of sense. And power! If there's an energy differential of any magnitude... He shook his head sadly. We'll also know the time differential, said Tommy hopefully, and how long the Gerdsonth gestation period will be. It's a fair exchange, said Charlie. We keep them until all the girls have their babies. They teach us the ABCs of space, mass, and dimension. Pete nodded. That is, if you can make the people put up with them for another 6 months or so. Tommy sighed. In a word, yes. So far we've gotten nowhere at 1,000 miles an hour. I can't do it! The cosmetician wailed, hurling himself down on a chair and burying his face in his hands. I failed! Failed! The guardsman sitting on the stool looked regretfully from the cosmetician to the public relations men. I say, I am sorry. His coarse voice trailed off as he peeled a long strip of cake makeup off his satiny green face. Pete Greenwood stared at the cosmetician sobbing in the chair. What's eating him? Professional pride, said Tommy. He can take 20 years off the face of any woman in Hollywood, but he's not getting to first base with Gorgeous over there. This is only one thing we've tried, he added as they moved on down the corridor. You should see the field reports. We've tried selling the advances Earth will have, the wealth, the power, no dice. The man on the street reads our PR blasts, and then looks up to see one of the nasty things staring over his shoulder at the newspaper. So you can't make them beautiful, said Pete. Can't you make them cute? With those teeth? Those eyes? Ugh! How about the jolly company approach? Tried it. There's nothing jolly about them. They pop out of nowhere, anywhere. In church, in bedrooms, in rush-hour traffic through Lincoln Tunnel. Look! Pete peered out the window at the traffic jam below. Cars were snarled up for blocks on either side of the intersection. A squad of traffic cops were converging angrily on the center of the mess, where a stream of green reptilian figures seemed to be popping out of the street and lumbering through the jammed autos like General Sherman tanks. Ulcers, said Tommy. City traffic isn't enough of a mess as it is. And they don't do anything about it. They apologize profusely, but they keep coming through. The two started on for the office. Things are getting to the breaking point. The people are wearing thin from sheer annoyance, to say nothing of the nightmares the kids are having, and the trouble with women fainting. The signal light on Tommy's desk was a flashing scarlet. He dropped into a chair with a sigh and flipped a switch. Okay, what is it now? Just another senator, said a furious male voice. Mr. Hines, my arthritis is beginning to win this fight. Are you going to see me now, or aren't you? Yes, come right in. Tommy turned white. Senator Stokes, he muttered. I'd completely forgotten. The senator didn't seem to like being forgotten. He walked into the office, looked disdainfully at the PR men, and sank to the edge of a chair, leaning on his umbrella. You have just lost your job, he said to Tommy with an icy edge to his voice. You may not have heard about it yet, but you can take my word for it. I personally will be delighted to make the necessary arrangements, but I doubt if I'll need to. There are at least 100 senators in Washington who are ready to press for your dismissal, Mr. Hines, and there's been some off-the-record talk about a lynching. Nothing official, of course. Senator be hanged. We want somebody in this office who can manage to do something. Do something? You think I'm a magician? I can just make them vanish? What do you want me to do? The senator raised his eyebrows. You needn't shout, Mr. Hines. I'm not the least interested in what you do. My interest is focused completely on a collection of 5,000 letters, telegrams, and visiphone calls I've received in the past 3 days alone. My constituents, Mr. Hines, are making themselves clear. If the Gurdsons do not go, I go. That would never do, of course, murmured Pete. The senator gave Pete a cold, clinical look. Who is this person? He asked Tommy. An assistant on the job, Tommy said quickly. A very excellent PR man. The senator sniffed audibly. Full of ideas, no doubt. Brimming, said Pete. Enough ideas to get your constituents off your neck for a while, at least. Indeed. Indeed, said Pete. Tommy, how fast can you get a PR blast to penetrate? How much medium do you control? Plenty, Tommy gulped. And how fast can you sample response and analyze it? We can have prelims 6 hours after the PR blast, Pete. If you have an idea, tell us. Pete stood up, facing the senator. Everything else has been tried, but it seems to me one important factor has been missed. One that will take your constituents by the ears. He looked at Tommy pityingly. You've tried to make them lovable, but they aren't lovable. They aren't even passably attractive. There's one thing that they are, though, at least half of them. Tommy's jaw sagged. Pregnant, he said. Now see here, said the senator, if you're trying to make a fool out of me to my face... Sit down and shut up, said Pete. If there's one thing the man in the street reveres, my friend, it's motherhood. We've got several 100,000 pregnant Gerdzanth just waiting for all the little Gerdzanth to arrive, and nobody's given them a side glance. He turned to Tommy. Get some copywriters down here. Get a Gerdzanth obstetrician or two. We're going to put together a PR blast that will twang the people's heartstrings like a billion harps. The color was back in Tommy's cheeks, and the senator was forgotten as a dozen intercom switches began snapping. We'll need TV hookups and plenty of newscast space, he said eagerly. Maybe a few photographs. Do you suppose maybe baby Gerdzanth are lovable? They probably look like salamanders, said Pete, but tell the people anything you want. If we're going to get across the sanctity of Gerdzanth motherhood, my friend, anything goes. It's genius, chortled Tommy. Sheer genius. If it sells, the senator added dubiously. It'll sell, Pete said. The question is, for how long? The planning revealed the mark of genius. Nothing sudden, harsh, or crude, but slowly, in a radio comment here or a newspaper story there, the emphasis began to shift from Gerdzanth in general to Gerdzanth as mothers. A Rutgers professor found his TV discussion on motherhood as an experience suddenly shifted from 6:30 Monday evening to 10:30 Saturday night. Copy rolled by the ream from Tommy's office, refined copy, hypersensitively edited copy, finding its way into the light of day through devious channels. 3 days later, a Gerdzanth miscarriage threatened and was averted. It was only a page 4 item, but it was a beginning. Determined movements to expel the Gerdzanth faltered, trembled with indecision. The Gerdzanth are ugly. They frighten little children. They were a trifle overbearing in their insufferable, stubborn politeness. But in a civilized world, you just couldn't turn expectant mothers out in the rain. Not even expectant Gerdzanth mothers. By the second week, the blast was going at full tilt. In the Public Relations Bureau building, machines worked on into the night. As questionnaires came back, spot candid films and street corner interview tapes ran through the projectors on a 24-hour schedule. Tommy Hines grew thinner and thinner, while Pete nursed sharp postprandial stomach pains. Why don't people respond? Timmy asked plaintively on the morning the third week started. Haven't they got any feelings? The blast is washing over them like a wave, and there they sit. He punched the private wire to analysis for the 4th time that morning. He got a man with a hag-ridden look in his eye. How soon? You want yesterday's rushes? What do you think I want? Any sign of a lag? Not a hint. Last night's panel drew like a magnet. The D-date tag you suggested has them by the nose. How about the president's talk? The man from analysis grinned. He should be campaigning. Tommy mopped his forehead with his shirt sleeve. Okay, now listen. We need a special run on all response data we have for tolerance levels. Got that? How soon can we have it? Analysis shook his head. We could only make a guess with the data so far. Fine, said Tommy. Make a guess. Give us 3 hours, said Analysis. You've got 30 minutes. Get going. Turning back to Pete, Tommy rubbed his hands eagerly. It's starting to sell, boy. I don't know how strong or how good, but it's starting to sell. With the tolerance levels to tell us how long we can expect this program to quiet things down, we can give Charlie a deadline to crack his differential factor, or it's the axe for Charlie. He chuckled to himself and paced the room in an overflow of nervous energy. I can see it now. Open shafts instead of elevators. A quick hop to Honolulu for an afternoon on the beach, and back in time for supper. 100 miles to the gallon for the Sunday driver. When people begin seeing what the Gerdzanth are giving us, they'll welcome them with open arms. Said Pete. Well, why won't they? The people just didn't trust us, that was all. What does the man in the street know about trans matters? Nothing, but give him one and then try to take it away. Sure, said Pete. It sounds great. Just a little bit too great. Tommy blinked at him. Too great? Are you crazy? Not crazy, just getting nervous. Pete jammed his hands into his pockets. Do you realize where we're standing in this thing? We're out on a limb, way out, fighting for time. Time for Charlie and his gang to crack the puzzle. Time for the Gerdzanth girls to gestate. But what are we hearing from Charlie? Pete, Charlie can't just... That's right, said Pete. Nothing is what we're hearing from Charlie. We've got no trans matter, no null G, no power, nothing except a whole lot of Gerdzanth and more coming through just as fast as they can. I'm beginning to wonder what the Gerdzanth are giving us. Well, they can't gestate forever. Maybe not, but I still have a burning desire to talk to Charlie. Something tells me they're going to be gestating a little too long. They put through the call, but Charlie wasn't answering. Sorry, the operator said. Nobody's gotten through there for 3 days. 3 days? Cried Tommy. What's wrong? Is he dead? Couldn't be. They burned out 2 more machines yesterday, said the operator. Killed the switchboard for 20 minutes. Get him on the wire, Tommy said. That's orders. Yes, sir, but first they want you in analysis. Analysis was a shambles. Paper and tape piled knee-deep on the floor. The machines clattered wildly, coughing out reams of paper to be gulped up by other machines. In a corner office they found the analysis man, pale but jubilant. The program, Tommy said. How's it going? You can count on the people staying happy for at least another 5 months. Analysis hesitated an instant. If they see some baby Gerdzanth at the end of it all. There was a dead silence in the room. Baby Gerdzanth, Tommy said finally. That's what I said. That's what the people are buying. That's what they'd better get. Tommy swallowed hard. And if it happens to be 6 months? Analysis drew a finger across his throat. Tommy and Pete looked at each other, and Tommy's hands were shaking. I think, he said, we'd better find Charlie Carnes right now. Math section was like a tomb. The machines were silent. In the office at the end of the room they found an unshaven Charlie gulping a cup of coffee with a very smug-looking Gerdzanth. The coffee pot was floating gently about 6 feet above the desk. So were the Gerdzanth and Charlie. Charlie, Tommy howled. We've been trying to get to you for hours. The operator... I know. Charlie waved a hand disjointedly. I told her to go away. I told the rest of the crew to go away, too. Then you cracked the differential? Charlie tipped an imaginary hat toward the Gerdzanth. Spike cracked it, he said. Spike is sort of a Gerdzanth genius. He tossed the coffee cup over his shoulder, and it ricocheted into graceful slow motion against the far wall. Now why don't you go away, too? Tommy turned purple. We've got 5 months, he said hoarsely. Do you hear me? If they aren't going to have their babies in 5 months, we're dead men. Charlie chuckled. 5 months, he says. He figured the babies to come in about 3 months. Right, Spike? Not that it'll make any much difference to us. Charlie sank slowly down to the desk. He wasn't laughing anymore. We're never going to see any Gerdzanth babies. It's going to be a little too cold for that. The energy factor, he mumbled. Nobody thought of that except in passing. Should have, though, long ago. 2 completely independent universes, obviously 2 energy systems, incompatible. We were dealing with mass, space, and dimension, but the energy differential was the important one. What about the energy? We're loaded with it. Supercharged, packed to the breaking point and way beyond. Charlie scribbled frantically on the desk pad. Look, it took energy for them to come through, immense quantities of energy. Every one that came through upset the balance, distorted our whole energy pattern. And they knew from the start that the differential was all on their side. 1 million of them unbalances 4 billion of us. All they needed to overload us completely was time for enough crossings. And we gave it to them, Pete said slowly, his face green. Like a rubber ball with a dent in the side. Push in one side, the other side pops out. And we're the other side. When? Any day now. Maybe any minute. Charlie spread his hands helplessly. Oh, it won't be bad at all. Spike here was telling me. Mean temperature and only 39 below zero. Lots of good clean snow. Thousands of nice jagged mountain peaks. A lovely place, really. Just a little too cold for Gerdzanth. They thought Earth was much nicer. For them, whispered Tommy. For them, Charlie said. End of P.R. Oblin by Alan Edward Nourse.
Second Sight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Captain Allegra. Second Sight by Alan Edward Nourse. Note: the following excerpts from Amy Ballantyne's journal have never actually been written down at any time before. Her account of impressions and events has been kept in organized fashion in her mind for at least 9 years. Even she is not certain when she started. But it must be understood that certain inaccuracies in transcription could not possibly have been avoided in the excerpting attempted here. The Editor. Tuesday, 16 May. Lambertson got back from Boston about 2 this afternoon. He was tired. I don't think I've ever seen Lambertson so tired. It was more than just exhaustion, too. Maybe anger? Frustration? I couldn't be sure. It seemed more like defeat than anything else, and he went straight from the copter to his office without even stopping off at the lab at all. It's good to have him back, though. Not that I haven't had a nice enough rest. With Lambertson gone, Dakin took over the reins for the week, but Dakin doesn't really count, poor man. It's such a temptation to twist him up and get him all confused that I didn't do any real work all week. With Lambertson back, I'll have to get down to the grind again, but I'm still glad he's here. I never thought I'd miss him so, for such a short time away. But I wish he'd gotten a rest, if he ever rests. And I wish I knew why he went to Boston in the first place. Certainly he didn't want to go. I wanted to read him and find out, but I don't think I'm supposed to know yet. Lambertson didn't want to talk. He didn't even tell me he was back, even though he knew I'd catch him 5 miles down the road. I can do that now with Lambertson. Distance doesn't seem to make so much difference anymore if I just ignore it. So all I got was bits and snatches on the surface of his mind. Something about me and Dr. Custer and a nasty little man called Aarons or Barons or something. I've heard of him somewhere, but I can't pin it down right now. I'll have to dig that out later, I guess. But if he saw Dr. Custer, why doesn't he tell me about it? Wednesday, 17 May. It was Aarons that he saw in Boston, and now I'm sure that something's going wrong. I know that man. I remember him from a long time ago, back when I was still at Bairdsley, long before I came here to the study center. He was the consulting psychiatrist, and I don't think I could ever forget him, even if I tried. That's why I'm sure something very unpleasant is going on. Lambertson saw Dr. Custer, too, but the director sent him to Boston because Aarons wanted to talk to him. I wasn't supposed to know anything about it, but Lambertson came down to dinner last night. He wouldn't even look at me, the skunk. I fixed him. I told him I was going to peek, and then I read him in a flash before he could shift his mind to Boston traffic or something. He knows I can't stand traffic. I only picked up a little, but it was enough. There was something very unpleasant that Aarons had said that I couldn't quite get. They were in his office. Lambertson had said, "I don't think she's ready for it," and I'd never try to talk her into it at this point. Why can't you people get it through your heads that she's a child and a human being, not some kind of laboratory animal? That's been the trouble all along. Everybody's been so eager to grab, and nobody's given her a wretched thing in return. Aarons was smooth, very sad and reproachful. I got a clear picture of him. Short, balding, mean little eyes and a smug, self-righteous little face. Michael, after all, she's 23 years old. She's certainly out of diapers by now. But she's only had 2 years of training aimed at teaching her anything. Well, there's no reason that should stop, is there? Be reasonable, Michael. We certainly agree that you've done a wonderful job with the girl, and naturally you're sensitive about others working with her. But when you consider that public taxes are footing the bill... I'm sensitive about others exploiting her, that's all. I tell you I won't push her, and I wouldn't let her come up here, even if she agreed to do it. She shouldn't be tampered with for another year or two at least. Lambertson was angry and bitter. Now, 3 days later, he was still angry. And you're certain that your concern is entirely professional? Whatever Aarons meant, it wasn't nice. Lambertson caught it, and oh my, chart slapping down on the table, door slamming, swearing, from mild, patient Lambertson. Can you imagine? And then later, no more anger, just disgust and defeat. That was what hit me when he came back yesterday. He couldn't hide it, no matter how he tried. Well, no wonder he was tired. I remember Aarons all right. He wasn't so interested in me back in those days. Wild one, he called me. We haven't the time or the people to handle anything like this in a public institution. We have to handle her the way we'd handle any other defective. She may be a plus defective instead of a minus defective, but she's as crippled as if she were deaf and blind. Good old Aarons. That was years ago when I was barely 13. Before Dr. Custer got interested and started ophthalmoscoping and testing me. Before I had ever heard of Lambertson or the study center. For that matter, before anybody had done anything but feed me and treat me like some kind of peculiar animal or something. Well, I'm glad it was Lambertson that went to Boston and not me, for Aaron's sake. And if Aarons tries to come down here to work with me, he's going to be wasting his time because I'll lead him all around Robin Hood's barn and get him so confused he'll wish he'd stayed home. But I can't help but wonder, just the same, am I a cripple like Aaron said? Does being psi-high mean that? I don't think so. But what does Lambertson think? Sometimes, when I try to read Lambertson, I'm the one that gets confused. I wish I could tell what he really thinks. Wednesday night. I asked Lambertson tonight what Dr. Custer had said. He wants to see you next week, he told me. But Amy, he didn't make any promises. He wasn't even hopeful. But his letter! He said the study showed that there wasn't any anatomical defect. Lambertson leaned back and lit his pipe, shaking his head at me. He's aged 10 years this past week. Everybody thinks so. He's lost weight, and he looks as if he hasn't slept at all. Custer's afraid that it isn't a question of anatomy, Amy. But what is it then, for heaven's sake? He doesn't know. He says it's not very scientific, but it may just be that what you don't use, you lose. Oh, but that's silly. I chewed my lip. Granted. But he thinks that there's a chance? Of course there's a chance. And you know he'll do everything he can. It's just that neither of us wants you to get your hopes up. It wasn't much, but it was something. Lambertson looked so beat. I didn't have the heart to ask him what Aarons wanted, even though I know he'd like to get it off his chest. Maybe tomorrow will be better. I spent the day with Charlie Dakin in the lab, and did a little work for a change. I've been disgustingly lazy, and poor Charlie thinks it's all his fault. Charlie reads like a 20-point type 90% of the time, and I'm afraid he knows it. I can tell just exactly when he stops paying attention to business and starts paying attention to me, and then all of a sudden he realizes I'm reading him, and it flusters him for the rest of the day. I wonder why. Does he really think I'm shocked? Or surprised? Or insulted? Poor Charlie. I guess I must be good enough looking. I can read it from almost every fellow that comes near me. I wonder why. I mean, why me and not Marjorie over in the main office? She's a sweet girl, but she never gets a second look from the guys. There must be some fine differential point I'm missing somewhere, but I don't think I'll ever understand it. I'm not going to press Lambertson, but I hope he opens up tomorrow. He's got me scared silly by now. He has a lot of authority around here, but other people are paying the bills. And when he's frightened about something, it can't help but frighten me. Thursday, 18 May. We went back to reaction testing in the lab with Lambertson today. That study is almost finished, as much as anything I work on is ever finished, which isn't very much. The test had 2 goals: to clock my stimulus response pattern in comparison to normals, and to find out just exactly when I pick up any given thought signal from the person I'm reading. It isn't a matter of developing speed. I'm already so fast to respond that it doesn't mean too much from anybody else's standpoint, and I certainly don't need any training there. But where along the line do I pick up a thought impulse? Do I catch it at its inception? Do I pick up the thought formulation, or just the final crystallized pattern? Lambertson thinks I'm with it right from the start, and that some training in those lines would be worth my time. Of course, we didn't find out, not even with the ingenious little random firing device that Dakin designed for the study. With this gadget, neither Lambertson nor I know what impulse the box is going to throw at him. He just throws a switch and it starts coming. He catches it, reacts, I catch it from him and react, and we compare reaction times. This afternoon it had us driving up a hill and sent a 10-ton truck rolling down on us out of control. I had my flasher on 2 seconds before Lambertson did, of course, but our reaction times are standardized. So when we corrected for my extra speed, we knew that I must have caught the impulse about 0.07 seconds after he did. Crude, of course, but not nearly fast enough, and we can't reproduce on a stable basis. Lambertson says that's as close as we can get without cortical probes, and that's where I put my foot down. I may have a gold mine in this head of mine, but nobody is going to put burr holes through my skull in order to tap it. Not for a while yet. That's unfair, of course, because it sounds as if Lambertson were trying to force me into something, and he isn't. I've read him about that, and I know he wouldn't allow it. Let's learn everything else we can learn without it first, he says. Later, if you want to go along with it, maybe, but right now, you're not competent to decide for yourself. He may be right, but why not? Why does he keep acting as if I'm a child? Am I, really? With everything, and I mean everything, coming into my mind for the past 23 years, haven't I learned enough to make decisions for myself? Lambertson says, of course everything has been coming in. It's just that I don't know what to do with it all. But somewhere along the line, I have to reach a maturation point of some kind. It scares me sometimes because I can't find an answer to it, and the answer might be perfectly horrible. I don't know where it may end. What's worse, I don't know what point it has reached right now. How much difference is there between my mind and Lambertson's? I'm psi-high, and he isn't, granted. But is there more to it than that? People like Ahrens think so. They think it's a difference between human function and something else. And that scares me because it just isn't true. I'm as human as anybody else, but somehow it seems that I'm the one who has to prove it. I wonder if I ever will. That's why Dr. Custer has to help me. Everything hangs on that. I'm to go up to Boston next week for final studies and testing. If Dr. Custer can do something, what a difference that'll make. Maybe then I could get out of this whole frightening mess, put it behind me, and forget about it. With just the psi alone, I don't think I ever can. Friday, 19 May. Today Lambertson broke down and told me what it was that Ahrens had been proposing. It was worse than I thought it would be. The man had hit on the one thing that I'd been afraid of for so long. He wants you to work against normals, Lambertson said. He's swallowed the latency hypothesis whole. He thinks that everybody must have a latent psi potential, and that all that is needed to drag it into the open is a powerful stimulus from someone with full-blown psi powers. Well, I said, do you think so? Who knows? Lambertson slammed his pencil down on the desk angrily. No, I don't think so. But what does that mean? Not a thing. It certainly doesn't mean I'm right. Nobody knows the answer. Not me, nor Ahrens, nor anybody. And Ahrens wants to use you to find out. I nodded slowly. I see. So I'm to be used as a sort of refined electrical stimulator, I said. Well, I guess you know what you can tell Ahrens. He was silent, and I couldn't read him. Then he looked up. Amy, I'm not sure we can tell him that. I stared at him. You mean you think he could force me? He says you're a public charge, that as long as you have to be supported and cared for, they have the right to use your faculties. And he's right on the first point. You are a public charge. You have to be sheltered and protected. If you wandered so much as a mile outside these walls, you'd never survive, and you know it. I sat stunned. But Dr. Custer is trying to help, but he hasn't succeeded so far. If he can, then it will be a different story. But I can't stall much longer, Amy. Ahrens has a powerful argument. You're psi-high. You're the first full-fledged, wide-open, freewheeling psi-high that's ever appeared in human history. The first. Others in the past have shown potential, maybe, but nothing they could ever learn to control. You've got control. You're fully developed. You're here, and you're the only one there is. Oh, so I happen to be unlucky, I snapped. My genes got mixed up. That's not true, and you know it, Lambertson said. We know your chromosomes better than your face. They're the same as anyone else's. There's no gene difference, none at all. When you're gone, you'll be gone, and there's no reason to think that your children will have any more psi potential than Charlie Dakin has. Something was building up in me that I couldn't control any longer. You think I should go with Ahrens, I said dully. He hesitated. I'm afraid you're going to have to, sooner or later. Ahrens has some latents up in Boston. He's certain that they're latents. He's talked to the directors down here. He's convinced them that you could work with his people, draw them out. You could open the door to a whole new world for human beings. I lost my temper then. It wasn't just Ahrens, or Lambertson, or Dakin, or any of the others. It was all of them, dozens of them, compounded year upon year upon year. Now listen to me for a minute, I said. Have any of you ever considered what I wanted in this thing? Ever? Have any of you given that one single thought, just once, one time when you were so sick of thinking great thoughts for humanity that you let another thought leak through? Have you ever thought about what kind of a shuffle I've had since all this started? Well, you'd better think about it. Right now. Amy, you know I don't want to push you. Listen to me, Lambertson. My folks got rid of me fast when they found out about me. Did you know that? They hated me because I scared them. It didn't hurt me too much because I thought I knew why they hated me. I could understand it, and I went off to Beardsley without even crying. They were going to come see me every week. But you know how often they managed to make it? Not once after I was off their hands. And then at Beardsley, Aarons examined me and decided that I was a cripple. He didn't know anything about me then, but he thought Cy was a defect. And that was as far as it went. I did what Aarons wanted me to do at Beardsley. Never what I wanted, just what they wanted. Years and years of what they wanted. And then you came along, and I came to the study center and did what you wanted. It hurt him, and I knew it. I guess that was what I wanted, to hurt him and to hurt everybody. He was shaking his head, staring at me. Amy, be fair. I've tried. You know how hard I've tried. Tried what? To train me? Yes. But why? To give me better use of my psi faculties? Yes. But why? Did you do it for me? Is that really why you did it? Or was that just another phony front, like all the rest of them, in order to use me, to make me a little more valuable to have around? He slapped my face so hard it jolted me. I could feel the awful pain and hurt in his mind as he stared at me, and I sensed the stinging in his palm that matched the burning in my cheek. And then something fell away in his mind, and I saw something I had never seen before. He loved me, that man. Incredible, isn't it? He loved me. Me, who couldn't call him anything but Lambertson, who couldn't imagine calling him Michael, to say nothing of Mike, just Lambertson, who did this, or Lambertson who thought that. But he could never tell me. He had decided that. I was too helpless. I needed him too much. I needed love, but not the kind of love Lambertson wanted to give. So that kind of love had to be hidden, concealed, suppressed. I needed the deepest imaginable understanding, but it had to be utterly unselfish understanding. Anything else would be taking advantage of me, so a barrier had to be built. A barrier that I should never penetrate, and that he should never be tempted to break down. Lambertson had done that. For me. It was all there, suddenly, so overwhelming it made me gasp from the impact. I wanted to throw my arms around him. Instead, I sat down in the chair, shaking my head helplessly. I hated myself then. I had hated myself before, but never like this. If I could only go somewhere, I said. Someplace where nobody knew me, where I could just live by myself for a while and shut the doors and shut out the thoughts and pretend for a while. Just pretend that I'm perfectly normal. I wish you could, Lambertson said, but you can't. You know that. Not unless Custer can really help. We sat there for a while. Then I said, let Aarons come down. Let him bring anybody he wants with him. I'll do what he wants until I see Custer. That hurt too, but it was different. It hurt both of us together, not separately anymore, and somehow it didn't hurt so much that way. Monday, 22 May. Aarons drove down from Boston this morning with a girl named Mary Bolton, and we went to work. I think I'm beginning to understand how a dog can tell when someone wants to kick him and doesn't quite dare. I could feel the back of my neck prickle when that man walked into the conference room. I was hoping he might have changed since the last time I saw him. He hadn't, but I had. I wasn't afraid of him anymore, just awfully tired of him after he'd been here about 10 minutes. Oh, but that girl, I wonder what sort of story he'd told her. She couldn't have been more than 16, and she was terrorized. At first I thought it was Aarons she was afraid of, but that wasn't so. It was me. It took us all morning just to get around that. The poor girl could hardly make herself talk. She was shaking all over when they arrived. We took a walk around the grounds, alone, and I read her bit by bit. A feeler here, a planted suggestion there, just getting her used to the idea and trying to reassure her. After a while, she was smiling. She thought the lagoon was lovely, and by the time we got back to the main building, she was laughing, talking about herself, beginning to relax. Then I gave her a full blast, quickly, only a moment or two. Don't be afraid. I hate him, yes, but I won't hurt you for anything. Let me come in. Don't fight me. We've got to work as a team. It shook her. She turned white and almost passed out for a moment. Then she nodded slowly. I see, she said. It feels as if it's way inside, deep inside. That's right. It won't hurt, I promise. She nodded again. Let's go back now. I think I'm ready to try. We went to work. I was as blind as she was at first. There was nothing there at first, not even a flicker of brightness. Then, probing deeper, something responded. Only a hint, a suggestion of something powerful, deep and hidden. But where? What was her strength? Where was she weak? I couldn't tell. We started on dice. Crude, of course, but as good a tool as any. Dice are no good for measuring anything, but that was why I was there. I was the measuring instrument. The dice were only reactors, sensitive enough, 2 balsam cubes tossed from a box with only gravity to work against. I showed her first, picked up her mind as the dice popped out, led her through it. Take one at a time, the red one first. Work on it, see? Now we try both. Once more, watch it. All right now. She sat frozen in the chair. She was trying. The sweat stood out on her forehead. Aaron sat tense, smoking, his fingers twitching as he watched the red and green cubes bounce on the white backdrop. Lambertson watched too, but his eyes were on the girl, not the cubes. It was hard work. Bit by bit she began to grab. Whatever I had felt in her mind seemed to leap up. I probed her, amplifying it, trying to draw it out. It was like wading through knee-deep mud, sticky, sluggish, resisting. I could feel her excitement growing, and bit by bit I released my grip, easing her out, baiting her. All right, I said, that's enough. She turned to me wide-eyed. I did it! Aarons was on his feet, breathing heavily. It worked? It worked. Not very well, but it's there. All she needs is time and help and patience. But it worked! Lambertson, do you know what that means? It means that I was right. It means others can have it, just like she has it. He rubbed his hands together. We can arrange a full-time lab for it and work on 3 or 4 latents simultaneously. It's a wide-open door, Michael. Can't you see what it means? Lambertson nodded and gave me a long look. Yes, I think I do. I'll start arrangements tomorrow. Not tomorrow. You'll have to wait until next week. Why? Because Amy would prefer to wait. That's why. Aarons looked at him, and then at me, peevishly. Finally, he shrugged. If you insist. We'll talk about it next week, I said. I was so tired I could hardly look up at him. I stood up and smiled at my girl. Poor kid, I thought. So excited and eager about it now, and not one idea in the world of what she was walking into. Certainly Aarons would never be able to tell her. Later, when they were gone, Lambertson and I walked down towards the lagoon. It was a lovely, cool evening. The ducks were down at the water's edge. Every year there was a mother duck herding a line of ducklings down the shore and into the water. They never seemed to go where she wanted them to, and she would fuss and chatter, waddling back time and again to prod the reluctant ones out into the pool. We stood by the water's edge in silence for a long time. Then Lambertson kissed me. It was the first time he had ever done that. We could go away, I whispered in his ear. We could run out on errands in the study center and everyone. Just go away somewhere. He shook his head slowly. Amy, don't. We could. I'll see Dr. Custer, and he'll tell me he can help. I know he will. I won't need the study center anymore, or any other place, or anybody but you. He didn't answer, and I knew there wasn't anything he could answer. Not then. Friday, 26 May. Yesterday we went to Boston to see Dr. Custer, and now it looks as if it's all over. Now even I can't pretend that there's anything more to be done. Next week Aarons will come down, and I'll go to work with him just the way he has it planned. He thinks we have 3 years of work ahead of us before anything can be published, before he can really be sure we have brought a latent into full use of his psi potential. Maybe so. I don't know. Maybe in 3 years I'll find some way to make myself care one way or the other, but I'll do it anyway, because there's nothing else to do. There was no anatomical defect. Dr. Custer was right about that. The eyes are perfect. Beautiful gray eyes, he says, and the optic nerves and auditory nerves are perfectly functional. The defect isn't there. It's deeper, too deep to ever change it. What you no longer use, you lose, was what he said, apologizing because he couldn't explain it any better. It's like a price tag, perhaps. Long ago, before I knew anything at all, the psi was so strong it started compensating, bringing in more and more from other minds, such a wealth of rich, clear, interpreted visual and auditory impressions that there was never any need for my own. And because of that, certain hookups never got hooked up. That's only a theory, of course, but there isn't any other way to explain it. But am I wrong to hate it? More than anything else in the world, I want to see Lambertson, see him smile and light his pipe, hear him laugh. I want to know what color really is, what music really sounds like unfiltered through somebody else's ears. I want to see a sunset, just once. Just once, I want to see that mother duck take her ducklings down to the water. But I never will. Instead, I see and hear things nobody else can, and the fact that I am stone blind and stone deaf shouldn't make any difference. After all, I've always been that way. Maybe next week I'll ask Aarons what he thinks about it. It should be interesting to hear what he says. End of Second Sight by Edward Allen Nourse. Recording by Captain Allegra.